The nature of predators. 71 memory transcription subject. Body Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command, Joe, Dole. August Ellis Human Time, November 27, 2136. Which my lawyer quick to secure. I was to serve with the Terran military for at least 5 years, as penance for my debt. The fact was, someone of my sickening proclivities was useful to them, and I knew a lot about Federation ships. Outlining a species' military tendencies and technological weaknesses was my specialty. The humans had cobbled together a fleet from the offerings that trickled in from dozens of planet states. The Harchan and Tillfish surrendered their assets and sent aid shipments as a peace offering. The predators were still deliberating what to do with them. However, neutral parties contributed the bulk of the vessels, along with a few old allies. The Terrans rushed the integration of millions of Federation servicemen into their ranks, after a mere week of anti-instinct training. Ambitious as ever, the Terrans launched defensive and offensive operations simultaneously. But in fairness to their overzealous military, it was a mercy that they diverted resources to bail out the Mazics. The Kolshian-led force marching on their homeworld, Koa, was enough to steamroll any fortifications. My role was as the resident expert on Federation tactics. I knew the terrain and local sensitivities better than my primate allies. Captain Monahan scanned the bridge with her observant gaze. All hands are on deck. FTL disruptors are still in full force, so we're going in the old-fashioned way. Eta to Koa, less than 30 minutes. Settle in at the sensor station, Sovlin. I'd worked with just about every race over the years. Now, we were setting sail to fight people I once thought friends. It didn't put a good feeling in my stomach, but the masterminds needed to answer for their crimes. The Kolshians and the Farsal were the ones who set the predator hatred in motion. They bore responsibility for what had transpired on Earth. I don't belong with humans, Mom, came my subdued reply. Your crew deserves better. I'm surprised you requested me back. Frankly, you're an idiot in many ways, but you know a thing or two about alien tactics. Having someone who can identify anomalies and ship types in real time is useful. Glad I can do something right. Cut the crap. Romero and Harris were brought aboard for your welfare. They're waiting for you, yes, with other people. Don't be shy. Get your ass to your post. It took a colossal effort to walk across the aisle and settle in at the weapons post. Samantha was sipping at a steaming drink and bore the vacant look of someone whose mind was elsewhere. Carlos was focused on the battle readout, barely acknowledging my stare. I wondered how the humans came to terms with their monstrous side when I just couldn't get past mine. Athians aren't supposed to be like us. Who the fuck am I now? My gaze drifted to the unfamiliar human who was leading the weapons station. This male was one of the tallest humans I'd seen, with a few inches on even Carlos. The predator sported lean muscles across his upper body and had coarse hair the color of sand. A Yochel was seated alongside the Terran, reviewing the button functionality. Hello, I offered. Binocular eyes darted over to me, a rich blue. I was told we had a Gojid here. I served on the cradle actually, with one of a few Venmal that joined us. I would have never guessed you guys were omnivores too. The Terrans were the only species that didn't think we were freaks, after the broadcast. They welcomed the news of past omnivores, rejoicing that they weren't alone in their preferences. But while I'd come around to humanity's cause, the last thing I wanted was to be a predator. It was a lonely status, full of grisly practices and animalism. How could I be in the same class as an oxer? Carlos coughed. Don't bring that up. They were raised from birth to hate meat-eaters, told there was nothing worse. Our buddy here's had a rough time of it. Right, my bad, the stranger agreed. Anyhow, I'm Tyler Cardona, and this is my partner from the Yocho exchange program, Onso. The last month has been pretty shit, but I was stoked to get accepted to that initiative. Onzo flicked his reddish ears. Ha! Tyler wouldn't even eat around me when we first met. It was like he was scared to talk about Earth. He didn't see how the Venlo I was with reacted. Slanek, that was his name. He puked his guts out and had a breakdown from a few beef crumbles in my NR. My spines bristled in alarm as the name Slanek reached my ears. It was as though someone dumped a bucket of ice-cold water on my head. If this Tyler knew the Venlo, he likely knew Marcel by extension. The red-haired human had mentioned he'd served on the cradle and spoke about the tragedies that unfolded. Protector, it was just my luck to get stuck serving under one of his bodies. I was fortunate. Tyler didn't realize who I was. For this particular human, my crimes were a personal attack on someone he cared about. I shot Sam and Carlos a pleading look, imploring them not to pipe up. Perhaps it was necessary to ask Captain Monahan for a transfer, although her reaction would be one of displeasure. Put simply, my identity could interfere with station performance if it came to light. By the way, isn't this a sick ride? I couldn't pass up a chance to serve on one of the few human craft left in service, the sand-haired Terran continued, giving the desk an enthusiastic slap. Captain requested me because I'm an expert on the fear suppression program. You hear that? Onso, expert? Quiet. Quit the yapping. Will you let the newcomers get a word in? What's your name, Gojit? Onzo asked. I narrowed my eyes. Don't have one. Tyler snorted. Of course you do. Don't make me pry it out of your buddies. What's your problem? My problem is, you talk too much, and we're about to go into battle. Even Onso notices you can't keep a lid on it. So kindly, shut the fuck up. The smile vanished from the sensor officer's face, and he shot his Yocho pal an incredulous look. His features took on a scowl as he turned back to me. I squirmed under his paralyzing glare, knowing my words were too harsh. It wasn't my intent to offend the big guy, but opening up to him wasn't an option. It wasn't wise to advertise my identity to humans in general, let alone a pack mate of Marcel. A dangerous growl rumbled in his throat. I am an officer of this ship. You don't get to speak to me like that. Hey Tyler, I know he's being an ass. He takes a while to open up to humans. Carlos jumped in. Please, cut him a break this once. Just let him settle in first, and warm up to you in his own time. Whatever. But it better not happen again. You want all work? No play? Start analyzing the subspace data and plotting intercept vectors. Give me a list of potential targets as soon as enemies are in sight. I lowered my eyes. Yes, sir. Samantha sipped at her bean drink, momentary interest in her eyes. The female human and I had been getting along better since Silani's rescue. All the same, I wondered if she'd turn me into Tyler down the line. After this battle, I had to get myself transferred to a different station Weapons would be more up my alley anyways. With a great deal of effort, I zeroed in on the sensor data. The subspace trails we could detect were faint, coming from the direction of Alpha. We had assumed the enemy would beat us here by a few hours. Visual contact was needed to assess the drive signatures and determine how many species we were up against. I worried just how far the Federation would go with their organization fracturing. The Mazics needed to hold out a little longer. I cleared my throat. No sign of friendly activity. The fact that there's no outbound trail suggests the skirmish is ongoing. Good news. Why is that? Tyler asked in a gruff voice. The Federation would send word home if they'd achieved victory. We need to get a comlink with the Mazics, make sure their planetary defenses don't start picking us off. The sensors officer relayed the message to Captain Monahan, who nodded in agreement. She issued orders to a Fissan at the comm station, which was where most prey had been relegated. The alien crew members were doing their jobs seamlessly so far, but humans were best suited for high-stress roles. Nobody else had the ability to block out fear, like it wasn't even there. Onzo tampered with the viewport settings, straining on his digitigrade legs. The Yotual looked more comfortable with the technology than I expected. Perhaps Tyler had taught him the modern ways, somehow. The blonde human hadn't shown any concern with leaving a primitive novice unattended. It was a wonder those two found any common ground for friendship. I pored over the subspace trails and fed the data to the computer for analysis. The AI took several seconds to extrapolate optimal paths, once I input Koa as the primary target. It was likely the Federation would take a conservative approach in case of a human ambush. Predators were predictable, but the same could be said of prey, the normal races. That meant we might be able to spot a lookout ship. If we can take them out before they relay useful data, that's ideal. The less information the enemy has, the better. I leaned over to Onso. Search for recon ships on the viewport. We want to take out their eyes. Apologize to Tyler first, the Yotual barked. This is not the time for petty squabbles. We're soldiers, not daycare workers. Do you want to lose ships and lives because you're mad at me? I don't want to work with you. The feeling is mutual. Now isn't the time to disrupt the captain, but I'll request a transfer when this is over. We have to work together, this once, because what you want and what you get are two different things. Start the fucking scan already, if you know how. The uplift bared his teeth, and I noted the fur on his hackles rising. He saw I had no problem with my human guards, which suggested my issue with his friend was personal. Truth be told, every part of me wanted to give Tyler a rambling apology for all my transgressions. If he wanted a piece of me, I'd be happy to let him throw some well-placed haymakers. But at this moment, coming clean was the worst thing I could do. It would interfere with the mission. Tyler narrowed his eyes. Is there a problem? Again, the Gojit thinks he can order me around. He's insufferable, Onso grumbled. Samantha exhaled a flustered breath. He only said to search for scout ships. The feds will take more caution than usual, I imagine. If he's giving solid advice, go with it, the tall officer said. Onzo, I know you're sticking up for me, but there's too much at stake to be arguing now. I can look out for myself, okay? The Yotual pinned his ears back, before shifting the viewport at maximum magnification. Idle asteroids greeted us from the circumstellar disk, but nothing was of particular interest. In the meantime, our comm station had established contact with the Mazics. They sounded uncharacteristically happy to be on the line with the human fleet. Carlos leaned close to my ear. "You could just make up a name, man." "What about Vinny?" I scrunched my nose with distaste, ignoring his suggestion. That would just leave Tyler infuriated that I'd deceived him when someone called me by my real name. Anzo released an excited yip beside us and brought a small shuttle into focus. Its emissions were too minuscule to appear on sensors without someone telling the computer where to look. Our ship's weapons revved to life, poised to decimate the first enemy contact. The humans had the forethought to charge the railgun in transit. There were no haphazard actions in this fleet. Captain Monahan barely finished giving the kill order before a bolt of death streaked across the sky. The Predators were dialed in for this mission, mechanical in their calculation. There were no cheers in the bridge as the enemy scout erupted into fiery shrapnel. The Terrans were itching to fight, but the thrill of combat was lost with Earth. Perhaps the somberness was because they didn't want to fail to defend Koa and relive what happened to their own home. Human empathy often was more of a nuisance to them than a boon. It's just a few minutes before the entire Federation fleet is in view. We're through the belt, and soon it's show time. Samantha sucked in a sharp breath. There! That faint emerald dot must be Koa. My gaze shifted to the viewport. The sharp-eyed human must have distinguished the planet from the bountiful stars around us. White blips flashed near it, which were signs of the Mazics and the Federation exchanging fire. Donating several ship units to Earth's crusade had depleted local resources. It was likely the friendlies were stalling for time, in the hopes of a Predator rescue. The fact that the Mazics withstood the volume of enemies we saw in transit was miraculous. The humans knew time was of the essence. Captain Monahan ordered navigations to push the throttle past recommended output. Our fleet surged ahead, stone-colored armors rattling from the acceleration. I turned back to my data feed and watched as new information trickled in. The computer continued tagging friendlies, while racking up a separate tally of enemies. The number of hostiles stalled around 2,000, whereas the estimate I'd pulled from subspace readings was 5 times that number. The machine wasn't counting any more contacts, though, so it must be mistaken. The Mazics weren't martial geniuses. They couldn't have taken down that many ships. Also, there wasn't enough debris detected for that many casualties. Where are the rest of the Federation ship? Answer, don't tell me you applied sensor filters by mistake, I grumbled. The Yotel snarled with indignation. There are no filters on, dumbass. The ships are there, on your readout, accounted for. Tyler pursed his lips. What do you mean by the rest of them? The level of overlap in the subspace readings, I replied. It wouldn't be that messy unless there was a lot of activity. I'm talking several times the number you see under the hostile designation. The tall officer stroked the stubbly whiskers on his chin. He passed through the data himself, and his expression grew deadly serious. Urgency flashed in his dark pupils before he signaled our captain. Those predator instincts could draw tactical conclusions much faster than my own. Humans acted before we even determined the problem. Actually, why didn't I have those instincts? Had those reflexes been written out of my genes by Kolshian experimenters, or a flesh deficiency? My eyes narrowed before I turned my attention back to the bridge activity. It's a trap. Tyler's skin morphed into a flushed shade of red as blood pooled in his cheeks. Lines bulged from his temples, and his canines were bared in visceral alarm. "Captain, look for contacts on our 6. They're hiding out there somewhere." Monahan redirected power to shields before relaying that conclusion to the fleet. The Terran ships undertook a gradual banking maneuver, ignoring bewildered chatter from the Masics. The captain inspected the nearest astronomical bodies and cross-referenced them with her star chart. After a long pause, she pointed to a rocky planet. "There was nothing I saw but a cratered surface. However, at this point, I trusted the Predator's refined instincts. Our commander likely singled it out, because that's where she would have hidden a fleet with the roles reversed. Perhaps empathy wasn't a complete hindrance on the battlefield." Samantha squinted. "The attack on Koa was just bait. It's not worth it to subdue a single breakaway species. They want to keep our military crippled and take out the Federation traitors at the same time." As if expressing agreement with her words, an array of ships zipped out from behind the gravimetric body. The Federation must have realized the element of surprise was lost, so that forced a head-on confrontation with the human fleet. Had they really saved an abundance of fresh reinforcements for us? The Predators brought their fleet into a defensive formation as the first munitions were lobbed in our direction. The Kolshians must believe numbers tipped the scales in their favor. The Terrans hadn't held out the last time there was a disproportionate balance. This was a test of whether our rebuilt military could hold a candle to an ancient power. The nature of Predators. 72. Memory transcription. Subject. Anerkennende Dikalske State Command. State E Standardized Human Time. November 27th, 2136. The Federation Ambush Fleet. With a faint semblance of forward. With a faint strategy. The enemy were sticking in groups of 4, so that the Predators couldn't pick off lone vessels with their superior wit. Our opponents were also coordinating attacks on targets, aiming to gun down hapless humans with deadly crossfires. A standard UN vessel would be ripped apart from both sides before they knew what hit them. The leading Terran ships had their shields obliterated in a few seconds. The plasma onslaught decimated exposed hulls. Any ordinary species would choose a desperate retreat and regroup in an advantageous location. But instead, there was an icy calm across the bridge, at least, from the human crew. The Fisanon comms was whinnying in terror, the Venal advisors were crying, and the Yotul at my station was doing his job without issue. That was a surprise. Deploying tactical drones. Stay on the move. A predatory voice on the radio barked. The spacecraft carriers had a limited supply of autonomous craft, which were a Terran novelty. Unfortunately, most drones were lost during the defense of Earth. Restocking the reserves was a challenge, with the manufacturing delays. Since humans were the only ones who possessed the innovation and weren't keen on giving away their secrets, their newfound allies couldn't help on that front. Key, Predators trust no one, not truly. I can't say I blame them. Kinda. But even the few dozen drones we had at our disposal were a useful tool. They could undertake the riskiest maneuvers, without any concern for life and limb. The enemy was likely blindsided by the unmanned vessels, so they weren't equipped to deal with them. Manual targeting was a requisite, because the automatons were much smaller than standard ships. The drones twirled through the sky, changing direction on a dime. There was no worrying about whether inertial dampeners could keep up, with no crew aboard. Pinning down the nimble craft proved a challenge for prey operators, in real time. The Federation lobbed plasma at the inbound contacts, but the unmanned vehicles simply veered off at 90-degree angles. The enemy hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. Captain Monahan nodded to the weapons station. Ready our armor-piercing missiles. Wait for the drones to land a few punches, and fire! Our spacecraft cruised ahead, falling in beside two lightweight gunships that appeared to be Tillfish impounds. The Terrans had outfitted the seized vessels with kinetic turrets on the hull. I wasn't sure what impact that weaponry would have against shields. The humans should know efficacy was why plasma dominated space. Despite the higher energy demands, the drones coasted onward, anticipating Federation blows through predictive abilities. Perhaps the humans programmed algorithms to monitor power output and radio chatter. These robotic creations were a marvel of engineering, regardless. Whatever anyone said about the Predators, nobody could doubt their wicked intelligence. Our handful of automated craft flew circles around the larger forces, drawing within striking distance. The craft swooped in across the Federation's front lines and unloaded missiles from close range. Detonations buffeted the metal exteriors, crippling shields. Within human response time, the drones transitioned to a deluge of kinetics and mini-missiles. "Hey, Gojid. Find us some targets," Tyler snarled. I monitored the sensor data, finding the ship groupings with the most sustained damage. The Federation army was hurling munitions at the drones in a blind frenzy. The enemy hoped the deluge would cut off escape. Brute force proved enough to whittle down our unmanned charge by a significant margin. We had just a few seconds to capitalize on the discombobulation. Scanning the readout, my eyes turned to a Federation bunch just out of range. This enemy squadron had lost a ship to the drones already, judging by the hefty debris. The remaining trio were slowed by an aged bomber with an inefficient drive signature that meant they couldn't pull off sudden movements. A lack of evasive abilities offered an easy mark for the humans. I highlighted those 3 ships on the map. There. You take out the faster escorts with a 1-2 punch, then that bomber is sitting prey. Good call. We're saving the weapons station a lot of guesswork, Tyler responded. The sensors officer passed along the information before turning back to me. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes, which was something I didn't want to encourage. Perhaps I was doing a little too well with my orders. For an alien, our strike force converged on the target, accelerating with malicious intent. The UN's adopted gunships brought up our flanks while we lined up a Federation cruiser. Our nemesis spotted our target lock and adjusted their course in an evasion attempt. We sent missiles barreling toward them all the same. The trio deployed copious interceptors, leaving no chance of our warheads slipping through. As we reloaded for another missile volley, the UN gunship pair swooped in to ramp up the pressure. Our Terran allies got near enough for a closer look, then added their own explosives to the mix. The Federation took those out with no problem as well. The humans' love for bombs was well known to the galaxy, so that sparked the inclusion of a hefty stock of countermeasures. But peculiarities on the sensor readings drew a second glance from me. The gunship's missiles were counteracted, but the Federation ships were hedged within the blast radius. Shields should have absorbed the negligible hit, yet according to my screen, the shield capacity had vanished. Upon their destruction, the human explosives seemed to have generated a magnetic field. Captain Monahan beckoned to the weapons station. Shields are down, likely temporary. Hit them with kinetics now. The UN gunships must have been expecting the shield collapse too. Their turrets flickered to life, peppering enemy hulls with bullets. The kinetics ripped through the Federation's armor like it was wallpaper being peeled away. Our vessel contributed with well-placed strikes to the engine compartment. The hostiles were reduced to slag, trapped in the wake of their own drive failures. What just happened? I breathed. Onzo wagged his tail, watching the viewport. Ha, those fuckers got scienced. To put it plainly, we disrupted the shield current with magnetoresistance. My gaze darted over to Samantha, who bobbed her shoulders in confusion. How did an uplift understand a concept the Federation never thought of? Hell, it was beyond my own scientific knowledge, and I was a seasoned veteran. That uneducated yokel must be parroting what the humans said. The Predators just rendered shields obsolete, which meant bullets were relevant again. Because of Earth's bloody history, human militaries already excelled in kinetics. This development increased my confidence that we could tackle the larger fleet. It would be surprising if the Federation could recover from the shock of our strategy. I think I'm looking at the most advanced military in the galaxy, I mused with a tinge of fear. Yet humanity are in their spacefaring infancy. I chewed at my claws. This is all new to me. Carlos, Sam, did you know this was going to happen? I knew they picked a fight with the wrong people, Samantha chimed in. The Kolshians are the ringleaders. They wanted this. They're going to be the first to pay. Carlos snorted. Funny thing is, the aquatic bastards don't have much choice but to fight. They can't play both sides anymore. That plan, to pit us against the Greys and mop up the winner, is toast, thanks to Silene. No, I'm talking about the shields, you bloodthirsty beasts. The little magnet bomb or whatever. It's revolutionary. Yeah, the ugly fucks aren't damage sponges anymore, Tyler interjected, uninvited. We can one-hit them and not have to recharge that blasted plasma gun. Never liked the concept myself. I snapped my head back to the viewport, giving the officer the cold shoulder. Out of my peripheral vision, it was plain to see his hand curl into a fist. The Predator was seething from my continued insults. His commentary may have been a peace offering. This tension was all my fault, but I didn't know what to do about our mutual acquaintance. Carlos jabbed an elbow into my shoulder, shaking his head in warning. I mimicked the human's non-committal gesture by rolling my shoulders back. The male guard hissed in displeasure, before waving a hand dismissively. I wished Tyler would keep this all business, since there was a battle to focus on. Our craft pivoted toward the heart of the action, as Monahan coordinated each station like a symphony conductor. Everyone piped up with input when prompted, and the humans put their hunting instincts to good use. The Predators sensed weakness, which meant they wouldn't give the Federation a minute to breathe. The enemy was falling back toward the ambush site, condensing into a panicked wall. I squinted at the sensors. The enemy just dropped about 10% of their fleet. That anti-shield mechanism is proving catastrophic. Tyler scowled. Catastrophic. Catastrophic. CERN, I grunted, through gritted teeth. Retreat is probable, if more imminent losses are in the cards. We need to inflict serious damage, fast. Captain's already working on that. Your analysis is spot on, but shit, you're a real hard-ass. I bet you're fun at parties. I don't remember what fun is, or what it's like to be happy. Not since the Yorkshire ate my family alive, while they screamed over a video call. Humans always try to make me talk about my past, so now you know. Hey, settle down. Officer Cardona had nothing to do with that, Samantha hissed. I couldn't make myself hang up. But there was nothing I could do. I didn't say anything. Do you know how many times my daughter called my name? Help me, Daddy. Please, it hurts. Fuck. The pain was still as fresh as the day it happened, like a knife cutting through my sternum. Everyone at our station gawked at me, including the feisty Yochuel and my guards. Tyler was quiet, leaning over his console in thought. He scratched his sandy hair, perhaps envisioning my story. The hostility ebbed out of his posture, replaced by a pitying frown. Shit, why did I say that? I don't want his pity, and I don't like talking about my losses. Stop thinking about Marcel, you worthless predator. Tears swelled in my eyes, and I pressed a paw to my mouth to stifle the choking sobs. After years of keeping it all bottled up, Sileni's revelation had me losing my mind. I was just like the demons that ate my little girl. Why couldn't I help her if the shared malevolence was true? To top it off, instead of defending innocence in her memory, I had helped the Auxer get a leg up in the wall. Carlos gave my neck a soothing pat just above my bristling spines. I told them you needed a psych eval. You're not well. I agree. I don't know who the hell cleared you for combat when it's obvious you're unfit for duty. Tyler took a deep breath and met my eyes. Condolences for what happened to you, truly. But I think it's best that you're removed from this post. I glowered at the officer. I can do my job, and well. Helping humans is all I have left. Just skip social hour and I'll be fine, damn it. Please. See ya. The sandy-haired human turned to the viewport, watching as the Terran fleet charged the enemy. For all my flaws, I was more competent than most aliens. Captain Monahan even admitted I was a knowledgeable addition to the crew. We need to inflict serious damage. Find us the path of least resistance into missile range, Tyler decided. Keep an eye on the surviving drones. I wiped the snot from my nose. Thank you, sir. The Federation enemies on screen were retreating, conceding space bit by bit. Our opponents hoped to keep some distance between us with cycles of railgun fire. They knew if we got close enough, they were finished. Despite our recent progress, a direct plasma hit was more than capable of chewing through a UN vessel. Keeping human predators at bay was easier said than done. Danger served more as an incentive than discouragement. Our drone force was in tatters, but the remnants limped forward to clear the path. The Terran fleet used them as a buffer, distracting the railguns. Automatons were a new variable for the Federation, and those bastards hated the unknown. Therefore, the prey focused an inordinate amount of fire on the robots. The Mazics were still ducking it out with the initial force behind us, churning up carnage around Koa. That predicament was another reason for the UN to expedite the initiative. The humans charged enemy ranks with fervor. A few hostiles began to target the manned craft once we got too close for their liking. Plasma descended on our position at magnificent velocities, with one beam clipping our belly. The ship floorboards rocked beneath my feet, and the shields struggled to absorb the shave. Propulsion was wonky for a moment, while the fluorescent lights flickered overhead. The Federation must have realized their volley connected with us, because target locks lit up my screen. One enemy's energy output dipped slightly, which raised my spine's bank. Now, or we're dead, I roared. Navigation struggled to get our systems responsive again. At Captain Monahan's order, the humans diverted power from comms, weapons, and most importantly, shields. Our safeguards weren't going to withstand another blast regardless, but it was awful to have all defenses stripped away. Every second our craft sat idle felt like an eternity. A burst of light zipped across the sky like a lightning bolt, and I squeezed my eyes shut. There was a part of me that was relieved to be on the way out. Stewing in my emotions had become too exhausting. Besides, the world would be better off without a predator like me. The downside of my imminent demise was the humans that would perish alongside me. Maybe there's an afterlife. Maybe I can see my family again, and so can Sam. Our thrusters sputtered to life, coughing out the surplus energy. Our ship lurched to the side, with inertial dampeners cushioning the sharp turns by a fraction. We almost veered into an allied ship who swerved from our path with a second to spare. The plasma beam whisked by our haunches, culminating in a narrow miss. Well, would the sensor station like to command this ship? Any more unsanctioned orders for my crew? Captain Monahan chuckled. I drew a shuddering breath. Have your drones and lighter craft feint to the near flank, then bank center at the last moment. The Federation don't react like humans. That was a rhetorical question. Though I like your idea. We could afford to mix up our playbook, keep them on their toes. The human captain huddled over her microphone, though I couldn't tell what she said to our allies. The pack predators were able to act in harmony amidst chaos. Their precision and teamwork were unrivaled. The Terran fleet fanned out, and coordinated return plasma fire. Ferocious lights shone around us, with the radiance of a supernova. The counterstrike put a muzzle on the Federation's offense for a moment. Hundreds of Terran ships plunged toward their right flank, spitting munitions to sell the maneuver. We had sustained minimal losses to our fleet, and still had enough willpower to march ahead. All we needed was for the enemy to commit, before we could spring the magnetic field on our true mark. The cornered prey felt vulnerable, on the fringes of their formation. Several vessels reversed course, and huddled together for safety, as the avalanche of human weaponry continued. There were the faulty instincts at work again. Convinced of the Terran targets, the Federation arranged their fire to push us away from the flank. Throw both gravity missiles we've got at them, then follow up with our nuclear warhead. After that, spew kinetics at anything that survives. Monahan barked. The bridge crew leapt to carry out her orders, and the restabilized propulsions had us bank sharply. The UN advance hooked back at a retreating angle, and we glided perpendicular to the enemy wall. Weapons readied their new targets before we snaked into the formation's heart. It was easy to picture the startled Federation crew, frozen in terror. A cascade of missiles drove their way into our nemesis's soft spot. Sensor data showed shields faltering and armor disintegrating. The battlefield fell into complete disorder as the predators lunged forward for the kill. Kinetics spliced up shaken ships, and clean plasma dispatched any that limped along. The Federation hurled a few stray munitions at us, with a dying whimper. The fools had no time to assess targets, and in their fearful state, a drunk toddler could aim better. I doubted most of them had close-range weapons or interceptors ready. The humans humiliated the traditional craft, besting them with savage cunning. With the ambush backfiring so horrifically, our enemies could have but one collective thought, reeling from the loss of another 1,000 vessels. The Federation spacecraft banked away for a full retreat. But the Mazics were still engaged in the fight of their lives behind us, with the lesser contingent. The enemy bombers were almost within orbital range. All that was left now was for the humans to secure Koa, restoring order for its rightful inhabitants. The nature of Predator's 73 memory, transcription subject, Al-Slanik, Fenlil Space Course, 8 EU Standardized Human Time, November 27, 2136. The shuttle was crammed full of predators, so much so that several humans were standing throughout the bumpy ride. I was lucky that I could curl up in Marcel's lap. The red-haired vegetarian had a steely glint in his eyes. I hadn't seen this much apprehension in him, not even during the Gojid Cradle's chaos. Something about the tillfish seemed to inspire fear in Terrans, without an apparent reason. The superocean was visible on the horizon as we descended on the sole continent of planet Silis. The Terran pilots appeared to be half expecting the natives to shoot our transport down. The United Nations had officially accepted the tillfish surrender. Today, this was the start of bringing their territory under human control. It was possible that we'd see combat, but on paper, our interactions should be restricted to civilian policing. Marcel grew restless after Earth's raid, especially once he heard that my redeployment was requested. There was no hesitation from me to put in formal consent papers to the Venlo government. Oddly enough, I'd begun to feel comfortable around the rowdy predators. Living in close quarters with grown beasts was the new normal. The anti-instinct training made me feel empowered for the first time in my life, and I wanted to prove that I was a changed man. It is awesome that my buddy has recovered and decided to come with me. After what the Krakatl did, retiring on the home front is out of the question. I cleared my throat. What do you think about races like the tillfish being predators, Mark? We haven't really talked about it. It makes a lot more sense than everyone but us, and the Greys being obligate herbivores, Marcel growled. But they're not predators, Slanek, and it doesn't change the fact that they participated in the murder of 1 billion people. I straightened my blinders with a paw. Maybe it's possible to reverse the cure, though. Humans already started studying the Gojid genome. When Silone's broadcast arrived back on Earth, it was plastered across every newsfeed. Terran discussion panels had mixed opinions on alien victimhood, but the cure was something all of them lambasted. The Kolshians found themselves vying for public enemy number 1. Even the more xenophobic humans considered allying with any converted race that would take the fight to Alpha. Whatever ties the Venel still had to the Federation, the conspiracy reframed our stance. How could the Federation mastermind such a heinous crime as altering species identity for centuries? None of their atrocities had ever been defensible, in my eyes, but I had believed their intentions were good. Every act of bigotry was an attempt to protect their citizens from a malevolent enemy. Marcel inspected my faraway expression. Do you feel sorry for the cured races? I don't know. There's some things about humans that bother me, but I tried to accept you, I said. What right do I have to impose my evolution on you? To erase your history and beliefs. These species lost everything that makes them, well, themselves. You're right. It's a cultural genocide that was thoroughly executed without anyone's knowledge or consent. I shudder to think what would have happened to humanity if they found us before the Oxer. I couldn't imagine the predators, reduced to terrified prey, stripped of the resilience and aggression that defined them. It wasn't clear to me if violent instincts could be written out of the human genome, or how the Colchians might have worked around the binocular eyes. Would cultural indoctrination stick to such a strong-willed species? The Terran transport touched down on a landing pad, following Tillfish signals. I was relieved that we'd set this spacecraft on the ground, rather than jumping out of it. The UN troops unloaded, grimacing as wind gusts buffeted their faces. Silis was known for its stormy, tumultuous weather, which was fueled by the Panthalassa. A lone Tillfish waited for us, scuttling back and forth with anxiety. "Hello, humans." I brought gifts. The insectoid gestured with one of her 6 legs to fruit baskets, which included local jams and preserves. She cowed her glistening head as several Terrans trained guns on her. Her antennae quivered, anticipating her swift demise. The poor thing was surrounded by predators. Forward-facing eyes were angled at her in all directions. Why did her species send her here alone? This is cruel. Thanks for the gifts. Who are you? I asked. Tears bordered her smooth eyes. I'm General Burla. Ambassador Deedwhirl made me come. I am the only one who, voted against Earth attack. The UN soldiers relaxed, but shared a few rattled glances of their own. Several were huddling near the shuttle, distancing themselves from Burla. The faint hairs on Marcel's arms stood upright, and he ruffled my ears for comfort. I coaxed him forward, bringing us across from the Tillfish. "Slanek, what are you doing?" The human hissed. My ears pinned back. "Face your fears, right? That's what I did with you. This is no different." General Burla bent lower to the ground, unable to look the human in the eye. A ripple passed through Marcel's throat before he narrowed his pupils. The human extended a trembling hand, keeping his palm flat. The Tillfish must have been briefed on Terran mannerisms, because she placed a delicate leg atop his fingers. "Well, at least someone on this rock has a conscience," the vegetarian wheezed, jerking his arm back. "Where can we set up shop? With any luck, the ground occupation will get rolled back soon." Burla flicked her antennae in the city's direction. Follow me. Please. There's a few things you should know." Marcel tucked his hands behind his back, trying to look formal as the squad leader. The medals on his chest were recent adornments. The new Secretary General issued them to anyone wounded in defense of Earth or the Cradle. I couldn't think of anyone who deserved a commendation more than my friend. "Go on, he's listening," I chimed in. "Is there something to be concerned about, General?" Bela clicked her mandibles. "We're having tea trouble with unrest and dissidents. En masse protests. Many people don't want a human invasion." Marcel raised his eyebrows. "That doesn't surprise me at all. How bad is it?" The exterminators pulled together some rogue generals. "They're offering a bounty for every human killed. We'd deal with it, but the surrendering members complied with your disarmament demands, and the anti-human factions didn't hand over their weapons, leaving your government with no way to stop them." Look, not every protester is violent. There's demonstrations everywhere, like I said. I don't know if you allow such things be, but last I checked, the UN affirms the right to free speech. But we may impose martial law until things settle down. The Tillfish general shuddered with relief before climbing onto a monorail train. The insectoid retreated to the furthest corner as the Terrans piled in, and automated doors sealed us in the tight space. Marcel ensured that all equipment was brought aboard before leaning against a wall. I nuzzled his elbow, desperate for attention. The human smiled as he tickled my chin. You are still adorable, Slanik. You could get away with anything. Anything? I repeated, with a devious ear flick. What if I told the Tillfish that you want to give her a belly rub? No. You little shit. You wouldn't. I didn't respond. Turning to the window with a contented stare, Marcel withdrew his hand, crossing his arms with an irritated huff. The vegetarian noted the mirth in my eyes as the supersonic train hurtled along. But the playfulness seeped out of my demeanor once I caught glimpses of the chaos. Judging by the corpses in the streets, stampeding began prior to our arrival. The human soldiers peered out the windows, though the carnage was an unfocused blur. Bringing a predator military to a homeworld inspired panic, especially for the stated purpose of an occupation. The grisly sight reminded me of the cradle when we rescued Nulia. Whatever the Tillfish once were, this is not hunter behavior. The public sure isn't lumping themselves in with humans. General Bella twisted her antennae, scrutinizing the predator's responses. I half expected Marcel to stop the train and rush off to help the victims. Instead, the red-haired human pursed his lips with discomfort. Our top priority was subduing the populace and making the area safe for Terran travel. The train glided to its stopping point, a terminal which emptied into a city square. The humans continued to gawk at the scenery while clutching their guns tighter. Tillfish protesters were packed into the square. The ones that hadn't fled the settlement came out as a welcoming party. Insect bodies spanned as far as the eye could see. Good grief. We've got to get them to disperse, Marcel muttered. A gathering of this size, in our faces. The vegetarian conferred with several comrades before the grunts began assembling equipment. I hoped there was non-lethal weaponry in their cache. These were civilians exercising sapient rights Earth validated. It would disappoint me if humanity began their reign by squashing all expression. General Burla clicked her mandibles. You need a way through the crowd. We saved armored vehicles for you. Please, no massacre. Will humans even fit in your trucks? Marcel asked with raised eyebrows. I can't imagine your sitting arrangements are meant for us. These train seats look like step stools with 6 tiny holes inserted. We replaced the upholstery with biped-designed seats, like we use with Venlil or Kolshin guests. The Terran soldiers lugged some sort of speaker out of the train. The predators clambered atop a vehicle's hood and secured the acoustic device to the roof. Marcel hopped into the flatbed, which I took as my cue to follow. These trucks were not self-driving like the ones on Earth. Another human moved behind the wheel. Tillfish protesters jeered at the sight of us. Several individuals sported homemade exterminator gear. Lighters and matches were among weapons I saw. My human shouted for every friendly to stay behind the truck before bringing a microphone to his mouth. Please, return to your homes, Marcel barked. Martial law is in effect until further notice. Public gatherings are not permitted until the United Nations has secured the area. Dutchly sanctioned curfews will be enforced. Die predator scum. A voice shrieked. More followed in quick succession. We're not like you, no matter what any Colchian says. I will not be your cattle. Human filth don't belong on Silas. Burn! Chants of burn swept across the gathering, and the agitated protesters closed on our position. This was no longer about sapient rights. The situation changed the second they threatened my friends. Nobody was going to torch my human alive. The thought of him suffering again twisted my heart. The blinders were helpful in narrowing the scope of the incident. I focused on compartmentalizing my emotions, listing the facts to myself. We were the ones with guns, backed by a predator army. Even if the situation worsened, all I needed to do was pick off a single target. You can do this, Slane. Your fear does not control your actions. You want to protect Mark. I raised my gun with a steady grip, but Marcel's eyes widened in alarm. He pushed the barrel down with a palm, shaking his head. My ears pinned back, not sure why the humans stopped me from defending myself. Wasn't that what they wanted me to do? Killing should be a last resort, the vegetarian hissed. Always. Life is a precious thing. Non-lethal options are going to be exhausted first. Marcel fiddled with the settings on his speaker. There was nothing audible to my sensitive ears, but waves of tillfish halted in their tracks. The insects began clutching audio sensors, and some vomited. The device must be concentrating amplified sound in a narrow beam. None of the humans behind the truck were affected. There was the verdict. Terrans weaponized everything. Marcel, as gentle as he was, had planned for the eventuality of disorder from the beginning. I imagined he'd also brought other tools in case the sonic attack didn't work. The predators always had a backup plan, or a contingency, since I'd worked with them. And soldiers began firing grenades into the crowd, which drew a cacophony of screams. But rather than maiming the civilians, it dispersed a milky gas into the air. I wondered if it was a sleeping vapor, at first. The effects kicked in almost immediately, leaving tillfish crying and coughing. Blinded, several staggered off the gas cloud in a loopy panic. I winced with sympathy at the collapsed bodies, recognizing that they were in severe pain. Perhaps the unruly tillfish would take this as proof of human cruelty, but I saw it for what it was. It was an attempt to incapacitate a hostile group without any desire to kill civilians. These measures flourished on Earth due to the violence of Terran stampedes. Marcel cleared his throat. Please disperse. We do not wish to arrest or harm anyone. A designated time will be set to air grievances in a civilized manner. The vegetarian spoke in an impassive voice, like this was an ordinary decree. Some tillfish heeded his warning this time, trying to escape the jam-packed square. The agonizing weapons must have made them rethink swarming the predator's locale. The humans took the crowd's disorientation as a chance to push forward. Our vehicles rolled ahead, with a line of soldiers leading the way. On guards in stampede gear began grabbing a few tillfish and wrangled them into custody. Unwilling insects were hauled away from their friends, shrieking and writhing. Marcel repeated his warning about the planet being under Terran control. The sight of advancing predators, bulked up from head to toe, was enough to spark flight responses in all but the boldest few. With the civilians flushed out of our immediate vicinity, we could find a campsite. You are efficient, General Burla decided. Much more organized than the Greys. And you took prisoners, Humor flickered in my human's eyes. We're not going to execute people off the streets, if that's what you're implying. Our job is to stabilize the region and integrate Silas as a UN vessel. What does our planet look like under your rule? I worry about being beholden to predators, especially if we are what they say. We might, regress. Annexation comes with certain rights and privileges, unlike total war. We're not forcing anyone to modify their lifestyle or beliefs. For all the baseless fears of human predation being contagious, not a single Venlo in the exchange program developed an appetite for murder. What I had been forced to do was broaden my horizons. Earth was untamed and dangerous. The perilous environment helped me modify my beliefs. The idea of controlling my instincts and tolerating some risk became palatable. I achieved feats I didn't know were possible for someone of a meek disposition. Humans challenged my preconceptions at every turn, their friendship and their empathy, how my bond with Marcel was close as family, that impacted me more than binocular eyes ever could. Getting paired with Marcel is the best thing that ever happened to me, I said. He is patient and kind. You can trust him. The human bared his teeth. Thanks, buddy. We make a good team. Our exchange hadn't convinced the Tillfish general, but I saw hope in her story. A single official had the conviction to stand up for the predators, to believe that they deserved to live. Silas had been relinquished without a drop of bloodshed so far. Even if it was a disproportionate balance, some civilians could come around. Marcel outlined plans for humanity to cement a foothold in the city and gather a tally of its populace. The masses were in shock from Silani's interview. They needed help deriving meaning. We'd spend a few days getting settled before we reclaimed rogue areas. Havens for anti-human extermination officers and military leaders were the real issue. Clearing those territories might be where the Terrans summoned their lethal arsenal. The United Nations would have this newly conquered world brought to heel, one way or another. The nature of predators, 74, memory, transcription, subject. Governatava of the Venlo Republic, Gate, Standardized Human Time, November 28, 2136. It shouldn't have been complicated for species to denounce the Federation's actions. The issue was that some saw the gene rewrites as merciful and couldn't pinpoint the moral conundrum. The United Nations opened their doors to former omnivores, launching genetic research and sharing biology lessons. As the Venlo always did, we placed our full support behind the predator's actions. Launching the lab-grown meat initiative proved easy, with some quick thinking from Terran diplomats. Human refugees worked the operation and passed it off as a desperate attempt to feed Earth. It was announced later that the predators were selflessly handing over their food supply in a deal they brokered with the Arxer. I wasn't involved at all, so the political blowback might pass over me. If this exchange goes smoothly, humanity will be able to say that they rescued millions of Venlo. Using frozen cell samples from Earth, we'd churned up enough meat for the trade. It was a sickening process, but I reminded myself of the cause. The Terrans facilitated the release of Arxer prisoners from the cradle as well. Our side of the bargain was upheld. I was stuck waiting anxiously for the results, with Noah and Sarah. Hospitals across the habitable zone were prepping for the influx of patients. Many humans volunteered to help the rescued Venlo, but they were ordered to wear full concealment gear at all times. We didn't want the former cattle assuming they were transferred from one predator's custody to another. Sarah squeezed my shoulders reassuringly. Your people will be here any minute. We have no reason to assume that Isif will betray us. I don't know about trusting an Arxer, Noah growled. True herbivores like the Venlo must have a lower status than ever with the recent news. The Dominion could decree that they belong as cattle. I took a shuddering breath. Noah is right. Why hasn't General Cam communicated anything? Did the Greys attack us? With uncanny timing, my holopad buzzed in my grip. It appeared to be the Venlo military frequency, with the right encryption and validations. My prosthetic tail bunched up with anticipation, and I tried for a placid expression. News of a successful rescue would be a welcome sound. The face that flickered onto the vid screen was no Venlo, though. It was the scaly visage of an Arxer, with slit pupils directed on camera. Fear rippled through my veins. I wondered why we were being contacted by a reptilian. It took a substantial effort to soothe myself, reminding my brain that the predator couldn't attack through a holopad. Once I got my bearings, I used a chip tooth to identify the creature as Isif. Dun, Chief Hunter. My voice sounded more like a question, but I managed to gasp out the words. Was there something wrong with the parcel? The humans meted out the allot. The Arxer leaned back. No, everything went smoothly. The liberated cattle were sent to an abandoned colony, where your people picked them up. Your transports are approaching Venlo Prime now, so I would make preparations. Hey. Good. How did you access this sea channel? And why? Study and observation. Venlo ships have poor security protocol. I mean no insult, it's a simple fact. Anyways, I wish to thank you for your cooperation. The reptilian growled with discomfort, avoiding eye contact. It was clear he'd never extended gratitude before. Assuming he spoke the truth, it was a relief to hear that everything had gone according to plan. I was nervous about announcing the result to the public. The humans needed to dress the news up with a meticulous brush. I just wanted to free my people. No sapient creature deserves to live like that, I stuttered. I have never liked what we do. The news from Alpha, you know what I'm referring to, is a gut punch. Some in the Dominion are moving the goalposts to what qualifies as a predator, but not everyone is all right with eating true sapients. Not my words. You don't seem torn up about your diet. I already believed that we were eating true sapients, Governor. I must dissociate myself from such matters. When there is no choice, responsibility cannot be assigned. It did surprise me that the Arxer are not the first victims, but it does not impact my judgment. Victims. The Arxer. One can be both a victim and an oppressor. Your kind, my kind, we are alike in that way. Life is complex. The Arxer scanned the camera frame, noting the humans in the background. Outrage flashed in his eyes as he saw the obfuscating gear. Nobody forced Noah and Sarah to hide. The United Nations agreed that freed cattle wouldn't befriend predators. They chose to help the traumatized souls despite those hurdles. I confess, I had another reason for this call. Secretary General Zhao is not a man of words, Isif growled. I knew if I contacted Tarva, I could cut through the red tape. Get on the line with you on diplomats, yes? Sarah shrugged. I'm a scientist who happened to be on the first contact team. My expertise is biology and environmental science, not politics. I'm the Venlo ambassador, but only because I led the first contact mission. No one expected to chat with extraterrestrial life. I'm not trained for this either, Noah agreed. The Arksha lashed his tail. Noah and Sarah, I know of you both, and I do not care about your experience levels. Humanity's handling of the subjugated worlds is shaving scales back on risks, not in a good way. Claiming Tilfish territory as your jurisdiction, and demanding that we stand down. The Tilfish surrendered to us, Noah retorted. The Arksha shouldn't be attacking anyone on our side. The chief hunter flared his nostrils and threw a sideways glance at me for support. I offered a submissive tail swish. The last thing I wanted was to get involved in a dispute between humanity and the Arksha. That said, I was surprised that the United Nations hadn't allowed their carnivore friends to finish the glassing. Sworn enemies weren't worth a deadly confrontation with the Greys. Isif's eyes narrowed to intimidating slit. Let me restate the issue. I am in charge of only one sector, and by taking Silis, you pissed off another chief hunter. One who's not as forgiving, charming, and flexible as myself. Noah jabbed a finger at the screen. Tell that commander conquering a surrendered state is the human way. We do things differently. Try again. I need a convincing reason not to ignore your tactless decree. We could finish the orbital campaign, regardless of human presence. For the life of me, I do not see a reason to spare someone who attempted your extinction. Glassing resources that could be under our control is just wasteful. Whether you want a planet for food, precious metals, labor, or fuel, conquest keeps everything at your disposal, forever. We are willing to provide the Arksha with compensation, a slice of the pie. Not to mention, the Tilfish are former omnivores. The more data we have on the Kolshians' cure, the more we can learn about the Arksha's history, Sarah chimed in. We can protect ourselves in case the Federation attempts to use biological warfare again. The chief hunter scrutinized the humans for several seconds. Earth needed to discover a way to reverse the modifications, if only to safeguard themselves. Helping altered species recover their natural state was a bonus. Duly noted. I will convey your desire for a larger sustainable catch, Isif said. Take care. Good luck with your rescue, Governor Tava. I flicked my new tail. I'll look forward to our next conversation. See Chief Hunter, Isifta. The Arksha ended the transmission, and I fell back into Noah's strong arms for comfort. With the cattle en route to the hospital, I had to pull myself together quickly. Anything that would shatter the impression of safety had to be concealed. The humans understood this program was about those poor souls, millions of them. They've never done anything on this scale. Integrating these broken Venlo might be more difficult than the exchange part. Multiple transports docked at the drop-off area of the hospital. Venlo medical professionals barked orders with an assertiveness that might have come from humans. Even the rescues without visible injuries were brought to a hospital room for checkups and therapy. Noah and Sarah checked their gear as we heard gurneys rolling down the hallway. The Venlo pair that were rolled into our room were a sorry sight. Sympathy stabbed at my heart. Their fur was mangy and matted, soot-colored from grime accrual. Both of their eyes were glassy, unresponsive to any stimuli. I could see brands torched into their neck, similar to the script I'd seen on Nisif's keyboard. Noah and Sarah rushed to lift each Venlo onto a bed. The first patient screamed at their touch. The predators flinched from the noise before massaging her neck with calming intent. They hoisted the rescue onto the mattress, affected by her pitiful bleats. The two Terrans fluffed the pillow and swaddled her in a blanket like a baby. "You're safe now," Sarah whispered. "We're coming right back." The humans walked to the other rescue assigned to us, a male. They made sure to approach head-on, forgetting that our peripheral vision was expansive. The Venlo shook as they picked him up, digging his claws into Sarah's hair. The Terran scientist disregarded the poking sensation and stroked his pinback ears gently. "This is home, Venlo Prime. We can reunite you with your families." Noah spoke in a higher voice than normal, trying not to growl. "We are going to help you. Can you tell me your names?" The male rescue shuddered. 1-5. "No, that is not your name. You're not a number, you're a person. With hopes, dreams, and a future. I think I used to be called Glim. Glim, doi." The Terrans dipped their heads, and Sarah scrawled the name on his bedside chart. She retrieved a water glass, tensing as Glim lapped the liquid like an animal. I sprang into action, offering water to the female Venlo. She was rocking back and forth in the blankets, teary eyes sealed shut. It must be overwhelming to return to society after so long. I retrieved a brush and began to untangle her curly fur. It reminded me of how I used to comb my daughter's neck while her father packed her lunch for school. Forcing that memory away, I got to work on the testy knots. The rescued Venlo went stiff as a board, sinking back into a listless state. "You can rest if you want." "You're safe, really," I murmured. Her eyes reflected the harsh, artificial light. "I can know you. Vi Venlo Ambassador ti Tarva Betad." "I know you. Yes, I am Tarva. I'm the Homeworld Governor now. I'd love to hear your name." "Hazy. Love you, Ime. You probably don't remember. I ran the Venlo Museum of History. Used to ask you for Federation grants." "Yes, that's right. It's like that was someone else." That did strike a faint recollection from my mind. Noah's breath hitched, belying his concern. Perhaps that was in reaction to her strained voice, which sounded raw from disuse. Her words lacked the warm cadence of the Venlo dialect. "Hazy, I'm glad that we met again." "That person was you, not anybody else," I said. "I'm sure the museum would love to have you back when you get better." "You're going to get better." It was touching to see how patient the predators were. With empathy on par with my own, Sarah followed my example, untangling Glim's pelt. A wash would do the two Venlo good, allowing them to feel sapient again. The Arksher had stripped these poor souls of their dignity, and a little grooming might return some normalcy. Noah knelt by Glim's bed, squeezing his paw gently. "What was your old profession, buddy? Maybe we can get you back in the field too." Dangerous, how I got captured," the Venlo stammered. "Colony work, I think. We're starting our own colonies now. Send out a few Ark ships after. Never mind. Do you remember the specifics of your work? Preparing untamed areas for habitation. Extermination officer." The human ambassador jerked back, like Glim had struck him in the chin. Sarah paused at the brushing task and processed the new information. If this individual was someone who killed predators before his capture, there was no reason to think Akshar mistreatment changed his stance. I could imagine Glim's absolute horror when he realized who he was speaking to. For a second, I thought both humans were going to abandon the assignment. The two of them would feel uncomfortable, at best, caring for a predator killer. It would make sense if the Terrans requested a transfer and found someone more suitable to work with. Noah took several deep breaths before rising to his full height. Extermination officer, huh? That's a controversial profession these days, the human said. Glim squinted. Controversial? Why? Oh, don't worry about it. We'll fill you in on recent events later, but there's no need to rush your readjustment. The extermination officer seemed unsatisfied with that answer, but he didn't press Noah further. It was a positive sign to see a spark of interest, however fleeting. Curiosity would give the rescues back their agency, but I could only imagine their reactions when they discovered our close alliance with predator neighbors. Predator neighbors who were supposed to be dead and were written off as warlike monsters. Who are you? Who are you? Why do you cover your face? Heisey squeaked. I don't recognize you. Sarah cleared her throat. We're, Gaians. This mask is a cultural thing, as is the attire. We made first contact with the Venlil Republic 4 months ago. You discovered FTL on your own? Before the Federation found you? Yes. Sort of. Both Venlil studied the Gaians with confusion. Any intelligent being would notice the pieces weren't adding up. As much as I wanted to welcome the former cattle back to our society, the humans presented a challenge. It was difficult enough for normal Republic citizens to tolerate our unique friends. I hoped the Terrans could find a way to keep the truth under wraps for the time being. The nature of Predator's 75 memory transcription subject. I, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command 8 US Standardized, Human Time, November 28, 2136. An observer that only witnessed the clash between the Federation coalition, and the humans wouldn't notice the Kolshians' strength. But watching Commonwealth heavyweights scrap with the Mazics, it was clear they knew more about martial policy than they let on. Their fleet stayed on the move, with tactics that bordered on predatory. One ship would distract a defending vessel, while others flanked it and cut it off from its allies. The Mazics had several disadvantages to make matters worse. They were tied to the defense of Koa, similar to humanity's pitfall, while protecting Earth. Their ships were also large and slow-moving, as they had to be spacious enough to accommodate the bulky mammals. Speedy cruisers, like Slanik and Marcel's patrol boat, didn't exist in their arsenal. Tyler straightened his jacket. Gujid, what's the situation? Friendly casualties. The Kolshians managed some lucky hits with the ambush fleet. Our tally's down about 100, give or take. I should have clarified. I was asking about the Mazics. Optically, it looks like they're getting overrun on the viewport. Good news. The enemy were holding back until we got here. Needed to drag this on long enough to lure us in. But the Mazics are getting their teeth kicked in, sir. Point defenses are inoperable on both lunar satellites, and their ship count is bleeding. Onso maneuvered the viewport, while his reddish ears pricked up. Our warship was blazing toward Koa's orbit, with the rest of the UN fleet. The lush vegetation across the planet was mixed with city lights, without any ashen patches. Sensors confirmed what my eyes told me, with no signs of residue from a bomb. The 6 billion souls on world were safe, for now. However, Federation vessels were encroaching on the Mazik's inner sanctum. Friendly resistance had become negligible, the marker of an overwhelming defeat. Escape pods were jettisoned from a few craft, but the Kolshians pounced on any they saw. It was bizarre to watch a true herbivore receive predator treatment just for defecting. I hope Venlo Prime is heavily fortified. They must be viewed as the biggest traitors of all, the ones to blame for humanity's survival. Tyler bit his lip. This reminds me of Earth. We were powerless to stop them. When our air was venting, and the captain ordered us to abandon ship. You thought it was the end of humanity, Onso finished. I'm sorry. Me too. Makes me nostalgic for the cradle, and that was a fucking war zone. Carlos nodded. It was all simpler then. Sam and I were stationed at The Hague during the cradle landing. Yeah, guard duty was better than playing war crime bingo. Samantha snorted. Wonder if we're ever going to fry. Sorry, you treat those bird bastards. Freudian slip. Something flashed in the sandy-haired officer's eyes. Tyler's gaze darted over to me and lingered for a long moment. The tall guy swallowed hard, looking rather distracted. The Yochel seemed clueless to his friend's deliberation, but I wondered if Marcel's packmate had stumbled upon my identity. My guard's previous post implied they would have at least cited Gojit criminals. Carlos pinched his nose. Where are you going to find an impartial jury? Or a legal defender? Do the dumplings even deserve a trial at all? The female guard bared her teeth, darkness swirling in her green eyes. I think they should commit suicide, by bullet to the back of the head. We don't execute POWs. Sam, sometimes I really hope you're being facetious. Yeah, my bad. I guess the rights of murderers are a priority. 1 billion civvies dead is just a statistic, right? As the UN guards bickered, Captain Monahan did a sweep of the bridge. Every station was in smooth order, ready for another bout of battle. Both the Kolshians and the Maziks had noticed our approach. Friendlies were flooding our comm station with pleas. It must be difficult for humans to sort out which regions carried the highest importance. Do we have an intercept course, Gojid? Tyler opened and clenched his fist, glowering at his console. Or should I say, Ingzovlin? I blinked. Sir, do your job. We'll deal with this later. My heart leapt up into my throat, and fear slowed my thought process. Humans hadn't caused spine bristling in a while, but my brain knew Tyler was a threat. I never meant for the sandy-haired officer to identify me. All I wanted was to help the UN win this battle and achieve retribution. Samantha and Carlos abandoned their squabble. The male guard tensed up, in case Tyler moved to assault me. While I was grateful that he was willing to protect me, I didn't want his interference. A beating from Marcel's packmate was the least I deserved. If anything, I wish the herbivore human had struck me during his visit. Ponso gawked at me. You two know each other? Not. Did I authorize you to chat? Tyler snarled. Where the fuck are those intercept routes? The Yochel ducked his head. Sorry, my friend. I've never seen you act like this. It's making me uncomfortable. Not you. You can talk as much as you want, Onso. I need a distraction from this chucklefuck. Tyler squeezed his eyes shut, but his knuckles were turning white. I don't think the big guy realized he was granting a peek of his canines. Captain Monahan drifted past the sensor station, and worry creases lined her forehead. Our commander must have picked up on the tension, because she hovered by us for an extra second. Status report. Monahan cleared her throat, rapping the desk. Got anything for navigations? I'm concerned we might be too late for Koa. I squinted at the readout and chewed at my claws. And no viable intercept courses. We can't get there in time. Several Federation ships are minutes from orbital range. What if the Mazics stop them or slow them down? Ma'am, the Mazics are all but dead in the water. I used to believe the Federation would never bomb their own. I fear that's wishful thinking these days. The Terran captain meandered back to her chair with a thoughtful expression. My gaze focused on the viewport, trying to block out Tyler's sideways looks. If nobody was removing me from my duties, I wasn't going to broach the topic. A predator like myself could be helpful to Koa's defense. This was the only way I could justify my existence. Our warship cruised ahead, well above recommended acceleration. The engines were going to be burned out when all was said and done. The humans accepted serious risks to save innocent lives. I don't know how I didn't see their compassion from the start. The predators intended to stand up for the Mazics, even if on paper. It was too late. Farsal armor-heavy ships hung back, determining where to insert their presence. The vessels nipped at the heels of any Mazic stragglers and executed flanking maneuvers with ease. I wonder if these would become the standard Federation model, given the new variables. Humanity's shield breakers wouldn't be as powerful against armored craft. Chaos kinetic railguns better have a lot left in the tank. It'll be like biting on granite if not. iMazic assistance calls continued to register on Terran bandwidth. The amount had dipped, which correlated with rapid casualties on sensors. The Federation was on a bombing trajectory, unimpeded. Only a few hundred defenders were left. Concern was visible on the faces of many human crew members. Onso yipped with indignation. 5 vessels of Farsal make, forming a barricade in our path. Should we slow down? No. We should speed up, Tyler growled. I guarantee our nerves a hell of a lot stronger than theirs. Samantha grinned. That's not saying much. But I'm all for painting a bullseye on their back. Converted Tillfish gunships, now decked out in UN insignia, hugged our sides. The allied duo broke with our pace and threw a little extra into the throttle. The Farsal vessels were waiting to put up an ionic barrier. They must have noticed the magnetic bombs. It didn't make sense to establish fortifications that would be knocked out. Fortunately, our warship still toted our plasma railgun. The 5 hostiles waited for the telltale energy spike before raising shields. Between the exorbitant armor and the well-timed barrier, our target shrugged off the blast. I could see a gash in the hull plating, but the enemy could seal off the compartment. Terran gunships went after the damaged foe, but the other Farsal condensed around their weakest link. Armor tailored to kinetics was the Predator's match. These ships were designed to function past shield failures. I wasn't sure how even the humans could thwart these measures. If combat dragged on, it would waste precious time for the Mazic homeworld. Onso shoved me out of the way. We have to reach Koa. I'm going to take a look, since Gojit Sovlin hasn't done anything useful. My first instinct was to challenge the primitive. This wasn't the time to make a fool of himself. Did the Uplift think he could join a predator exchange program and magically qualify for tactical roles? Fighting wars in the third dimension was a far cry from tilling fields. Humans, of all species, should understand how behind the times Onso was. I couldn't believe he was anything more than the ship mascot. The only reason I bit my tongue was to avoid provoking Tyler further. It was the officer's job to intervene here, despite any notion of friendship. However, the Yotul was correct on my inefficacy. Tyler recognizing me weighed on my psyche, and guilt made it difficult to conjure up tactics. Perhaps asking for a transfer couldn't wait for the battle's conclusion. Once the marsupial floundered for a bit, I could hand the station over to Carlos and Sam. Do ramming tactics work? We could clip them on the side. Velocity and mass are in our favor, Onso said. Long as we don't strike them head-on, we should remain operational. Tyler stroked his chin. Navigations will need to find a perfect angle. We don't want to knock out any vital functions. Well, we don't even have to take these Farsal out. They're stationary. They won't catch us if we pass them. Just need to shove the bastards aside. The sensors officer relayed the findings to Monahan, who brought the nav station into the loop. Our warship drifted toward a fossil ship's flank. The course adjustment was incremental. The Terran gunships took the lead, distracting our opponents with kinetics. It hadn't taken humans long to discover how atrocious prey were at multitasking. Our tail was angled away from the target. That was an attempt to keep the engine secure. Despite my skepticism on an Uplift's capabilities, Onso was quick thinking. I wondered if he had predator disease, with such a knack for violence. It was one thing with human hunters, but genuine herbivores weren't meant for aggression. Kare Yotul doctors even trained in signs of predator disease? Do they screen for it in children at all? Carlos tugged me into a seat, as our collision was imminent. The male guard looked nervous, listening to crash alarms on the PA. In contrast, Samantha's eyes smoldered with venom. She showed little concern for her welfare. That predator was a kindred spirit in many ways, having lost enough to seek vengeance at any cost. Our spacecraft broadsided the enemy, hurling it out of our path. The impact sent a jolt through our frame, and my head whipped forward. A harness sucked me back into my seat. I hadn't even noticed Carlos fasten it. Several predators seemed disoriented by the crash, but navigations managed to retain control. Onso howled with delight. You guys are insane. Can't believe that worked. If you can't believe it worked, then why the fuck did you suggest it? I groaned. Tyler glared at me, eyes stony. You did great, Onso. If I didn't need you on the viewport, I'd stick you in that spiky bastard's place now. Not wishing to respond, my gaze shifted out the viewport. The Farsal craft was torn asunder, with its armor caved in from the wreck. The engine had given out as well, leaving it immobile. Momentum flung the enemy well out of position, and likely incapacitated the occupants. I couldn't imagine inertial dampeners kept up with that drastic shift. The humans didn't stop to admire their handiwork, with Koa within reach. There were no conflicts in the nearby vicinity. Mazic friendlies had vanished from the sensor data after their final stand. Our comm station had gone quiet long ago, aside from the occasional status request from the surface. I didn't want to guess at the casualty count. Captain Monaghan was expressionless, presiding over the bridge. How could she retain such stoicism, knowing the imminent tragedy ahead? Humanity had raced to the Mazik's defense and wrought havoc on the Federation assailants. Our victory was convincing and swift, enough so to rout the ambush fleet from shock. Hostiles reached orbital position all the same, and left the predators with no good options. I could see the Kolshians hovering above the green orb, poised to drop their payloads. This homeworld had been stripped of its defenses, and the army was in shambles. We could kill every last enemy, but I didn't see a way to stop bombs from striking the planet. Predator fleet, come in. The voice crackling over the radio was unmistakably Kolshian. Change your vector now, or we will drop antimatter weapons on the planet. This is your only warning. Murmurs rippled across the bridge, but Monaghan raised a hand for silence. Command's orders to take up a holding pattern were immediate. Human empathy wouldn't permit them to sacrifice civilians. Was allowing the Federation to subdue the Maziks a good alternative, though? It would turn a valuable ally into a puppet state. The United Nations agreed upon our captain's name when she offered to handle communications. Our battle-tested ship, unfortunately, carried seniority within the hodgepodge Terran fleet. The humans' original constructions were gutted during the Krakatlu invasion. Surviving craft were few and far between. Qualified officers were in limited supply as well. Our captain's position was unenviable, in my view. I wasn't sure what room there was to negotiate with those tentacled liars, or what an acceptable outcome was. More baffling was that the Kolshians spoke to the human military at all. It was a blessing the predators didn't request my input. Monaghan pressed a microphone to her lips. Federation attackers, we've halted our advance. We'd like to talk. Let's find a resolution that doesn't involve innocent bloodshed, all right? The captain signaled to the comm station, and the technicians extended a hail. All we could do was wait for the Kolshians' response. Predatory might wouldn't save the day here. A single bomb hitting a Mazik metropolis would kill millions, which forced us to the bargaining table. It was time to see how crafty humans were in endeavors beyond fighting. The nature of Predator's 76 memory, transcription subject, Wine Captain Sovlin, United Nations, Fleet Command Date, East Standardized Human Time, November 28, 2136. The human fleet maintained their positions, while the Mazik homeworld sat our anomalies in a precarious spot. Our hail was still transmitting, though the enemy hadn't picked up. An evacuation transport soared out of the atmosphere, scrambling civilians to safety. The Kolshians nailed the spacecraft with plasma and aimed it just right to take it out of commission. It seemed that they weren't trying to decimate it after all. Captain Monaghan's nostrils flared with agitation. Federation coalition, you fire on civilian targets again, and our ceasefire is over. We will not tolerate such actions. A violet Kolshian blinked onto a holoscreen. You're not going to sacrifice the Maziks for victory and glory? Are you actually clever enough not to show your heartless side? I question who the heartless ones are when you're the ones threatening a civilian populace. I couldn't care less about victory. We're here to save lives. That's what humans stand for. The enemy commander paced back and forth, unfazed by the visual of a predator. His crew was a homogeneous blend of Kolshians, rather than including aliens. The emerald surface of Koa was visible in their viewport, along with 3 target locks on the sensor readout. If I didn't know better, I would think the Commonwealth officer didn't know what to do. He waved a tentacle. Damn it. We never wanted to kill them. We wanted to kill you. This fight wasn't supposed to happen like this. Tell me something I haven't heard before, Samantha grumbled beside me. Tyler glowered at her. Silence. Luckily, my guard's quip wasn't picked up on the call. One wrong word could end in catastrophe for the civilians. I was relieved to hear the Kolshians didn't want to initiate the bombing. At least there was some morality among their ranks, however low the bar was. The Terran captain took the incendiary statement in stride and curved her lips down. Well, why don't you fight us then? What is it that you want? Monahan demanded. The Kolshian's eyes bulged. We want you to stop gaining power, predators. Nicholas is right. You show no restraint in your wars. Your aggression is the crocodile's, 100-fold. And your solution to this perception is untampered aggression of your own. I guarantee if you bomb Koa, you're going to give more species reasons to leave the Federation. Millions of death. That blood will be on your conscience forever. Then, back off. You won't. You're too proud. Can't do that. Especially given your history of changing species, irreversibly. So which city should I bomb first, Predator? I hear Tlinio has a high industrial capacity. Shame it's a bustling civilian hub too. The Predator captain had her hands behind her back, but I could see her nails digging into her palm. That indignation was something I shared, hearing such callous threats against the planet. It reminded me of the Arxer's disregard for civilians. The Kolshians might have studied hunters a bit too much. Bartering with lives was dishonorable. Monahan bared her teeth and slanted her eyebrows. That's your prerogative. But when humanity reaches Alpha, and we'll glass one Kolshian city for every bomb you drop here. Blood for blood. Should we start with the School of the Flora, or do you have a substitute in mind? You, shut up. If you surrender now, we'll treat your lot under our rules of warfare, as prisoners with fair treatment. Trust me, because of those unrestrained wars you saw, you want us to apply the Geneva Conventions. It's going to be a bad day for you, if we decide those are no longer applicable. I recalled my lawyer's explanation regarding the UN's prohibition of torture. I was curious what other crimes and devices the Earthlings banished in those agreements. It was a safe bet that contraptions humans thought too depraved for use were beyond the realms of our nightmares. All predators were prone to unfathomable cruelty. That was why I'd been able to torture Marcel with such viciousness. Humans are capable of everything the Arxer have done. They choose not to, but nobody wants to see them go fully unhinged. Fear flashed in the Kolshian commander's golden eyes. The intensity in Monahan's hungry gaze brought extra weight to her threat. It was like staring into the countenance of death. That unyielding scowl was an assertion of dominance, whether done consciously or not. I found it difficult to shrug off her animosity, though it wasn't directed at me. I'd rather die than see any of my men surrender to you. As for Aoife, you wouldn't flaunt your cruelty while masquerading for the prey, the Kolshian hissed. Monahan bobbed her shoulders. You're confused. Either we're aggressive predators that can't control ourselves, or we do show restraint. Pick one. You're twisting my words. Alien freak. I have no time for petty insults. What is an acceptable way to get you far, far away from this system? That's what we all want. The Commonwealth officer sported a stricken expression. Hatred sparkled in his eyes, and he stole a glance back at his bridge crew. No captain wanted to watch their subordinates die. I always felt responsible when my plans went awry, and casualties ensued, decisions traced back to the commander. The Kolshians saw in the underlings' faces how much they longed to escape from the predators. The prospect of being hunted by humans terrified them. Terrans were too methodical to outwit. The Akshar could get sloppy due to their food aspirations, but the primates treated war like a mathematical equation. They sought the simplest solution to render the enemy dead. Let 1,500 of our ships leave, and don't attempt to pursue them. A few hundred of us will stay behind, the enemy leader decided. You so much as scan us. I will order a Koa, bombed with the remainder. Monaghan straightened. A smart decision. You don't want to lose so many ships with all the souls aboard. The UN will allow you to flee. That's acceptable to my parameters. Anzo scoured the viewport as ship activity picked up around the planet. The Terran fleet opened avenues for enemy departures and made no efforts to engage them. The more hostiles we cleared out of the area, the lower the maximum casualties were. This was a step in the right direction, as far as I was concerned. The Yochul shook his head. Should I prepare for pursuit? We can't just let those bastards leave. I'll wait for the captain's orders, but I imagine we'll honor our word. It sets a good precedent to be able to negotiate, Tyler answered. Carlos shot a glance at Sam. I know what you're thinking, but it would be nice to have options on the table. Maybe they'll even start letting us surrender, giving us sapient rights. The female human snorted. Dream on. They like us better dead. Sometimes, I think the Federation likes us better dead too. But the truth is, they don't care about us at all, Onso spat. Did you know they offered to destroy our railroads and steamboats? My eyes narrowed at the Uplift's distortion events. The Federation weren't my favorite faction anymore, but clearing out obsolete technology was helpful. I didn't understand why the humans were giving him sympathetic looks. Disgust crossed Tyler's expression, and Carlos wrinkled his nose as well. I chewed at my claws. Well, you don't need them anymore. You're stuck in the past, Onso. No reason to keep relics around. Onso curled his lip. That's what they said. They called it a celebration, as they demolished our shipyards. Maybe we still like the things we built. But the Federation's tech is better. Is this about pride? Pride is not seeking your own identity. Fuck you! Carlos swatted my neck. Erasing someone's culture and beliefs is a form of genocide. I'd think you of all people would understand that, Sovlin. Tyler glared at me before storming off to comfort Onso. The mention of my name was enough to make his blood boil. The wedge between us hadn't been dealt with. My wrongdoing wasn't his fault, and it had never been my intent to disrupt his work. When the current crisis was resolved, I owed the tall human an apology. The fleeing Kolshians had put some distance between themselves and Koa, while rushing to escape the FDL disruptor's range. I imagined they were looking over their shoulder for pursuing predators. None of them eased up on the accelerator, since being the herd straggler was a death sentence. But the humans resisted the urge to chase. They rarely succumbed to hunter desires. Karens can conduct themselves like normal people, despite their deficits. It never ceases to impress me. It's beautiful, isn't it? Captain Monahan turned her back to the camera, gazing at the stars. We never had to fight. We could work to make something better. Quit it with your lies. Counting colonies, 34 worlds have been wiped out since we met you. And you've been here for 4 months, the Kolshian muttered. We didn't start, or even bomb, any of those. It's not our fault everyone keeps attacking us, and abandoning your defenses. You're in cahoots with the Arxia, pulling the strings even. You wouldn't attract them if you weren't rotten to the core. Humans enjoy killing, for all your empathy. I enjoy stopping bad people from hurting others. Nobody else has to die today, certainly not innocent hostages, because you hate us. On our honor, we'll let you all leave unharmed. The Kolshian shifted with discomfort. It was clear he mistrusted the human's proposition. Several of the ships he left behind were making a break for it, without waiting for orders. Flighty captains weren't going to give the predators time to change their mind. It left a sour taste in my mouth to see the enemy getting away. On your honor? The Kolshian flailed with exasperation. What good does that do me? Predators deceive. Monahan snorted. So, do, pray, look at you. I haven't lied to you once, nor has the human race. Please, think of the Mazics. I'm not a murderer. I don't want to kill children, herbivores. Shit, your trick is working. We'll leave. The video feed switched off before the human could respond. The Kolshian ships glided away from Koa's vulnerable surface, maintaining their formation. The Terran fleet honored the non-aggression pact, rather than confronting the enemy. The predators were here to save their allies, first and foremost. The human crew offered a rousing applause for Captain Monahan, which took the aliens by surprise. I was accustomed to the predators' noise level, after living around them for months. Bringing a Terran nearby was a fast way to dismantle peace and quiet. The poor Fisan on comms bucked in agitation, and the Venal observers covered their sensitive ears. Onzo delighted in the ruckus, however, with his primitive sensibilities. The Yochel began yipping and jumping around, like an animal. Monahan allowed the cacophony for a moment, before shouting orders to pipe down. Silence overtook the bridge in an instant. The Terran captain sighed. Let's not pat ourselves on the back yet. This was a good day for us, but I promise the Mazics won't look back as fondly. Comms, hail Koa. The beige mammal on screen answered with immediacy. His eyes were frantic, as though he'd fallen over himself to respond. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the older male as President Kupo. The Mazic leader seemed alarmed to be at the Predator fleet's mercy. Their defenses were laid bare, and the poor guy was frazzled from the assault too. Greetings, Monahan said politely. Do you require any aid? We're happy to assist with search and rescue. There's a civilian hauler immobilized in orbit, for starters. Kubo flared his trunk. No, thank you. We can handle it. What payment can I offer you, humans? We'll give you whatever you want. Payment? We don't want anything from you. Humanity came to your aid because we're allies. You're part of our pack now, as I imagine you would put it. The Mazic was silent for a long time. Something resembling regret flickered in his gaze, though it was gone a second later. The leader composed himself and turned back to the camera. He appeared isolated, in a vast bunker with only a single aide. I never trusted humanity. I wasn't willing to risk my people to help Earth, Kupo said. Even with Silani's revelation, I only committed resources to your team because I saw the Federation was a sinking ship. Now, you protected us, and I am sorry. Please, let us repay your aid. The Terran captain chuckled. All is forgiven, President Kupo. Your choices were relatively tame compared to the genocidal maniacs in the Federation. Oh, human, I stood beside those people for years. It was wonderful, all herbivores working together, in perfect harmony. How did nobody see the truth? I should have. Don't blame yourself. We all see what we want to see. Just like people read evil into us and cherry-pick our worst moments. Because that's what they're looking for. You've had to grovel and scrape for every friend you have, human, but not anymore. The Mazic Presidium will never forget your heroism. I'll set aside my best scientists to support your colonization efforts, and you can have the pick of our abandoned worlds, unless you mind being so close to us. Not one bit. The United Nations would love to cooperate going forward. My ears swiveled away from the dialogue, and I padded away from the sensor station. Pronounced footsteps followed at once, and a shadow fell over my form. Without looking, I knew it was Tyler lurking behind me. He was stalking me with predatory intent. Fear pulsated through my ribcage, and my spines bristled to the point of discomfort. Swallowing, I ambled into the mess hall and swiveled around. The censor's officer's chiseled jawline was rigid, suggesting the human wanted to bite me. His teeth were ill-suited for that, but the subconscious tell was there. Those blue eyes glittered like ice, scorching into my vulnerable areas. I cleared my throat. Sir, I'm sorry for my initial behavior. I panicked when you said Slanek, and I didn't want to disrupt. A fist rammed into my snout before I could flinch. Tyler's punch carried phenomenal power as his calcified bones connected with my skin. I caressed my bleeding nostrils, and the human snaked an elbow around my neck. His knee lurched up into my stomach, knocking out the breath. I doubled over, but the predator's grip kept me from collapsing. Pain overwhelmed my senses, and my conscious mind relished it. Control was slipping away, however, as instinctive panic suppressed my faculties. It took the last of my lucidity to refrain from swiping back. Tyler tightened his hold on my neck before hurling me into a cabinet. I slammed against the upholstery, crumpling in a ball. The human marched ahead with effortless strides and hovered over me. My heart was on the brink of bursting, seeing his malicious snarl. This is what it feels like to be physically beaten and powerless to fight back. You did that to Marcel for a week, the Terran officer spat. No. I coughed out the blood that trickled into my mouth. I hate myself for it. Only didn't K kill myself, so H humans could have justice. The predator watched me crawl on the floor before extending a rough hand. I accepted his paw, allowing him to pull me to my feet. Rather than resuming the slugfest, Tyler helped me to a chair. He retrieved a paper towel from the sink and pressed it to my nose. The primate stepped back. You want to die? Sure, but I'm a sea coward. Tears swelled in my eyes and rolled down in rivulets. Turns out I'm terrible at getting myself killed, and at picking out the monsters who hurt my family. It wasn't Marcel, but any predator sufficed. Shit, man. Did you ever get treatment for PTSD? What you went through was pretty fucked up. You should have never been in a commanding position to begin with. Treatment for what? That didn't translate. I see. Oh, Gus. You should talk to a therapist. I know a good one. It's what Marcel would want. Tyler decided our spat was finished and left me to nurse my wounds. Was mental treatment what Marcel would really want for me? My thoughts harkened back to my cell on Earth and the red-haired human mocking my inability to cope. I was beginning to believe that he realized self-contempt was the worst punishment. Didn't he want me to live with this misery until death's sweet release? But Tyler knows him personally. If he says Marcel would want to help me, with Koa's rescue, I saw that humans stood for the preservation of life. Perhaps that extended to someone like myself, despite my past. It terrified me to explore my predator side. Losing my identity had been devastating. How could anyone grapple with their entire life being a lie? There was one certainty, one absolute truth, in my universe now. It was that humans were the only ones that could stitch this galaxy back together. The Nature of Predators, 77 Memory Transcription Subject, Wanyas, Slanik, Enlil Space Corps, Gateway Standardized Human Time, November 29, 2136 dawn, crept over the horizon, bringing light to Scylla's supercontinent. Human forces milled near a water tower, which marked the border of a small settlement. Tillfish extermination officers were holding the populace hostage, and that eliminated the option of bombing this region. Our current plan was to flush the resistance out. My heart pounded as I rode with Marcel to the rendezvous point. The redhead had warned me that military canines were part of this operation. Fear of non-sapient predators seemed impossible to get over, but I was determined to try. Tyler had texted me videos of his dog after the Battle of Earth. It was clear the two species shared a bond. If the awful beasts are important to humans, I have to try. Being a ghastly predator doesn't inherently make an animal bad. Marcel hopped out of our truck, and I bounded after him. The oxygen-rich environment helped numb my fear, which was a blessing. The dog was sitting among the UN pack, panting with its slobbery tongue. Its soulless eyes pinpointed me, and its ears perked up malevolently. That wasn't even addressing the rotund fangs. "Are you all right, Slynek?" "You look like you're about to faint," the vegetarian growled. My tail drooped between my legs. "Jay, just peachy. He's friendly, bud. These are the most domesticated animals on Earth. Hell, they were known as man's best friend. Before we met Venlil, of course." At this point, I knew the Terrans originally recruited dogs to track down prey. The non-sapients had a sublime sense of smell, but that also meant this mutt could detect my terror. Still, this introduction was something that had to be done. Marcel hung to see that I accepted his hunting ancestry. Maybe it would put my predator phobia to bed for good. I offered a silent plea to the universe that I wouldn't get swallowed whole. My paws carried me closer, and I focused on one step at a time. Every impulse pleaded to run, but I centered my thoughts around Marcel. This time, Slanik was not going to be a liability. If the animal went wild, the humans would protect me. It was their pet, after all. The hideous creature eyeballed me upon approach, and I extended a shaking paw. The monster sniffed, nostrils quivering with hunger. It opened its mouth again, and its tongue snaked toward me. Slobber coagulated on my arm fur, causing me to recoil. Its human handlers offered words of encouragement. Marcel grinned. "See, he likes you. Want to pet him?" I gulped, not wanting to let my human down. The terror had taken the form of a migraine. The pain was a wedge expanding beneath my eyes. The dog scrutinized me, a menacing glint in its pupils. It was sizing me up, waiting to catch me off guard. My training taught me to ground myself and focus on controlling my breathing. I reached to touch its skull and felt its coarse pelt against my paw pads. The vile predator released a guttural grunt, which reverberated in its chest. The malicious bark made me spring back and collide with Marcel. Was the sable demon going to eat me? It must have decided I was prey. The mongrel stood quickly, wagging its tail. It nosed around in the dirt before grabbing a stick in its jaw. It pounced over to me and dropped the twig at my feet. Globs of saliva foamed on the bark, which suggested it had worked up an appetite. The creature emitted a high-pitched whine as I stared dumbfounded. Marcel stooped over and passed the stick to me. "Throw it. Tell Dino to fetch." "Dino?" I questioned. "That's his name." "Come on, let the pupper have some fun." I made a mental note to inquire about the name's origin later. My throw was pitiful, landing just a few feet from where we stood. Dino scampered after it and snapped the twig off the ground. Relief flooded my chest as I realized this was play hunting. The game was predatory, but it meant the dog wasn't hunting me. However, it was a little bone-chilling to consider why dogs would retrieve objects for humans. In the ancient days, this would have been a dead carcass dropped at its owner's feet. Was it tagging along with the soldiers to hunt the tillfish? Would it chase them down and report back to the Terrans with a catch? All as the primates lavished it with good boy praises. That was awesome. Slaynik. Marcel clapped me on the back. "You'd create quite the stir on our internet if they saw this." I guess predators don't eat everything in sight. Do you chow down on every leaf you see? Anyhow, I want to hear you say that you're good to come with us. Where you go, I go. Don't worry. The blinders kept the dog out of my vision. As we clambered into a transport, many humans were grinning at me, and I did my best imitation of a smile. The sight cracked the soldiers up. It was nice to lift their mood, even at my expense. Terrans didn't snarl as much as they used to, ever since 1/10 of their population was lost. No amount of Venlo cutenesses would change that reality. Dino plopped itself beside my paws, resting its thick skull on the floor. The beast appeared tranquil, but its ears were pricked up and alert. I didn't like its chosen proximity to me, and I found myself praying that Marcel would intervene. The vegetarian merely tousled the dog's ears, the way he did with me. Active combat was preferable to this situation. At least, I was equipped to handle that peril. Our vehicle procession didn't get far, since the tillfish holdouts had anticipated UN intervention. Spikes were laid across the main road, and fallen trees had been hauled over the path as well. Side routes were jammed with barricades as well. Humans couldn't drag those away without heavy machinery. It would take an eternity to await equipment. It might have been possible to drive off-road, but footpaths had been coated in gasoline. A tillfish could set the route ablaze. The second, the yuan made a move. Any open land had been accounted for as well. Parks and green spaces had been flooded by local aqueducts. Even if Terran trucks could wade through the water, the muddy earth risked trapping their tires. Marcel nudged me out of the vehicle. "Stay alert, Slane." The exterminators left one route into the city, foot traffic across the roads. "There's a trap waiting for sure." "You won't have the element of surprise," I said. "Thankfully, we have recon drones to scout ahead." "We're not going in dark." "The dog is great at picking up explosives too." Dino placed its nose on the road, sprinting ahead of the humans. I hoped the dog was running off for good. If it became a wild predator, terrorizing the local populace, maybe the Terrans would stop bringing their kind on missions. No predator soldiers made an effort to stop its departure, which suggested the mutt was more trouble than it was worth. The UN infantry readied their weapons and surveyed the area with alertness. I mimicked their movements, though the dwellings nearby seemed vacated. Thermal feeds were relayed to their holopads, granting us their drone's vision. Tillfish was scattered throughout the town square, with many taking refuge in the extermination office. Judging by their location, I assumed those were hostiles. Enemy patrols also wandered the streets, policing the citizenry. The populace was small enough to monitor, and residents had been confined to their homes. That made it easier to differentiate between combatants and hostages. It was best if the innocents remained inside. Hunting down every last hostile would be a challenge regardless, since their forces were spread out across the landscape. I trundled ahead, jogging to match the humans' pace. We weaved around the obstacles placed in our path, and climbed over a few lengthier objects. The persistent predators were tireless as they moved, but my body ached from the strenuous activity. I noticed Marcel favoring the leg he'd been shot in, so I decided not to ask for a ride. "Are you okay?" I asked. Marcel gritted his teeth. "My conditioning's not peak after being injured for months. Recovering from Sovlin's fun room was hard enough. Gotta get my fitness back up, rebuild strength in this leg." "That makes sense. We lose strength if we're sedentary too. Our scientists think that ventral physical activity has declined alongside the native predator population. Fitness isn't as important without threat." "That's probably right. Likewise, our predators, our fitness correlates to our participation in hunting, which we don't do anymore." A resounding bark jolted us out of the conversation. Dino sat beside a crate of black powder, which bore the insignia of mining companies. A fuse was attached, but the device hadn't been triggered yet. The tillfish must be waiting for humans to pass by. It was the extermination officer's humor to weaponize a predator's tactics against them. The dog's handler whistled, and it came running back with eagerness. I guess the mutt wasn't keen on escaping after all. The primates had it under their spell. Come to think of it, even a feral predator wouldn't run away from an easy source of flesh. Terrans must keep control with generous helpings of food. Kate's playing along, because it's learned that humans reward it handsomely. But the second they run out of food, it'll eat them alive. Hey, whatever my thoughts on Dino's motives, it was impressive that humans trained a beast to detect weaponry. Its scouting potential was valuable to our foray, and its sensory abilities made the journey safer. Powder explosives were primitive compared to the Terran arsenal, but I still didn't want to stroll past one. Once our troops were clear of the blast, a UN soldier flung a match at the canister. It erupted with a puff of smoke, churning up the nearby dirt. Marcel waved a hand, and the combat-ready primates pressed on, There had to be tillfish enemies in close proximity if they planned to trigger a blast. Terran drones circled back to our position, searching for hiding hostiles. Marcel whistled. "Come out unarmed. This is over." "We see you." "Yes, you right there." Our surveillance had yet to locate any tillfish, but the bluff fooled the unseen assailants. A trio of insects scuttled out of a burrow and opened gunfire. I snapped my firearm in their direction, focusing on lining up the sights. After a split second of concentration, I depressed the trigger. My bullet pierced through an insect's skull, ejecting brain matter from the wound. The humans reacted swiftly as well, unleashing a string of kinetics. The enemy hit 2 of our men before we shot back, but wandering out into the open spelled their demise. Predators didn't miss a clear, unobstructed target, and this scuffle was no exception to that rule. I drew a shuddering breath. That was my first kill. Sympathy flashed in Marcel's hazel eyes. The first time is the hardest. If it's any consolation, we've all been there. I still remember mine. But you're human. Doesn't matter. Unless you're a sociopath, taking a life is something you wrestle with. You feel like you've changed, and you have changed, Slanik. Just remember what you're fighting for. The Terran Brigade marched toward the town square. I was certain the extermination office was our first target, so this was no time to get emotional. My participation was for my friend's sake. The why was something I had no qualms over. Every bit of training was so that I could be effective, and prove to the galaxy that Venlo weren't a laughingstock. Finding the route to the exterminator's workplace was easy. All we had to do was follow the trail of posters. Several predators stopped to scan visual translators near bulletins. The human likeness, often an unflattering caricature, was visible on many of them. It was obvious the predator-killing guild took particular offense to their presence. Marcel inspected one, shaking his head as he read the translation. The caption asked, "Aigido, these look like arboreal eyes to you." A human was clutching silverware as they stared at a crocodile on a plate. It looked accurate to earth cutlery, which was a nice touch. The artist's rendition had their mane sticking up in all directions, exaggerated fangs curving out of closed lips, and veins popping in dilated eyes. I ambled further ahead and tapped a different poster. It depicted Gojits in a pen, cowering away from a human hand. Earth's silhouette was superimposed in the background, with a foreboding red glow encircling the planet. The tagline read, "Wazalam for all." The refugees themselves could confirm the conditions weren't nefarious. Cattle ships belonged only to the Arxer. The one posted by the entrance at least had a basis in reality. It depicted an actual photograph of human soldiers dropping from the sky as Gojit stampede victims littered the ground. "Coming to a city near you," the propaganda proclaimed. The subtext listed an exterminator recruiting Earl, specifically for volunteers to resist a UN invasion. "I don't think they like us, Slanik," Marcel growled. No clue where I got that impression from, though. I took cover, waiting for humans to breach the door. "You have an uncanny resemblance to the one munching on the crocodile. Is that your long-lost twin?" "Funny, I was thinking it looked more like your mother." "Hey, we're going to settle this after the battle," my predator snarled, revealing his pearly fangs. The UN soldiers exchanged hand signals by the entrance before setting a breach charge. The blast rocked the door off its hinges, and the humans stalked into the building. There were a few rifle bursts as the Terrans picked off the tillfish in the entryway. I shouldered my own gun and slunk into the lobby. Smoke clouded the air, wisps visible in the dimly lit environment. The predators were inspecting a layout of the building. Their first step was to seal off exits. We knew where the bulk of the enemies were located, thanks to the drones. It was a matter of our success clearing them out. The humans were closing in on the rogue exterminators, and I pitied the fools who dared to fight back. The nature of predators, 78 memory, transcription subject. Enlil Space Corps, J.O., Standardized Human Time. November 29th, 2136. The extermination office featured a modest array of cubicles. Past the lobby, there were more employment opportunities than hunting predators. Call centers had to be operational around the clock, and another set of pencil pushers checked web reports. Other workers researched infestations, identifying potential culprits and their method of survival. These briefings prepared the officers for a job's challenges. The humans peered around the entrance before a brave few slid into a cubicle. No gunfire was unleashed at our appearance, so the rest of us took positions. Marcel produced a pocket-sized drone, and the device silently soared into the air. It glided over rows of cubicles, searching for any heat signatures. The miniature robot stopped near a window and zoomed in on 2 tillfish. The predators crept forward, with the same silence their ancestors used to hunt creatures twice their size. Dino mimicked their focus as its handler whispered something to it. The dog seated itself, and I took my opportunity to distance myself. The gun felt light as a feather in my grip. It stayed pointed right at the hiding spot. Marcel poked his gun over the cubicle wall, and his comrades also shoved scopes at the tillfish. Their mandibles clicked with terror, surprised by the primates' stealth. They bent their heads in a gesture of submission. Large predators shouldn't be able to approach without audible cues, yet humans could suppress their footsteps so well. "Please don't shoot us." An insectoid clicked. "We're just it workers. We surrender." Marcel jerked his gun skyward. "Stand up. Walk toward the window." The tillfish scuttled back, though their compound eyes lingered on the predators. My human shouted demands to turn around, but the enemy hesitated to comply. Something was odd about their posture, and I couldn't chalk it up to fear. Their appendages seemed folded to conceal an object. Marcel approached to search the workers. His hazel eyes were narrowed to slits. The tillfish's thoraxes twitched, poised to strike out. Without any consideration, I lunged at one of them. The insect I tackled bucked under my grip and kicked its cohort in the process. I clung on for dear life, reaching for whatever was in its clutches. The humans noticed the downed one was wielding a gun, that its worker was scrambling to right himself. Multiple bullets incised the hostile's exoskeleton before he could enact his plans. Marcel pointed his firearm at the one I was riding, but he couldn't get a clean shot. The tillfish had latched onto my forepaw, which prevented me from dismounting. I screeched as the tillfish slammed me against the wall. Adrenaline surged through my veins like a drug. My free arm shot toward his lens-like eyes, and I sank tiny claws into the smooth flesh. My body crashed to the floor with a thud, knocking the wind from my lungs. The predators pumped the tillfish full of lead before he could try anything else. Some blood splattered onto my fur, painting yellow splotches across my chest. Every muscle in my body quivered as horror washed over me. I crawled back toward the humans and struggled to my feet. Several primates helped wipe the blood off, checking me for injuries. Slanek, for the love of God, why did you not shoot those tillfish? Marcel grunted. I straightened my head fur. Gub you well. I saw them reaching for a weapon. I understand that. My question stands. I don't know. Let's get moving. Terran soldiers swept the room, verifying that other tillfish hadn't stowed away. We progressed to an interior stairwell, which led to the upper floor. The armory was tucked by the landing, but it had been emptied of guns and flamethrowers. The exterminators found a use for every weapon in their possession. I hugged the wall alongside Marcel, using his presence to ground me. Every instinct suggested to hyperventilate and dwell on the bloodshed I'd kick-started. But giving into those thoughts wouldn't facilitate my survival. It would hinder the UN's mission too. These tillfish needed to die because they were a threat to Earth. There was nothing else to consider. These rebels were the strongest advocates for joining that genocidal raid, I imagine. They're responsible for billions dead. Kitty, the predators were hesitant to climb the stairwell. There had been dozens of life signatures in this building, so the bulk were waiting on the top floor. Per the tactics on training drilled into me, this was a choke point. It was advantageous to defenders and forced assailants to cover multiple angles. Grenades weren't a viable option, with their tendency to roll back on us. Is there another way up? I whispered. Marcel shrugged. We could just blow this place to kingdom come, but the brass doesn't want collateral. There's no telling if there's hostages, till we sweep the premises. I'm surprised you didn't suggest dropping out of the sky. That is the human way, as I recall. Intel suggests this faction has surface-to-air capabilities. Attaining a ladder is possible, but the roof is likely booby-trapped anyways. These fellas seem to want us to come to them. Why? I don't know. They're basically a cult, and they're cornered. They could be planning to take us down with them. My human turned his gun skyward and inched back first toward the stairs. He popped off several shots from a sharp angle which connected with one tillfish. Judging by the alarmed chatter, there were 6 or 7 defenders perched above us. The insects leaned over the railing and rained fire on the redhead. Tension crossed Marcel's scarred face as he ducked back under the alcove. The humans waited for the enemy to deplete ammunition, knowing they weren't conservative in its usage. My friend peeked back out and was joined by a pair of comrades. The trio offered suppressive fire as the Terran troops hustled up the stairs. I swallowed my nerves, which reminded me what an easy target I was. These humans could bear the risk, so could I. This was about trusting their plan. My feet sprinted up 2 stairs at a time, and I joined our squad midway up. We had a better line of sight from this angle, which allowed us to bombard the tillfish. One human dropped beside me, and another released a strained yelp. This charge was a strategical blunder, but it was the lesser evil of our options. We were hoping to scale the incline as quickly as possible. Though I was too frazzled to aim, I got off several blind shots. Whether or not my bullets contributed, the exterminators were gunned down in seconds. Panting heavily, I labored up the rest of the stairs. The predators tended to our wounded, lugging both to the top. One's binocular eyes were glassy, suggesting they were already gone. My eyes shot back to Marcel, who was the first to engage the tillfish. Relief clamped at my heart when I saw him hobbling up behind me. His brazenness could have gotten him killed. Marcel tested the door. Easy now. We are going to sustain losses, Slaney. We can't let that distract us. We all know the risks. I didn't say anything. I squeaked. You didn't have to. You wear your emotions all over your face. I rubbed my temples, trying to fight off a nagging headache. Dino bounded up the stairs and began sniffing at my legs. The dog's presence was the last straw, in a situation that was stressful already. Why couldn't the damn beast leave me alone? Wasn't it enough that I was in imminent danger from bullets? The humans departed the stairwell onto the second floor, and a slew of gunfire welcomed them. I bolted away from Dino. Getting shot was preferable to his creepy drooling. This appeared to be some sort of break room, with lounge stools, tables, and a mini kitchen in the area. The tillfish had condensed the lounge chairs into fortifications, and upturned tables for cover too. Our position was a barren bottleneck, which was by design. Glass shattered to my left, as the window was nailed by errant bullets. Shards glinted on the floor and reflected the sunlight pouring in. I suddenly wished I had goofy paw coverings, like the humans. My feet weren't fleshy like theirs, but pads wouldn't stop me from impaling myself. Guess the only place to hide is by the cabinets to my right. Already lots of humans cramming in there though, need somewhere less crowded. Keeping as far away from the broken window as possible, I scampered across to the opposite end of the room. Bullets whizzed past my head and took out several humans who tailed me. A handful of us reached the other side, where an arch opened up into a parallel corridor further down. There were a set of doors marked with a biohazard symbol. I assumed that was where prey remains and predator experimentation were housed. Footsteps closed in on my position, rough and unsteady. Marcel dived through the archway, flashing his teeth at me. He huddled against the wall, and predator chemicals caused his eyes to dilate. The vegetarian sucked in several breaths, while tillfish gunfire peppered the plaster around us. I risked a brief glance at my paw pads, which seemed clear of glass. Soldiers retreated to the stairwell as bullets decimated their position. My side advance was secure against a support wall, for now, but the firefight had ground to an impasse. The tillfish exterminators needed to be flushed from their shelter before we incurred more losses. I propped my gun up against my chest. Those bastards think they can hunker down. What about grenades now? I thought you'd never ask. The Terran chuckled. Several soldiers readied grenades, calculating the perfect moment to strike. Human predation was methodical, a far cry from mindless chasing. Their discipline kept their units functioning as well-oiled machines. If I was opposing them, efficiency would be more frightening than an animalistic frenzy. Terrans were much less likely to make mistakes than the Arxer. I was grateful to be on their team. If first contact had gone differently, the Venlil would have been the first ones fighting them. We would have never had the exchange program, which meant I'd still see humans as monsters. What fate would befall Earth had Sovlin gotten his mitts on the Martesi astronauts? My friend would be dead too, and I might have helped kill him. I shook my head, not wanting to think about dreadful causalities. The predators clattered explosives across the floor, which arrived at the tillfish fortifications. Marcel wouldn't let me carry grenades, since my throwing ability was negligible. Human arm torsion was effortless. In contrast, hunting with spears forced their ancestors to evolve precision. Enemy screams followed the grenades, as the detonations tore any shelter apart. This time, I understood that humans would capitalize on the chaos. My legs propelled me back into the room, forsaking the corridor's refuge. A few tillfish retained their guns, but most hostiles languished on the floor. Buttery blood washed across the tile, with spatter reaching up onto the walls. The Terrans strode up to the barricades. Dino darted into the heart of the action as well. The dogs subdued any tillfish who were rising, while the humans picked off writhing targets. Soldiers admired the heap of bug corpses, poking a few to ensure they were dead. Our ranks sustained some damage in the fray, but we got the better end of the bargain. Marcel shuffled into the corridor. So, that door we saw, I've learned the Federation warning symbols, and the last thing we need is them springing some cure on us. Are they testing bioweapons here? Highly unlikely. Consider where we are. It's marked biohazard because of predator contamination. Array predator contamination, lots of it. So I doubt you care. You never know, Slanek. Contact with some animal's saliva might turn me into a super predator with claws and horns. I'd be more worried about that with Dino than you. You ready to end this? The redhead nodded. I mulled over how their teasing behavior had rubbed off on me. Sarcasm had never featured in my lexicon so regularly. It did seem like a healthy way of expressing stress, especially in extreme situations. Bantering with my predator distracted me from the nauseating fear. Upon closer inspection, the biohazard door was left ajar. Marcel nudged it with his foot, eliciting a mournful creak. The human made gagging noises and tugged his shirt over his nose. I wasn't sure what his reaction pertained to, given my lack of smell. Was the air laced with some poison? Bleh. That acrid smell, Marcel coughed. My gaze darted to the floor, and the source of his discomfort revealed itself. A thin coating of brownish liquid amassed, like a wading pool. The gasoline was discernible upon entry, even with blinders on. Did the exterminators think humans would trample through a blaze zone? Most sapients avoided burning alive where possible. I swished my tail with disgust. Petrol. There must be a few tillfish camped inside, waiting to set it off. I don't have time for this. Playing Timberwood's not on my agenda. The human's teeth protruded with malevolence as he acquired a match. How about a little role reversal? Surprise, fuckers. After lighting the object in his hand, Marcel dropped the spark into the gasoline rim. Orange fire snaked across the liquid and leapt onto any secondary fuel, walls, furniture, and tillfish alike. My human turned his back on the inferno and strolled back to the stairwell. While the exterminators achieved their self-immolation plan, we needed to double-time it out of here. The UN troops jogged past the break room's body trail and skipped down the stairwell. Their longer legs allowed them to retrace their steps quickly. I lagged behind them a bit, but my friend circled back for me. Marcel scooped me up in strong arms, ignoring his own exhaustion. The human was a good herd mate. He always looked out for my welfare. Kingo'd never leave me behind, come stampede or high water. It was a quick journey, cuddling against his muscular form. We hustled past the cubicles and the lobby before bursting into fresh air. The blaze had gained intensity as it battered the upper windows. I spotted tillfish silhouettes thrashing about, enveloped by smoke and debris. Perhaps it was unwise that the professionals made their workshop flammable by design. Guard each exit, Marcel barked. Those exterminators will either burn alive or they'll try to evacuate. Dino's quadrupedal form was visible among our ranks. The dog strayed from its handler and opted to harass me again. In a rare moment of bravery, I shoved its snout away. It offered a pitiful whine before curling up at my feet nonetheless. Its brown eyes never left me as it thumped its tail a single time. Why wouldn't it leave me alone? It was for Marcel's sake that I didn't chase it off with my gun. I hated that mutt just as much as the humans adored it. Once we cleared the neighborhoods of road patrols, this mission would be complete. I couldn't wait to achieve victory, so I could get myself far away from the feral predator. The Nature of Predators 79 Memory Transcription Subject. Go wow. Volunteers worked to exhaustion, and human refugees chipped in as much as anyone. The predators' assistance was appreciated, but we had to monitor their interactions with the former cattle. I was certain they didn't mean any harm. However, the primates often didn't realize how terrifying their basic mannerisms could be. All it took was one Terran reacting with aggression or lifting their mask at the wrong time. If their secret got out within this facility, I could imagine how the rescues would take the news. Would a former exterminator like Glim accept that our closest ally was a predator race? Could Hasey grasp the Federation's misdeeds after studying our idyllic relations in history? Hey, just so you know. Oh, and our neighbors are predators. We're allied in their war against the Federation. With the Yorkshire too. This was a delicate situation, regardless of outside intervention. A large chunk of these Venel were raised in captivity and lacked any understanding of our modern society. Their language and higher thinking functions were rudimentary at best. The Yorkshire hadn't exposed them to other aliens or offered any welfare services. Governor, it's your move, Sarah said. Hazy was laying on her stomach, inspecting the Jenga tower. The former historian had come out of her shell. It was good to see her taking an interest in the Terran's culture. Noah and Sarah kept their answers vague, which failed to sate her curiosity. The humans brought this block game with them today, and used it as an introduction to their recreation. My claw tapped a loose piece near the center, and I coaxed it out of its spot. The Venel rescues leaned in with interest, alertness in their eyes. Satisfied that the structure would hold, I set the plank atop it. Noah rubbed his hands together. Wonderfully done. My turn. Dear stars. Glim flinched back and shot the human a wary glance. Hey, how did your voice go that deep, Noah? I have a bit of a cough, the ambassador muttered, clearing his throat. Making it very throaty, I apologize. Noah avoided turning toward Glim, which would indicate binocular vision. The predator's emotions were invisible under his mask, but the Venel exterminator's confusion was apparent. Male human speech had a growling texture, which added weight to their voices. This was in stark contrast to our squeaky pitch. The UN ambassador jabbed his hand forward with no tact and yanked a piece from the bottom. The Jenga tower toppled over, crashing to the floor. I suspected Noah had lost the game on purpose to distract Glim. The astronaut excused himself and sped out of the room. He realized how close he was to blowing his cover. Glim tilted his head. You Gaians are a strange species, Sarah. Noah did not seem sick to me this entire time. Noah tries to play tough. I bet he's doctored himself up on cough syrup, the Terran scientist responded. Something about you bothers me. It might just be that I can't read you. If you aren't comfortable taking your masks off, I'd like to at least see an anatomical diagram of your species. I'll look into acquiring that for you. Will you? Will. That tone. What are you implying, Glim? The male Venlo pinned his ears back and swished his tail with irritation. I feared that he'd already guessed the Gaians were predators. However, the fact that he was irked rather than afraid suggested he might not have the answers yet. The former exterminator's attitude was worsening by the day, though. Kate's positive that his spirit hasn't been crushed, but he's becoming a problem. Maybe he needs to be isolated from humans. I heard from my family for the first time in years, yet you're limiting contact to pre-recorded messages. You won't let us watch TV for entertainment or have access to the internet, Glim growled. You avoid every question we ask you. There's something you don't want us to know. Sarah raised her hands. That's not fair. This isn't fair. I'm still in captivity in my home, here with my own people. Dodgy aliens seem to be running the show. You won't even let us go outside to get a breath of fresh air. Heisey was listening in silence. Sarah. The museum. I want to visit. Alarm coursed through my veins, as I knew we couldn't honor their requests. Humans appeared in every form of media, including fiction, and were a popular subject on our internet. Outside of these walls, Glim and Heisey would encounter Terran refugees. Millions of them remained on Venel Prime, so they could be walking around, unmasked anywhere. Sarah adjusted her facial garb. I'm sorry if you feel that our restrictions are unfair. We have no idea what your timetable is to readjust, and we'd like to take things slowly. Better safe than sorry. Sensory overload might awaken negative emotions and slow down your recovery. Discussion of the war is everywhere too. Maybe you two recover faster than others, but several of your counterparts are shattered. Our goals are set with the average Venlo in mind. Heisey narrowed her eyes. How did you even free us anyways, Tarva? Why would the Grace let us go? The Gaians negotiated your release. What could the Gaians have that the Arksha would want? Strength, Noah's voice rumbled behind me. Resources. Glim's pupils snapped back to the doorway. Noah returned with a bowl of fruit and made a point of grabbing a piece. He raised his full-face mask just enough to eat the food, though his canines were still obscured. The two Venlos studied his furless chin and his snack choice. The exterminator seemed to relax a little. Consuming plants should halt predator suspicions, for now. The Terran ambassador offered the fruit to the Venlo, who snagged a few pieces for themselves. He waved a berry-picking hand and ushered the rescues back to their room. It was a clear attempt to avoid further questions. We had to find a way to give them some of what they wanted. Heisey hugged Sarah as the scientist tucked her into bed. The female predator patted the Venlo gently, returning the affectionate gesture. The historian had no clue who her caretaker was. Compassion was a trait we once reserved for prey. Until we met humans, we assumed predators were incapable of empathy. Glim shied away when Noah tried to adjust his blanket. The exterminator's skeptical look had intensified, following the ambassador's answer about the Arksur strength the Greys would respect was something to be feared, and not a quality prey should possess. Likewise, the only resources that interested the Dominion was food. What did you mean by strength and resources? The male rescue stuttered. Noah withdrew to the doorway. We defend ourselves, and we're proactive about it. We can find a scientific solution to anything, manufacture anything, even the unsavory stuff the Arksher want. The Arksher want cattle to eat and killing tools. We did what was needed to get you back. We're going to protect the Venlo from now on. Heisey whined. You can't protect us from them. Nobody can. You're naive. Noah shoved his hands into his pockets, but pride exuded from his posture. There was a hunter's grace in his stride, the way he strutted, arching his spine, asserted dominance. Even with the mask on, I could sense his vicious snarl. The human wouldn't stand for Earth's prowess being called into question. Oh, Hazy, we already beat the Arksher once. The Federation's only victory, in hundreds of years, was because of us, Noah stated. Have some faith. Sarah shook her head, slashing her hand in front of her throat. I scurried up to him and tugged at his wrist. My beloved needed to adjust his behavior, because that speech wasn't prey-like at all. Usually, Noah was more sensitive to our sensibilities. Perhaps it was Glim's profession goading him into boastfulness. I dragged the human down the hallway, out of earshot of the rescues. Noah allowed himself to be maneuvered. There was no way I could move him without his cooperation. After checking my periphery to see if either Venlo followed us, I took a deep breath. It was important that I used a hushed voice to avoid prying ears. Why would you tell them that? I hissed. Your species found FTL 3 months ago, and now you're telling them you single-handedly defeated the Arksur. How will they conclude that primitives did that? Sarah crossed her arms. Tarva is right. These Venlo aren't ready for the facts. Remember what sort of reactions we get from normal people? The exchange programs? Alpha? Noah sighed, throwing his hands in the air. Maybe we should get the truth over with, instead of dodging their questions and locking them up. Glim was an exterminator. Any deceit will make him double down on his pre-existing beliefs. Hold your horses. I know they're going to find out eventually, but they've been here 2 days. You'd be compromising the identity of all of our people. Glim and Hasey are strong-willed. We could break it to them in pieces. They deserve to know who Venlo Prime's closest ally really is. And who is that? A voice squeaked behind us. Who are you really? The Terrans swiveled around to face Hazy, an instinctive reaction, their uncanny tendency to look right at a target tipped off the historian. I could see fear flash in her eyes. She had realized the truth, or at least part of it. Hazy backed away, tail drooping between her legs. Sarah raised her hands and took a careful step forward. The female Venlo shrieked before bolting down the hallway. I could hear her nails scrabbling on the tile as she slipped in haste to get away. The sounds of crying were audible too, amidst the screams. Kee, poor thing, just realized she hugged a predator. Oh dear. I positioned myself in Noah's path, stopping him from following. Don't chase her. You're just going to make it worse. The ambassador cursed. What do we do? We can't just sit around. She's going to start a panic. I'll notify the Venlo doctors and get someone to calm her down. We should check on Glim now. He must have heard the commotion. Yeah, Hazy wasn't exactly subtle, Sarah said. Come on, Noah. We don't need both our patients freaking out. The humans raced back into the hospital room. Sarah gasped with horror, and Noah's breathing accelerated to a panicked pace. Catching up to the primates, I saw that both beds were empty. Hazy was obviously long gone, so our goal was to minimize the damage. Glim was nowhere to be found either, though. The Terran astronauts started scouring the room, since we hadn't seen the exterminator exit. They crawled on the floor, searching under the beds first. Under different circumstances, it would have been amusing to see a human wriggle under tight spaces. But at the moment, my sole thought was locating our Venlil charges. My gaze landed on the walls and the ceiling, browsing for any clues. A food cart had been moved right under an air duct. The grate was pried open too. A clump of grey hair floated down onto my face, and I shouted for the human's attention. Glim must have used this passage to mount an escape, Sarah whistled. Dang, we got a little Houdini here. If he wasn't an exterminator, I'd be impressed. The predators couldn't fit into the crawl space, and I wasn't planning to go in there myself. We must operate under the assumption that Glim fled the premises. There was no telling where he would go, and family were his only known associates. Perhaps we should start with relatives' residences, or extermination offices. We have to find Glim. He's a danger to himself, and any human he comes across, I said. The world has changed since he's been gone. Noah ripped his mask off. This is a fucking disaster. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Let's keep our heads. What's done is done, Sarah offered. Tava, do you want us to call in a UN manhunt? Manhunt? I thought you didn't hunt sapiens. It's an expression. For a search party, to capture a deviant. I see. If you think it will bring him in safely, do it. IC can ask the public for help too. Noah sighed. That's a good idea. We'll do what we can. I'm sorry. The two predators wandered off to make calls, while I fiddled with my holopad. The hospital lockdown should have been tighter, but I never intended to imprison these people. They were supposed to be eased back into the citizenry and learn the truth gradually. Human volunteers had signed on to give each rescue proper care, rather than to complicate matters. Perhaps their involvement was unwise, but we couldn't handle the cattle influx alone. It seemed like a good idea to give the predators a worthy cause. Most Terran refugees wanted something noble to occupy their day. The predators needed to track Glim and Hazy down and bring them around to our side. Hopefully, in time, both Venlil would understand the humans were here to help. The nature of predators, 80 memory transcription subject. Governor Tarva of the Venlil Republic State used standardized human time. November 29th, 2136. The hospital was placed on lockdown until every crevice was accounted for. Hazy was found barricaded in a janitor's closet, requiring human volunteers to bust down the door. Venlil took charge of the situation from there and escorted the historian back to proper lodgings. The predator stayed away, since the female rescue was inconsolable with them nearby. Sarah decided to give Hazy space, but asked Venlil helpers to leave a holopad in the room. The Terran scientist posited that a call was the best chance to plead her case. However, our most pressing priority was Glim, The exterminator was nowhere to be found. I could only imagine his reaction to what lurked outside these premises. Kian has sent out search parties, but they found nothing. We need to help. At my request, a Venlo driver arrived to ferry us to the local extermination office. Nona suggested to start the search with Glynsgild, and I agreed with his reasoning. However, barging into that venue with two famous humans would be awkward. Unrepresentatives usually stayed out of the exterminator's way. That avoidance was a two-way street. Noah, I'm begging you, please don't stir up any trouble. We just want to find Glim, I said. The human snorted. I'll try. But I hate those people, and I won't lie about it. I wish you'd dismantle their office. Change happens slowly. I understand about obligate carnivores now. It's not their fault. Still, I can't take the risk of Venlo being hunted on the street. I'm not saying to let predators roam your settlements. Even we wouldn't, mostly. But driving entire species to extinction, burning them alive, if you find an animal that you can guarantee won't attack us, I'll spare it. But lesser creatures don't have your agency or restraint, and I can't take chances. Now stop lecturing me. I never tell you what to do on your planet. Thara raised an eyebrow at our spat. The female human muttered something about ecological damage, and I pretended not to hear. While her personality was less confrontational, she had railed against exterminations to any scientific outlet that would listen. Her latest attempts included examples of human farmers enacting similar measures and discussions of zoonotic diseases. Look, I'm sorry for lashing out, I sighed. But it can feel like humans are bossing the Venlo around, in our own backyard. We're different than you, and the past few months have been a massive culture shock. I've shaken things up enough. Sarah forced a smile. We both understand that change doesn't happen overnight, and that you can only rock the boat so much. Right, Noah? The male human struck a sullen pose, but nodded. Sorry, Tarva, no problems with the exterminators, I promise. Noah opened the car door for me, while Sarah occupied the front seat. It was a bit disturbing that the predators referred to that position as shotgun. Was it a standard practice to gun down passerbys when motor vehicles were first invented on Earth? I didn't understand why the preferable seat was associated with a weapon. Sarah rotated a holopad in her hands, a sad look in her eyes. I could see she wanted to contact Hasey, but was afraid of worsening the situation. Our car sped off down the road, and I whacked my prosthetic tail against her seat. Her gaze darted back over her shoulder, locking with mine. Though their interactions spanned a day, it was apparent the human and Hasey had grown attached. Put your mask on and try to talk to Hasey. I bet she's scared silly and losing any newfound hope of freedom, I whispered. You can't hurt her through a call, right? The Terran scientist twisted her dark curls. I don't know. The way she looked at us. I looked at you the same way when we first met, and now here I am, using Noah as a pillow. Have a little faith in her. Sarah took a deep breath and slipped her face covering back on. Diane extended a video call to Hasey's device, waiting with bated breath. The request went unanswered for agonizing seconds and rang until reaching the default voicemail. It seemed the Venlo Whale Rescue wasn't in a talking mood. The scientist was quiet for a long moment, swallowing hard. The human steadied her face in the frame and dialed the number once more. I waved in the background, hoping the preview would make Hasey curious. The voicemail began to play again, before coming to an abrupt halt. A timid Venlo face appeared on screen. Venlo Prime has fallen. I should be resigned to this. Why did you have to give me hope? Hasey, please, just hear me out. We're here because our home was attacked. Our largest cities are destroyed, Sarah pleaded. Governor Tarva was kind enough to take Gaian refugees, so we offered to help you as a way to give back. It's not what you think. IT trusted you. I am sorry you found out like this. The truth is, my species has forward-facing eyes, and we're territorial. Because of those two things, everyone assumes we're like the Arxer. Including the Arxer. Mask.e. We wore the masks because we didn't want to scare you. We're aware how Venlo react to us. It wasn't meant as deception. No. Take the mask off. Sarah lowered her head before reaching for the straps. She pulled the mask over her skull and straightened her dark hair. The Venlo historian froze at the predatory creature on screen. The Terran scientist's eyebrows knitted together with concern. Perhaps it was my imagination, but her binocular eyes seemed to tear up too. Hasey pressed a paw to her mouth, squeaking incoherently. I could see her swoon on her feet, as the current of fear almost swept her away. When the rescue snapped out of her stupor, she lunged for the holopad. It was a blur of panicked motion, a scramble to terminate the call. There wasn't a goodbye, or even a vocalization of her fear. Well, that went poorly. Now our historian friend has a face to put with the nightmare. With Hasey disconnecting, Sarah cast a blank stare at her own reflection. I unclipped my seatbelt, hugging the predator from behind. Her lips curved upward, and she squeezed my paw. Noah offered a sympathetic smile as he met his co-worker's eyes. These two humans were my closest friends. I didn't want to see them hurt by Venlo. Are you okay, Sarah? I signaled, I love you with my prosthetic, hoping the scientist had learned a bit of our tail language. It's not your fault. She offered a grateful nod. I feel terrible for adding to Hasey's trauma. Now I'm just another monster to her. What she went through with the Arxer, she doesn't need anything else to fear. These people have serious issues that have nothing to do with humans. You're part of our society now. They'd have to learn to deal with you, regardless. Noah sighed. I don't know if we can ask them to deal with predators. It feels wrong. We remind them of a deeply traumatic experience. Exactly. We have no right to force ourselves into their lives, Sarah agreed. Well, that's a decision they can make for themselves, I said. Humans have been an immense help for this program, and you did nothing wrong. Venlo infrastructure would collapse without you chipping in. It's the least we could do, Tarva. We want the best for these people. Nobody deserves to be treated like an animal. The shriek of a siren pierced the air as our vehicle neared the extermination office. Venlo, wearing flame-proof attire, stood in a flatbed, with other equipment tucked behind them. A chill crept down my spine, wondering what they were responding to. Was there really a major infestation so close to the capital? Government affairs might have to be placed on temporary hiatus, or moved to an emergency bunker. The humans gazed out the window, expressions tinged with apprehension. Our stop was a building full of professionals whose sole purpose was to wipe out predators. There was a reason I tried to keep the guild from interacting with UN personnel. The strongest opposition to the Terrans came from within exterminator ranks. Venlil Prime was a staging ground for their political statements. When refugees from Earth first arrived, most predator sightings turned out to be humans. Terrans were involved in isolated cases of petty crime, though nothing beyond Venlil malfeasance. Vandalism, assault, and robbery weren't constructs of the primates. However, witnesses had a tendency to phone exterminators about Terran criminals. Rather than standard police, it was a miracle that none of the confrontations ended with a toasted human, so far. Kai told the exterminators to defer details of human cases to police. To use guns, not flamethrowers, if necessary and unavoidable. The question is if everyone listens. Do you really think Glim is here? Could be. Only one way to find out, Noah answered. I swished my prosthetic tail in agreement. This wasn't where Glim worked, but it would be a familiar place. Noah told him that exterminator was a controversial profession. He might seek answers from the guild. The chocolate-skinned human exited the vehicle, and I wriggled out behind him. The Terran ambassador took my paw in his hand, bringing me close. Sarah fell in beside us as well, with a tentative smile. It was clear the predators wanted to show unity, since exterminators would be less hostile to their governor. Then again, I wasn't a popular figure to their guild. The exterminator's workplace was modest from the outside. The stucco exterior was painted a neutral gray, which made the octagonal building look like a smokestack. The front door bore a now hiring sign, along with a list of dangerous earth animals to report. Some of the images sent a shudder down my spine. Still, I was relieved to see that humans weren't on this montage. Avenil was seated at the welcome desk, and she looked up as we entered the building. Her eyes widened at the two humans in her lobby. Ambassador Noah, Science Officer Sarah, and Governor Tarva. The Venlil exhaled in confusion, though she didn't seem afraid. This is a surprise. I'm Volek, with the Public Relations Department. I'll be happy to arrange a tour if you'll wait a moment. Noah scrunched his nose. You're used to seeing humans. Of course. This is the capital of Venlil Prime, where most human refugees live. Many stop by to challenge or protest our work, and we hope they leave educated on the necessity of our services. We even hired a few Terrans for pest control. An interesting concept, by the way. Hold on, Volek. You don't want us all dead? Sarah asked. Not unless a specific human starts hunting here. Don't worry about that. I'm sure that won't happen, right? We're a progressive office, so we've terminated any employees who discriminate against you. This month, we also implemented a total ban on flamethrowers against infant animals. The Terran astronauts looked flabbergasted, at a loss for words. Even I hadn't heard that the extermination officers were recruiting human employees and scaling back incendiary devices. Perhaps coexistence between the guild and the predators was possible. It just would take time for other Venlil outposts to fall in line. Noah shoved his hands in his pockets. Where was the truck we saw going? Don't get me started. We've told you people time and again not to bring your pets, and humans still sneak them in. Volek flailed her tail in an animated gesture before calming down. Another report of a cat loose on a street. Those things are monstrosities. Wait. What is a cat? I chimed in. One of the most invasive, destructive predators on Earth. If you get humans to be open, they'll admit that cats have driven multiple species extinct. That felines hunt for fun and are really still common pets. My eyes widened in horror. The United Nations obscured the human penchant for entertainment animals during first contact. It only became known after widespread interactions with Terran civilians. Noah insisted the practice was about companionship and pack bonding with non-sapients. However, this cat didn't sound anything like the innocuous descriptors he assigned to pets. My expression morphed into a scowl. Are you kidding me, Noah? Is this true? Pretty accurate. Yeah, he grumbled. Sarah scratched her head. I'm not even going to argue whether cats are a problem. Our own ecologists agree with Volek. Then why do you keep them as pets? Because they're cute and cuddly? Noah offered. I huffed in irritation. I hate you. Thanks. Volek gathered up some pamphlets and acted bored by the response to the cat rationale. Noah's answer must be standard for a human. It was baffling that our friends saw dangerous predators as cute. It defied all self-preservation that primates should possess. If their ancestors were prey, shouldn't their instincts spark wariness of feral beasts? Here you go, the exterminator said, passing the brochures out. It's a full explanation of the scope of our operations. Noah took a step back. Thanks, Volek. Listen, we're just here to ask you a few questions. Happy to answer. Before you ask about me, I joined the guild 10 years ago. We have a job that not many people want to do, but we know how integral we are to protecting our loved ones and our homes. Animal suffering is not the goal. I'm sorry, we've gotten off topic here. That's completely on us. We're looking for someone. The Terran ambassador swiped at his holopad, showing Volek a recent photograph of Glim. The public relations specialist studied the image, and her pupils lingered on his neckband. Realization flashed in her gaze as she put the pieces together. The cattle exchange was a publicized success story, with the credit attributed to Secretary General Zhao. Volek flicked her ears. I don't recognize him. This, rescue escaped? Why would you think he's here? Because Glim used to be an extermination officer? Sarah replied. I don't know how much he suspected us, but it was enough to run off. There's no telling where he is, or what he'll do. I cleared my throat. Even if he's not here now, it's possible he'll turn up. We'd appreciate your help. Absolutely, I understand. I'd like a copy of your contact information, and that photo, Volek said. If any of our people see him, we'll notify you. Noah nodded. Thank you. I guess we're back at square one. The Venlo straightened her tail, imploring the humans to wait. She scanned a map on her holodisplay and zoomed in on the hospital. From there, the exterminator obtained a route to the closest public transportation. I watched with interest as she selected a tram station. Volek pointed with her tail. If I were you, I would ask around here. Lots of people on the run try to get as far away as possible. But nobody is going to make it far on foot. Of course, a mile is a miracle. Assuming Glim knows the capital's layout, he might look for public transit. That's actually a good idea. Thanks, Noah said. Sarah cleared her throat. Volek, how did you arrive at that conclusion so fast? We track a few people ourselves. Investigating reports of predator disease, you know. The male human gritted his teeth. Yes, we do know. Let's get going, Tava. The Terrans departed the office, and we hustled back toward our vehicle. A few pedestrians spotted the most famous humans leaving the extermination headquarters. Noah and Sarah paid no mind to the holopad photos taken of them. Both were used to stares whenever they made an appearance. The three of us hopped into the car and set a course for the train station. If we didn't locate Glim soon, he could wind up anywhere on the planet. The rescue would become untraceable, a needle in a vast haystack. Perhaps he would reunite with the less progressive extermination sects. It wasn't in humanity's best interest to let a wild card slip away. The Nature of Predators 81 Memory Transcription Subject. I, Captain Kalsim, Krakotlo Alliance Command. Gate was standardized human time, November 29, 2136. Total isolation was enough to drive any social creature to insanity. The humans deposited me in a musty cell, lacking any windows or light. There was nothing to occupy myself with, besides tallying each meal on the wall with my talons. 75 notches were carved into the stone, and I'd ran a wing over each one 100 times. My wing, which had been broken by the charming Dr. Zahn, was fully healed now. I screamed at the predators to take my cast off when they brought my last meal. To their credit, the monstrosities did take me to a doctor whose dark pupils gleamed with disdain. Humans spoke empty words of a trial, but I knew that was mere posturing. The social hunter's compassion was absent when I was around. Visual and auditory hallucinations plagued me as sheer boredom set in. I had too much time to meditate on the bombing of Earth and how Arjun might be hunting in the ruins of a city. My thoughts also drifted to what Manoa and the soldiers had done with Yeon, my first officer, in his injured state. The poor fossil was probably rotting in a cell too, with no clue what had transpired during the battle. A second, Theon bumped his head on my ship. The next one, he woke up missing an arm in the Predator's prison. Despite the primal fear their appearance instilled, I relished when unsoldiers barged into the room. The Predators would occasionally drag me to cells with bright lights and loud noises. The guards didn't want to get their hands dirty. The worst action they took themselves was blasting me with frigid water from a hose, laughing as I ran from it. If footage of them beating a prisoner came to light, it would reveal too much to their plaything allies. Drenching me in ice water could be passed off as a beast's bathing methods. At least when the predators indulged in sadistic fun, I felt something. Humans just didn't understand how I tried to minimize their suffering, how I only made the necessary sacrifices for the greater good. Get up and come with us. Now. The door creaked open, flooding my sensitive eyes with artificial light. Move it, you fucking bird brain. Do you think we have all day? A contingent of humans amassed in my cell. They yanked me to my feet and pulled at the chain wrapped around my ankle. I stumbled along, straining to remember their redemptive attributes. The beasts were capable of rudimentary compassion. They were just angry about their cultural losses. Resisting their hunger around me likely increased their aggression. Cheer up, Chirpy. Today's your lucky day, a predator sneered. You have a visitor. My beak parted with hope. Arion. The UN wardens gave me rough shoves down the corridor, herding me into a visiting area. The space was dusty from disuse, and each metal table was unoccupied. Humanity had no intent of allowing our families to get in touch. Not that anyone from Nishtal was alive, in all likelihood. Sacrificing my own world was what truly haunted me in those endless hours alone. A group of Terran dignitaries escorted a Harchin into the area, and my heart sank with disappointment. A traitorous impulse wanted Arjun to check on me, to reassure me that he was still fighting his battle with hunger. I knew that the predator kid would become cruel eventually, but I didn't want him to devolve so young. The Harchin visitor was carrying camera equipment and wearing a badge with Terran scribbles on it. Oddly enough, the human's demeanor was mostly friendly, apart from their toothy snarls. The primates weren't coercing the short reptile along. A black-haired man jabbered to her about restaurants in the area. I caught the words, Zerulean Italian fusion, in the human's sales pitch. Why was this prey creature treated to such cordiality? Was she a traitor to her race? The Harchin extended a paw to the chatty human, who grasped it in his own. Listen, Zhao, if I see something here that isn't right, I'm going to report on it. I won't hide the truth, just because it might hurt your organization. We'd respect you less if you became a mouthpiece, Silani, the human answered. There's a reason the UN granted you citizenship. You gave us the people responsible for this mess. Mr. Secretary General, I simply believe that everyone has the right to self-determination. I'll be watching what you do to file closely. Serving us up to the Aksha was a cold move. Now, you're occupying us. You can thank the little birdie over there for that. We warned Kalsim, and he kept going, lied to his own people to convince them. He wanted to kill us more than he wanted to defend his home. Actions have consequences. I understand. Still, I hope that you don't plan to gamble with civilian populaces in the future, Zhao. Plan on it? No, dear. But 100 human lives are worth more than 100 million aliens in my book. Silani narrowed her eyes. That's the kind of rhetoric that worries me. Let's just get this interview finished. The Harchin's yellow skin looked flaky around the neckline, which suggested she was about to shed. From what I'd overheard of her conversation, the humans had gained control of Fall and its subsidiaries. The Aksha did the dirty work, then the primates swooped in to conquer the planet. It was exactly what I predicted to Arjun. Terrans would replicate their subjugation practices from Earth if given the chance. Us Nishtal being forced into the Predator's empire at this moment. Were Krakatau citizens enslaved to serve the power-hungry humans? I wasn't sure if that was a worse fate than the Archer finishing us off. At least it would send a message to the galaxy that Terrans hadn't inched a bit. Humanity needs damage control. This Harchin would know what to say to prey allies better than a predator could guess at. Perhaps this Silani figure achieved preferential treatment by aiding Earth's propaganda efforts. It wasn't clear what else a reporter could offer. I couldn't believe she would sell her own planet out so easily. The Harchin established her camera setup before turning to me. Silani tilted her head. Captain Kalsim. How are you doing? Been better. The humans never plan on giving me that fossicle trial, and it wouldn't matter if they did, I grumbled. Actually, your trial is scheduled for later this week. Humanity's Federation allies agreed to listen to your case alongside Predator judges, and they got a Venlo lawyer for you. It's expected to be an easy conviction, though. Regardless of sympathy for Earth, you sentenced your own planets to death, too. So you're here to slander me in the court of public opinion, no doubt? I'm working on a story analyzing the Kolshian's first victims, and I couldn't think of a better PO to get a quote from. After recent events, do you stand by your infamous comparison between predators and viruses? I'm sorry. The Kolshian's first victims? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not interested in a hit piece on the Commonwealth. The reporter's eyes widened. Wait, the humans haven't told you? About Nikona's confession. I tossed my beak in a non-committal gesture, and Silene reached for her holopad. The words I told Manoi and the Terran internet regarding humanity's infectious potential stood the test of time. Predators' higher functions were inadequate against all-encompassing bloodlust. It wasn't their fault for caving to their wiring. What information could make me recant the truth? The Harchan slid a holopad over to me, with a video clip queued up. The Kolshian presider was a familiar countenance on screen. The wrinkles on his gelatinous features likened him to a pruned berry. Why was Secretary General Zhao listening in and baring his teeth as I watched? I didn't understand what the purpose of politics was to me from a jail cell. My mistrust of the reporter was growing, but this was my first social interaction in weeks. If I didn't play along for a bit, the humans would toss me back in an empty cell. My gaze shifted down to the holopad, and I decided to listen. Even from prison, I could still perform my duty to refute predatory narratives. Nikonus recounted the Federation's origin tale briefly, from his aquarium-lined office on Alpha. He only mentioned the Farsol's role, at first. Silene chimed in with the third founding species, the crocodile. The Kolshian indulged in a long-winded response, and clarified why my kind were a problem. Ill-equipped for spacefaring, we learned they were scavengers, who would occasionally go for fish as well. Shock coursed through my veins, and I struggled to suppress an emotional response. The leader's statement didn't seem coerced. There were no signs of human presence in the footage. If anything, Nikonus's tone was smug and gloating, a wholly authentic admission. The talons that I used for grasping objects took on a darker appearance. The horror intensified its assault. Eating meat conflicted with every value in my psyche. The Kolshian wouldn't stop speaking, as much as I wanted his words to cease. He proclaimed that the crocodile were threatened into submission before a genetic cure was distributed. The Farsal state's work was thorough too, with revisions to history, fossil records, and education. How could that statement be true? My life was dedicated to wiping predators off the face of Nishtal. Bloodlust never fogged my mind, even when dealing with abhorrent creatures. Killing clung to my conscience with a heavy grip, and I hated the necessity of my profession, Kalsim. Silene hissed. You look like you're going to be sick. Do you need a minute? I flapped my wings with discomfort. And no, I can't imagine crocodile as predators. But it's wrong to hate a creature for existing, like I always said. If we were born that way, it's no more our fault than it is for the humans. You're not angry with Nikonus. I find their success impressive. If coexistence with us was improbable, the Kolshians did the right thing. It wasn't personal, it was necessary. They avoided the unpleasantry of killing a sapient species. Zhao crossed his arms in the background, and his expression hardened. I puffed out my feathers, trying to swallow the nausea. It didn't compute with my brain that Krakatla were like the humans. I should be grateful to the Kolshians for saving me from squandering my sapience. My musings turned to what I had done to Earth, not knowing there was a viable alternative. Chief Nicanus should have told us the truth sooner. Throughout the battle, my conscience had wrestled with non-lethal solutions to the Terran menace. Preserving the positive aspects of their culture was on my mind from the beginning. Predators or not, the humans aren't all bad. But I thought such a vicious history mandated their extinction. It broke my heart to realize that bombing Terran civilians could have been avoided. Humanity should have been offered the cure, which took bloodthirsty instincts out of the equation. What if humans could be herbivores? We didn't need to eradicate them if a conversion was negotiated. Tears streamed down my face at the scale of the unnecessary death. Ariun and Manoi haunted my thoughts. The father suppressed its instincts out of affection for the child. Was that not a sliver of good? Was that not proof that humans could have been saved and could have made the right choice? Guilt tightened my throat. I'm sorry, humans. Killing your people was never something I wanted to do. I wish I knew. I would have given you the option to take the cure. I just didn't realize there was another option for dealing with predators. The humans came in peace in their natural state, Kalzim, Sileni said. That was the other option. Do they really want peace? Then, listen, Zhao, your people could still take the cure and end this. You could be rid of your sordid appetite for good. Prove you won't be a threat or relapse. I don't need to be cured of my culture and personality. Zhao's growl was measured, and he waved to the guards to return me to my cell. But thanks for asking. The chain yanked at my ankle, and for the first time in weeks, I resisted. An extermination officer understood that predators killed by nature in a human's adult state. This Secretary General didn't want to relinquish his hunting prowess. I had the chance to make him see how much better off the Krakol were post-conversion. I wasn't born solely to spread death anymore. The Kolshians' medicine granted us a purpose and a chance at developing values. The Krakotl Alliance owed the precursors 1,000 years of true civilization, of survival. To return to our predatory past would mean being nothing but beasts. Take the cure. The Venla would want you to do it. Who wants to be a predator, anyways? Are you scared of being ruled by compassion? I squawked. Zhao bared his teeth. You're the one scared of your own shadow. Of simply being yourself, your natural self. It's actually sad. Your natural self is an instrument of death. Your depravity is a menace to the galactic community. It's why you're a pawn to the Oxa. You need to repent. Goodbye, Kalzim. We'll see you in court. The UN soldiers dragged me across the floor, and I screeched in protest. If there was a chance at saving the predators, they needed to give themselves a chance. All we asked was to conform to standards of decency and pull their better side to the forefront. Sileni's camera had filmed my desperate plea, at least. I hoped some human viewers were more reasonable than Zhao. This was likely the last the public would hear from me. I knew my trial would conclude with a harsh execution. Death would be welcome, as opposed to remaining in the Terran's custody. For the unnecessary genocide of a species, without exhausting other options, execution was an apt punishment. I had tried to show the Terrans mercy, but I hadn't shown them the mercy that was gifted to my kind. In hindsight, the raid was a mistake. Other Krakatl might think of us as predators still, but Terran sadism was beneath our modern sensibilities. There was nothing to be ashamed of in breaking the shackles of bloodlust. My heart ached solely for Earth, knowing that my cleansing had been misguided. We had more in common with the primates than even I thought. Then again, if the humans would reject help, maybe they deserved the fate they'd been given. The Kolshians and the Farsal were experts in conversions, right? Nikonus would have intervened in our raid had a cure been a possibility. The Farsal outright participated in our strike. There had to be a reason for that. Simply put, a Terran's good side must not exist in large enough quantities to salvage. The truth wasn't always an easy pill to swallow. The Nature of Predators 82 Memory Transcription Subject, Win. Rescuum Date, Wenadized Human Time, November 29, 2136. Compartmentalizing emotions was the only way to survive an Arcshire farm. When you were subjected to unspeakable conditions, your logical brain dissociated to protect itself. There was no hope of escape on Riss, and the predatory Arcshire didn't show mercy. Screamers and runners got killed first. We all learned that catatonic responses were the best way to indulge instincts. Yesterday was an unusual reprieve from the squalor. The first oddity I remembered was the Arcshire herding us into the cattle ships. The grey pilots emanated particular disdain. I thought our destination was a slaughterhouse. The next thing I knew, Noah had me in his warm arms. His sleek mask was jet black and spit my reflection back at me. The Venlo that stared back was filthy, with empty eyes and old scars. Am I going to be Glim, or the string of numbers I recited to the Gaian? Once it sank in that I was on Venlo Prime, the degrading years felt like they happened to someone else. Captivity became a nightmare I had memorized in vivid detail. My mind focused on the masked aliens as a distraction from the flashbacks. Noah and Sarah were an enigma for me to unravel. Even beneath the garments, their muscular, tailless form attracted attention. Concentrating on them tickled something in the back of my mind. The longer I looked, the more I felt like a child watching shadows move in my closet. There was something not right with the cues hitting my visual receptors. Additionally, the Gaians behaved as though this program was their brainchild and were elusive on basic questions. That suggested their interference wasn't benign as they disclosed. To top it off, Governor Tarva answered the greatest mystery of all. Why the Arcshire released us. She claimed that the Gaians negotiated our release with the Predator. Noah's voice shook with a throaty growl when he boasted of his species' strength. The instincts I'd suppressed on Riss were rekindled once the male alien went to tuck me in. I don't understand. Why would the Gaians trigger my instincts? I muttered as the caretaker left the room. These aliens have been nice to us mostly. We saw them eat fruit. Casey flung off the bed covers. I'm just tired of their games. Beating the Arcsir's not possible. They don't need to lie to us. You know, I didn't feel like they were lying. Noah spoke with conviction, and T the Geegrays did get rid of us for some reason. Nobody challenged his story. But the Arcshire were made to kill. They're unstoppable in sea combat. I know, Hazy. Something's rotten with this place. Have you noticed how these Gaians are the ones trapping us here? Trapping? Glim, we're safe at home, and they're providing for us. Like Sarah said, they're just taking things slow, for our sake. All I want is to see my family. It would be beneficial for my health. I guarantee any doctor would agree. Why wouldn't these aliens allow it? The aliens must be busy, but I'll ask nicely for you. Maybe Tava can set up a call. The former historian hopped out of the bed and scurried out into the hallway. I had a feeling Noah and Sarah wouldn't comply with any requests. These aliens were gentle during our upkeep, but then spewed dishonesty in the next breath. The few answers they gave us, such as inventing FTL before the Federation discovered them, made no sense. The biggest fib of all was the mask. In my estimation, no species could wear full-face shields in daily life. How was that practice suitable for eating or searching for mates? Watching Noah lift it to insert fruit cemented my point. The guy's posture had been odd, as though his hand was positioned to hide his teeth. I'm going to find a way out of here. I'm not an Oxer's number anymore. I won't be treated as a slave by non-predators too. A ceiling vent caught my eyes, though I wasn't tall enough to reach it. Thinking quickly, I shoved a food cart beneath the opening. Hazy screamed in the background, which spurred me to rush my escape. I grabbed the scissors Sarah had used to trim our overgrown pelts. Perhaps the instrument could be used to dislodge the grate. I wedged the blade under a loose screw and popped the bolt out of its socket. Pulling with all my might, I wrenched the vent out of its sealed position. Voices echoed nearby, with my name among the words spoken. Cool metal hugged my shallow ribcage as I slithered into the crawl space. Claustrophobia kicked in at once. The narrow space brought back unwelcome memories. It was like being packed in a cattle pen all over again. The enclosure was so dense with fentanyl that I couldn't breathe, but I managed to settle down on the cakey dirt to sleep. Wailing noises flooded my ears, and my paws were twisted together. Lesser creatures, an oxergod mused. Drop a fleck of a leaf in there, and they'd dive on it as one. Man snorted. Animals in an animal's place. It's a shame their pups can't be eaten twice. They scream so wonderfully. All I could manage was to drag myself forward with my paws and hold an internal wail down. Images of the greys dragging pups away flashed through my mind. Their yellow fangs were on full display as they stomped through the pen and scanned us. Their forward-facing eyes landed near me, triangular slits on alert. I wondered if I was the prize they'd eat fresh today. I don't want to be prey. I squealed. Make it stop. Please. My forehead connected with a wall, and I winced at the sudden pain. There was no telling how long I'd been moving in a trance. Likely a couple minutes. Another grate sat before me, with crisp airflow. I kicked the metal out with my hind legs. There was a short drop down to a dumpster, which acted as a step to the outdoors. I flung myself prone on the grass, wiggling my claws between blades. Having our son on my back, and pressing my face into the greenery, I knew that I was home. Laughter spilled from my throat as I tore up clumps of dirt with my claws. This was all I wanted those Gaians to give us, a proper reunion with Venlo Prime and our loved ones. No, it's time to secure a letter. I never thought I'd see my family again. Will they even recognize me? My paws steered me to a courtyard where alien caretakers were eating their lunch. Two Gaians sat with their backs to me, munching on slices of bread. The purple liquid between the grains was the color of crocodile blood. The aliens were not wearing their masks with each other, confirming my theory. Millions of people who haven't been home in years. The Gaian's voice reverberated in his chest, projecting aggression. The harsh barks were like a dagger to my heart. The Venlil who were born in captivity, they are utterly convinced they're animals. One asked me why we took them from the Arxer. So calmly, and The other Gaian shook his head. That's so sad, Kyle. To think that's all those poor Venlil have known. I can't imagine what they're feeling. These are cases of extreme trauma with no clinical precedent. I don't mean to sound like a pessimist, but I'd imagine at least 40% of the Venlil here never recover enough to live on their own. We can't sustain a program like this forever. Humanity bit off more than we can chew here. After we win the war, our allies are going to have to take some of the load. But Federation psychology is a joke, Tana. Humans have the best ideas on treating trauma and providing therapy. There's only so much we can do. We have our own problems. I don't mean to sound heartless. This just sounds like a losing battle. If we can help half of these people get on their feet, that's not a losing battle. We're morally obligated to help the Venlil of all species. I'd be dead back in Johannesburg without them. Their cadence sounded like it came from a teenage Arxer. Deeper voices evolved to convey power and to frighten other animals into submission. The latter effect was taking hold of me, but my curiosity was still kicking. This was my chance to see a Gaian's anatomical features, of which Sarah refused to provide diagrams. I tuned out their gravelly chatter and slunk behind some bushes to get a better angle. At first, I caught only a glimpse of their temples and didn't process why that was incorrect. Further inspection lent the full picture. Sockets sat above their furless cheeks and were smushed up against their nose. Of course, not a sliver of their eyes had been visible from the side. Panic exploded in my sternum, searing into my lungs like smoke inhalation. These Gaians' pupils faced directly ahead, without any peripheral tilt. Their irises were encompassed by a white shell, which made the pupil movements jerkier and more noticeable. I could read distinct hunger as if it were spelled out. What kind of mammal had no pigment in their scleras and a shaven face? An involuntary shudder rolled down my spine. These predators were abominations of the worst kind. Even an Arxer would cower at such a sight. I couldn't believe that such a vicious creature was hiding under Noah's mask. That was Noah, who sat next to me for Jenga, who reminded me I had a name. We're not free at all. Venlil Prime has been conquered by predators, I realized. Key Arxer transferred us to the custody of a species just like them. Gaians weren't capable of compassion and shouldn't tend to traumatize creatures like us. Governor Tava must have convinced them it was beneficial to their diet. Perhaps these hunters allowed sapient cattle to live normal existences until their number was drawn. Happy Venlo meant a well-fed entree, an unforced reproduction. If this W world is a comfortable cattle pen, that means the Gaians might stay away from the cities, I whispered. I've got to find my family, learn how this happened. My legs started running, despite the weakness from years of being penned. Sobbing from despair, I sprinted through the parking lot. There was an occasional glance to ensure the Gaians weren't giving chase. All I could picture was Noah's white-cloaked eyes, glistening with hunger and cruelty beneath its mask. Maybe it started growling and left the Jenga game because its appetite was stirred. Predators existed to root out weakness and to specialize in death and brutality. Their defining instinct was aggression, and their philosophy was survival of the fittest. The rescues, our delicacy, must have tantalized them. From the start, Governor Tava had done excellent at masking her fear, but that spoke wonders about how long these things had been defiling my world. Venlo Prime's capital design was circular, with buildings further from the governor's mansion spread out in increasingly wider arcs. Most residences were in the larger bands, whereas businesses were part of the inner rings. If our facility was the main hospital, it'd be centralized to service the whole district. A block away from the facility, that was why I encountered dive bars and hotels, alongside increased foot traffic. Maybe there was a place to seek refuge in this commercial plaza. The panic was beginning to subside, but I needed time to process my responses. For one, what happened to other controversial exterminators? Answers were next on my agenda. It wasn't clear if any Venlo were resisting the predators. I staggered into a local brewery, spotting mounted holoscreens through the window. The establishment wasn't busy, but a Venlo bartender looked up as I entered. Perhaps she could lend me her holopad, so I could call my aunt. Aunt Tima took me in after my mother died, and parented me to adulthood. If anyone would tell me the truth of the Venlo collapse, it would be her. The bartender perked her ears up. "Hello, good sir. What can I interest you in?" "Our special today is grapefruit-flavored malt liquor. Authentic predator taste in a Venlo drink." I gaped at her for several seconds, throwing a terrified glance at the tap spouts behind the counter. The bar's patrons were giving me odd looks as they noticed my emaciated ribs. My feet suddenly felt unsteady, and I sank into a bar stool. The barkeep pinned her ears back in concern before handing me a glass of water. I lapped down the liquid. "Tea, thanks, bartender." Predator taste, you said?" "Yeah." "The human farms nearby are making a pretty credit with exotic fruits," she replied cheerily. "Most of the crops go back to Earth, but Venlo businesses buy up the leftovers." I caressed the empty water glass, trying to process her unabashed explanation. This human word was one I'd caught first from the snacking Gaians, and now in reference to predator farms. Whatever that meant. Maybe their species name wasn't Gaian, it must be human. If they'd lied about everything else, why wouldn't the moniker be false? The fact that predators grew fruit was odd, but Noah and the lunching humans had shown that they varied their diet with plants. Any surplus growth could go to the cattle. I assumed they had a sizable population on their world. Why would Venlo businesses market cattle feed beverages, though? What ghastly price was needed to buy fruit from a hunter? You trade with like them? Are you insane?" I hissed. "I won't tolerate racism in this establishment." The bartender bared her teeth at me and swiped my glass away. "I sponsored a human refugee. Bless his heart, he was part of a group from a Terran orphanage. The poor thing was so young and so eager to please. A hard life made harder." "Refugee? I don't understand. Everyone knows why humans came here. What they lost. Are you okay, sir?" Fine. Sorry, just having a rough day." The barkeep looked unconvinced, but she returned to wiping down the counters. I decided I wouldn't be asking this delusional employee for a communications device. She'd probably report me to my Gaian overlords just as soon. However, I could access the television broadcasts that Noah refused to let us see. That would reveal the propaganda these humans were force-feeding the masses. A male Venlo, captioned with the name General Cam, was speaking on a holoscreen. The audio was muted, but a subtitles ticker rolled underneath his picture. The feed occasionally switched over to an anchor or some B-roll video. I leaned forward, curious to see how much of our culture survived. The humans have amassed an unlikely group of allies, so I don't see why the odds are against us. It's the Kolshians and the Federation who lack unity. I'm proud to stand with Governor Tava in throwing off Federation tyranny. I have nothing but praise for the Secretary General and how effective Earth has been on the offensive, Cam was saying. The anchor's eyes widened. But don't you think humanity is spreading their forces too thin? The Terran military is taking on engagements at Koa, Silis, Fall, and other undisclosed operations. Per sources close to Tava, the Arksha are becoming restless. If you're asking why we don't hit Alpha right away, it's because humans are patient hunters. We have to trust our friends. The Arksha, believe it or not, are invaluable in supplementing our fleet. Horror flooded my chest as I listened to the matter-of-fact discussions of a galaxy-wide war. The media was a state-run television channel now, where our generals surfaced to brag about the Predator's conquest. General Kane was spinning this narrative of friendship, while talking about conflict with the entire Federation. These humans must be forcing us to be slaves for their militaries. I palmed my head in defeat. Hey, bartender, what happened to that Predator refugee? I'm working on adopting him. We barely have enough to make ends meet, even with the government's stipends, the Venlo barkeep replied. But I can give him love and support. Humans need a nurturing environment. They're simple creatures, really. You think you can raise a monster as a prey child? Put it under your roof like a Venlil. It doesn't want your love. It wants to eat you. How dare you speak like that about my son? You're disgusting. Get the fuck out of my bar. Other customers murmured in agreement, shooting looks of loathing at me. I wasn't sure how the Predators got these Venlo on their side, but they must possess some crafty indoctrination methods. Anna and Sarah were starting to work their witchery on us, back at the program. It was a good thing I escaped before that settled in. Signs of Predator contamination were all around me as I staggered out of the bar. One human was intermingling with a group of Venlo and bared its teeth during the conversation. None of my people seemed fazed by the pointed canines, which were an obvious threat display. This level of pacification was absurd. It was like Venlo instincts were erased. There was little the demons hadn't touched. An advertising poster read, "Escape from the Cradle," and featured a star-studded cast, mixed with Predator scribbles. Ian was pictured in a shuttle next to Venlo movie star Marva, who was famous in my day. How could a film star act out scenes alongside a beast? Why would the human lead agree to pose with tears running down its face? Faint music drifted to my ears, an upbeat strumming pattern that flowed into a string of notes. I breathed a sigh of relief and scampered toward the sound. This was a chance to get away from any humans, since Predators would view emotional expression as a foolish endeavor. Prying an honest assessment from Venlo skeptics would need to be done out of bestial earshot. "Cool song," I practiced to myself. "Can I please borrow your holopad? The Predators are hunting me." I rounded the street bend and almost jumped out of my skin. A group of Venlo were huddled around a scruffy guyan. The predator was moving its dexterous fingers along a fretboard. The taut strings curved to its will, and passion simmered in its eyes. It was seated atop an amplifier, which was capturing its input. The beast hit a few high-pitched notes with its clawless digits before dropping back to chords. The human leaned into the microphone and released an in-tune bellow in its language, the words translated as an impassioned declaration of belief and emotion. I was too dumbfounded by the predator's emotional howl to panic. The electric tune sounded pleasant, and its growling voice was surprisingly melodic. Not to mention the hopeful message of the words. If it was going to write music, shouldn't the song be a rage-filled exaltation of war? This sounded like Venlo radio fodder. It was apparent there was no getting away from these monsters in the city. Overwhelmed to my core, I set off in search of public transit. What I wanted was time with my family, before Noah and Sarah recaptured me. I had to get out of here and get to my home prior to the humans. The Nature of Predators 83, Memory Transcription, Subject, Glim, Venlo Rescue Well, Date, Standardized Human Time, November 29, 2000, 136. Public transit on Venlo Prime was always behind schedule, and this tram station was no exception. I was stuck waiting for the next ride out. It was wonderful to see so many people walking around in a bustling environment. There was still life in their eyes, hope that the humans hadn't quenched yet. Part of me wished I didn't know the truth of the Gaians. Would they ever have told us their identity at all? Happiness wasn't the worst thing to dupe myself into believing. It killed me to know that another predator species existed, one that was more warlike than the Oxa. We were all doomed to a life of servitude and torment. No amount of rumination would fix that. Many cattle grew resigned to that reality after dealing with the Archer on a daily basis. But the exterminator in me craved a way to turn the tables. Colonies we landed on had infestations that were out of control too, so much that we mixed orbital actions with paws on the ground. My thoughts wandered to Hasey, and whether her well-being was intact after my escape. When I was crawling up into the air duct, her shrill scream had permeated the vicinity. It wasn't clear what the Gaians had done to elicit such a fear response. Perhaps they dropped their mask-wearing herbivore routine. I forget Hasey now, I decided. You need to monitor every predator in the area. My cursory head count was 5 humans, though I was rechecking the area every minute. It was a matter of time before a predator singled me out. I was sorry-looking and isolated from the herd. Few other Venlo paid any mind to the Gaians, and no signs of stampede behavior emerged. I hoped this train arrived soon. There was a breath of sanity in my surroundings, as I noticed a mother with 3 kids carve a wide berth around a human. The predator was entranced with its holopad, and didn't even look up at the delicacies. I could picture it flashing its teeth as the pup screamed, and using its meaty paws to crush their fragile bones. "Excuse me, mind if I sit here?" a chirpy voice asked. A royal blue crocodile was eyeing my bench seat, and I flicked my tail in a go-ahead gesture. My eyes never left the nearest human, who was talking animatedly into a device. The avian ruffled her feathers before following my gaze toward the predator. A strange emotion swirled in her pupils, almost like sorrow. The bird sighed. "Still afraid of humans, are you?" "I'm nervous to approach them myself. I was born on Venlo Prime, but I feel like they'd blame me for, you know?" I measured my response. I've been gone for a long time, and, W woke up in the hospital yesterday. I don't know why the predators are here. Everyone gets mad at me for acting normal toward them. Oh dear. That's not good. So you got into an accident before Noah and Sarah showed up? My eyes widened with alarm as I recognized the names of my slave masters. Their concealing masks were etched into my memory. Noah's boasts about the human ability to manufacture anything stuck with me too. Those were not the words of a species that had moral qualms over bargaining with the Oxa. Come again. Those names. Hua and Sarah. I squeaked. The crocodile tilted her head. The two astronauts piloting humanity's first FDL ship. Everyone was hiding in bunkers for hours when they showed up. But they came in peace, my friend. Noah and Sarah bent over backwards to prove they were harmless. They are not harmless. I know this Noah and Sarah, and Tava personally. What? No, you don't. This isn't a funny joke, man, and I don't appreciate. Sorry. I'm not messing with you, I swear. Please, I need the truth. I just... have a head injury? Maybe I'm misremembering. The avian squinted, scrutinizing me for several seconds. I didn't back away from her direct stare and tucked my ears back in a pleading gesture. This crocodile had to understand sincerity when it was plastered all over my features. None of her explanation made sense, but I had to hear this fabrication for myself. Unless the names were an uncanny coincidence, Noah and Sarah were the first to scout our home as their hunting ground. Could any Venlil actually believe a predator came in peace? My first-hand experience was ripe with displays of aggression. I could still hear the Akshar calling us animals. My neck brand tingled as I remembered them pressing a rod to my throat. Their eyes sparkled at my screams, but it was too hot to quiet myself. It felt like they were injecting molten lava into my skin. The restraints stopped me from thrashing as an Arxer licked the newly charred skin for fun. Please stop lying, I pleaded, in a broken voice. I heard the television, talking about war with the Federation. I know humans conquered us. The crocodile squawked with alarm. The Venlil are the closest allies humanity has. Humans adore you. Just look around. That war started because the Federation has been gene-modding dozens of species without their consent. Anyone who doesn't fit their mold of a model herbivore gets cured. I beg your pardon. That's a total falsification. Humans lie. If that's your source, I would know. The Koshian chief admitted it from the Federation summit, buddy. Also, my species spearheaded an orbital raid on the human homeworld, unprovoked. Killed 1 billion civilians, and that's why they have so many refugees still here. It makes me ashamed to be a crocodile. Of course, the Federation tried to exterminate those monsters. Good for them, I thought. But what's with this genetic tampering? The light rail train coasted into the station, and an automated voice announced that passengers should begin boarding. The crocodile hopped off of the bench, leaving me to march after her. There was no telling how much of this story, if any, was true. However, she believed it with all of her heart. That meant the predators might have sold these falsehoods to the Venlil too. I jostled the avian's wing. Hey, wait up! How many Venlo do you think they've eaten so far? 0, she replied, settling into a window seat. Humans don't eat sapients, and they see you as part of their pack. You're really trying to say it's 0? I know it's a non-zero number. Has the whole world gone mad? Yes, I guess it has. That's enough questions. I don't want the humans to think I'm one of Baito's Krokotlo. They probably do already. My gaze turned to the train cabin as 2 Gaians boarded together. Silent curses echoed through my mind at the thought of having to ride with them. There was safety in numbers, since we had enough Venlo to form a herd. Still, I was hoping none of the predators would tag along for our voyage. It made me queasy to picture them ravaging the tram. One human gazed directly at our seat for a long moment. My heart leapt further into my throat before I realized that its pupils were on my crocodile seatmate instead. The shaven beast seemed to be testing the bird as it arched the hair over its nasty eyes. My avian partner raised a wing slightly and lowered her head to appease the Gaians. The crocodile alliance attacking the predator's birthplace must have a shred of truth to it. That destructive event explained the ubiquitous invasion of our home. Gaians had been forced to flee their lair. It also meant humans weren't as strong as Noah claimed. There was hope for the Federation to put them down yet. Attention, please. This line is now departing for Tonalu City. Enjoy a safe ride, and please come back soon. The train doors started to seal, and I relaxed a bit. That was before I caught the blur of motion in my periphery as a panicked human chased the tram. At first, I assigned menial lateness to the beast's actions. Its brown eyes simmered with determination, and it flailed its arms at the conductor. "Stop the train!" the Gaian roared. "We need to search you." The crocodile beside me gasped. "Sweetina. Not supposed to say that anymore. That's Ambassador Noah." Excited chatter circulated through the train, and several Venlo flung themselves against the windows to film the incident. You would think it was a superstar celebrity, not an alien hunter. Noah's lean torso made its pose intimidating, and its thin scalp gave it a hardened look. Its forward-facing irises popped against their white backdrop. I could picture it speaking in a falsetto voice as it squeezed my paw. That was the vicious face it had been hiding. Governor Tava plodded up calmly beside it, with a curly-haired human next to her. The female Gaian had thick eyebrows, which accentuated her wildness. Her mane was a total catastrophe, puffing out like wind-blown grass. "We apologize for this delay. Please remain seated as we speak with the Terran ambassador." "No," I screamed. "Kay, keep going." My avian seatmate flexed her talons. "You're crying, Andy. What's wrong?" "I want to see my family. I can't do this anymore." Governor Tava heard my commotion and pointed toward the source with her metal tail. Noah waved at the conductor as the reopened doors granted it entry. It prowled down the aisle, searching with singular intent. I leaned back against the crocodile in terror, shaking from head to toe. This was like being captured by the Arxer all over again. My team had descended a canyon, cleaning up native predators there. The region could become an abscess for a fledgling colony otherwise. It was supposed to be a simple job, but none of us realized we weren't alone. The Archer snuck a ship in under nightfall and landed practically atop my unit. We all knew it was better to die than to be captured. I scrambled to the truck to get my firearm, along with every Venlil that didn't freeze. The greys were faster, covering ground with animalistic fervor. A tranquilizer dart embedded in my neck, pricking into my flesh. Sheer terror washed over me, because I knew what the darkness entailed. Glim, Tava heard your voice. The male Gaian worked its way down the aisle and turned its head from side to side. We're worried about you. Let us help you. I glared at Noah's lumbering form. This time, I'll get it right. D death before C capture. I climbed over a number of seats, whacking disgruntled passengers with my tail. Noah spotted my haphazard escape and chased after me. The human asked for passengers to intervene. Nearby Venlil didn't hesitate to attempt a takedown. 2 of my own people grabbed at me as I made it to the emergency hatch. My hind legs kicked one assailant in the teeth, and I shook off the other with a sudden tug. My claws slid under the lever, pulling the panel open. I dove out the window like I was trying to land on my stomach. The bulky predator took one look at the gap before settling for the rear exit. My belly flop knocked the wind out of me, but adrenaline pushed me upright. I sprinted with all of my energy, heading in the opposite direction from Noah. Hello pads captured my flight in real time. Glim! Our eyes are arboreal. The Gaian panted. Helps judge branch distances. The predator sounded out of breath, which meant it might give up the pursuit soon. I ignored its words and hoisted myself up a flight of stairs. The human was quick despite its size, able to track me excellently. Tree dwellers wouldn't have such a knack for land pursuit, or such wide pupils. Why is it still trying to lie? All it does is lie. Noah crested the stairs on my tail. And the canines aren't for meat eating. They're for fighting over mate. That's better. I screamed. To you, yes. They've shrunk from our ancestors. Not the biting part. I shoved my way by startled pedestrians, and Noah apologized as it followed. Several Venlil stared at the human chasing a rescue. We were creating quite a spectacle. Risking a glance over my shoulder, I saw sweat beads on its skin. The burning of its legs affected it less than me, though. The predator was close on my heels, and outrunning it seemed a physical impossibility. I waited until right when its shadow dropped to a lunging stance, before doubling back. Noah tripped over itself as I slithered between its lanky legs. The alien found its footing and reversed its direction. I'd managed to put a few paces between us again, but I hadn't figured out my final act of defiance. Glim was not a number. Noah had been right, ironically. It wasn't worth living as a monster's cattle in a new place. I hopped onto the stair railing and slid down. Gravity deposited me back in the terminal. The human didn't risk the quick descent when the banister wasn't meant to hold its weight. It was skipping steps all the same, bounding down 3 at a time. Acid seared through my leg muscles, but I willed myself onward. That tireless thing hit the ground at blinding speed too. I wanted to tell you about us. Noah called. You deserve to feel safe. Its footsteps pounded against the concrete, and I bolted behind the stopped train's caboose. Several passengers shouted pleas and exclamations. The cockle I'd been talking to tried to swoop down on me, but failed to catch an air current. Tava and Sarah simply watched the madness unfold with agape expressions. I mounted another platform as the rumble of an incoming train greeted my ears. The vehicle's front side was visible, and I hoped that its weight would render me dead on impact. My legs stumbled, but I forced a few more steps out of them. Noah's shadow stretched over me again. I could hear its ragged pants. Turning into the train's motion, I flung myself forward with desperate finality. My body hurtled headlong into a collision. We all knew being captured was the worst option. The human gasped in horror and made a lunging dive with outstretched arms. It didn't want its meal to get pulverized. Thin fingers dug into my scruff, twisting into the soft flesh. Noah skidded on its knees and contorted its body to tug me back. Its arm was nearly wrested from the socket, but it retained its grip. My forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and I landed with my snout inches shy of the passing tram. Tears streamed down my face, and I slumped my head in defeat. My body flailed weakly, but Noah had no difficulty restraining me. It was a superior creature in size and strength. I yipped in panic, swinging my claws at its face. The human shrugged off my frenzied blow, which barely nicked its skin. "Easy, easy. You're safe now, I told you." Noah's nimble digits began kneading my scruff, and it gently brought me against its chest. "We wanted to tell you everything slowly. This is my fault, and I'm sorry." I could feel its heart hammering and the erratic rise and fall of its chest. The predator refused to let go, as it took a moment to catch its breath. Tava and Sarah hurried over, which caused its lips to curve up. It lifted its catch to show them. I fell limp in its arms with hopelessness. The female human passed a holopad to her counterpart, while the Venlo leader gawked. "Noah, are you okay?" the Venlo governor asked, with a concerned head tilt. Noah nodded. "Yeah. I've got Glim from here. We need a road trip. Maybe you guys could take care of Hasey?" Of course, her reaction left a lot to be desired. Sarah muttered. My muscles quivered with fear, as every rumble of the predator's chest rippled into my body. Noah strolled over to the help desk, earning open stares from several Venlo. Its sinewy arms were unwavering, though it hadn't hurt me yet. I was trapped in its clutches, and I knew its road trip was to a slaughterhouse. Noah poked my neck with its nails. "Brighten up, Glim. Looks like the train to Selgol Falls arrives any minute." "You were getting on the wrong one." I was speechless, but my chest shook with a despairing sob. The human stared with its binocular pupils, and its eyebrows pressed together. It wasn't clear why the predator kept trying to engage me. Both of us knew the truth of this encounter. "Your Aunt Thema moved to Selgol a year ago, according to our records. You want to see her, right?" Noah pressed. My ears perked slightly. "Titi, there. Thema?" "Yeah. A nice family reunion. I'm going to tag along to make sure you don't hurt yourself, any other Venlo, or some poor Gaian out for a stroll. Human. And not Gaian." No, Gaian wasn't a lie. "We have lots of names: Glim, Terran, human, earthling, mankind, and Gaian. Gaian is just one of the lesser-known ones. Call us whatever you like. Not Predator, I hope." The Predator delicately extended my wrist and pressed the holopad it obtained from Sarah against my claws. When I didn't snatch the device away, Noah physically bent my toes around it. The Terran released its own grip on the electronic, after checking for several seconds that I wouldn't drop it. It's yours. Examine the facts for yourself, the beast growled. First contact, the peer-reviewed human empathy tests, my speech to the Federation, and our rescue of the cradle from the Arxer. That's where I ask you to stop. I eyed the device. Double what? You can see everything about us, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Our modern culture, our evolution and aggression, the extent of the Federation's lies, how we grow meat in lab vats rather than hunting. Some of it might shock or scare you, but it's all the truth. Monster. Predator.a. I'm sorry you feel that way. Listen, after you spend a while with your family, I'm taking you back to the facility. No. Not sea cattle. The Venlo screaming at the top of his lungs attracted more attention, and Noah blinked in frustration. I could sense the predator's patience waning, so I hushed myself to avoid its ire. Perhaps these lies were kinder than the Ox's torment and degradation. Humans were different in that regard. The alien beast heaved a sigh. You need treatment. But if you never want to see a human again, just say so once we get back. You will never hear from me, or any Terran volunteers again, not inside those walls. I want never, I croaked. Okay. It's your choice. I'm just asking you to research honestly first. You can lock in your decision when we're back, and ask me anything you like on the ride. Noah boarded the arriving train with caution, while I was still trapped in its arms. The helipad beckoned to me, as a hint of curiosity crept in. The words, human empathy, typed themselves, without conscious effort. It was an absurd notion, but I was interested to discover what supposed evidence existed. Playing along with the Gaian's game was harmless. A predator's kindness couldn't be that convincing, after all. The nature of predators. 84. Memory, transcription, subject, Ania, Isif. Axo-Dominion Sector Fleet in State, a standardized human time. November 30th, 2136. My shuttle descended on our spy station, piloted by automatic land functions. This was the same clandestine facility that Secretary General Meyer approached prior to Earth's attack. Perhaps the Dominion should have relocated the outpost, but the brass scoffed at the notion that any prey would dare to strike it. I knew that the Terrans wouldn't hesitate to hit us where it hurt, though, should we ever clash. Stations like this one were essential to sector-wide command and intelligence. The rig had its own state-of-the-art FTL comms network, which had been painstakingly routed back to RIS. The relay functioned across hundreds of light years, by leeching off Federation infrastructure as well. I was careful not to tip my claw when I communicated with the humans. I trusted them to watch their own self-interest foremost. The Federation don't bother establishing costly networks, because it's the first thing we wipe out. I don't need to give the humans vulnerable targets. The shuttle dropped onto a landing pedestal. I wasted no time disembarking. Ceremonial armor clung to my form, and a decorative sword had been placed in a scabbard. It was time to act out Isif, the fanatic. Some low-ranking grunt had refused her Gojit rations, and then ejected the food out an airlock. The Dominion wished to make an example of her. Guards bared their teeth as I strutted into a central holding area. The prisoner was dangling from wrist restraints, bleeding from several gashes. It could be my head on a pike, just as easily, There was reason I treaded with such care. Those ungrateful humans who reclaimed the very worlds they told us to attack were making me regret my risks for them. Earth wasn't bargaining from a position of strength. Your death will be swift and decisive. I shoved my snout into the inmate's face and stared right into her pupils. The Aksha guards watched with amusement. Live like prey and die like prey. I scanned my form into the virtual interface and watched as several holograms popped up around me. Chief Hunter Shaza was a welcome attendee, since I needed to stop her from reclaiming Silis the orbital way. There were plentiful examples of conquest in human history. However, the UN's lack of slavery and brutality led me to conclude this was different. Terran mercy had gone haywire at the worst time. The prophet descendant of the Betterment Office, Gisnell, was presiding over the trial. I'd branded myself as one of the true believers and earned his favor among chief hunters. There was a reason I was assigned to the juiciest sector, with weak targets like Venlil and Zerulians. The question was, if he suspected my treasonous intent, with how fervently I defended Earth. Human carelessness was jeopardizing my zealous persona. Chief Hunter Izif, raise your condemnation for your empire, Gisnell stated. Begin when you are ready. My pupils scanned the battered prisoner. What is our birthright, hallowed prophet? Arksure stand atop the food chain, and the animals populating other worlds exist to suit our whims. The accused mocks our very existence. There was no option to show mercy to her. Betterment has eyes and ears everywhere. They'd question me not seeking the death penalty. She, whose name has been revoked for treason, disgraces this military. Food is a precious commodity, due to the Federation's butchery of our cattle, I continued. What right does a lowly underling have to dispose of food in an airlock? Food which could have fed a worthy mouth. I narrowed my eyes, slapping my tail across her snout. Hardened grey skin was pierced by my scales, which added to her array of marks. The oxa restrained her yelps, as she knew such weakness would lessen slim hopes of betterment sparing her. Not that there was any chance the prophet descendant would forgive a capital offense. Gisnell yawned in boredom. The punishment you seek, meritorious Isif? Death. None who oppose the Arksure shall stand, I snarled. I wish to strike this thief down with my own claws here and now. Very well. I concur with the chief hunter's assessment. Accused, any last words for your honor? The prisoner released a wet cough. The Gojits are people, true sapiens. They ate meat, like us. How can you still treat them as cattle? I'll defer that question to you, Isif, the prophet descendant chuckled. Sapient consumption was a requisite for our survival. I'd come to terms with that years ago. Sure, the Gojid jerky I'd eaten with my crew hadn't gone down as easily, with the thought of Nulia calling me Sifi. Food that didn't emit playful giggles and wasn't capable of higher reasoning was preferable. Still, there was nothing I could do about our current practices. My actions saved a lot more prey than one sliced and diced Gojid. My tail lashed in faux irritation. The entire ideal of betterment is that the strong cull the weak. The prey are still prey, based on their actions, how they snivel and piss themselves over any challenge. These are not the behaviors of true sapiens. Even if they once were cogent, that bears no relevance on today. Well said. Go ahead, split that traitor's throat, Gisnell said. I stalked around the prisoner, arching the ridges on my spine. Fear glistened in her eyes, which caused my adrenaline to hum. It felt good to be in control and to have a release for my pent-up aggression. Of course, I didn't really want to complete this execution, but my primal side liked it. The humans in the Venlo would label me a monster if they witnessed me strike a prisoner down in cold blood. They didn't understand the confines of my system. The chatty Terrans had entire rituals with lawyers and testimonies that could drag on for weeks. Here, Betterment's determination was the difference between innocence and guilt, made without a word edgewise. Chief Hunter, Shaza, curled her lip. I don't see any blood. What are you waiting for? Can a man not savor his kill anymore? I was hoping she'd beg, I growled coldly. My claws slashed across the soft flesh, and scarlet blood spurted between my digits. The Arksher prisoner sagged in her restraints, with gurgling noises escaping her maw. Fluid frothed up to her teeth, and her eyes lolled. The truth was, this wasn't the first, the 10th, or even the 100th person I'd killed in the name of survival. It got easier every time. The sympathy I felt became muted. As a cruelty-deficient individual, I learned to fake dominant traits from a young age. A televised execution was when I realized that most people didn't wince at screaming cattle or cry when their family members died. Cat voice was always there, no matter how much logic I employed. Watching the humans glamorize kind acts, I wondered what Arksher society was like when empathy abounded. Maybe it could have been the Venlo buddying up to us. Though, ones like Sleinek are too emotional for even my liking. They die too quickly. I turned to face the holograms, waving my blood-stained claws. Shaza, I bring word from the humans. The female chief hunter grinned. How can you be so right about the Gojids being weak, yet you fail to apply that to the humans? Humans are not sniveling prey. They are destructive and prideful to their own detriment at times. Don't let their pudgy appearance fool you. They bested us in combat. Unlike any other race, their prey-like interactions with each other sicken me. You are mistaking prey-like for social. Empathy is not a defect in pack predators, though humans must learn to temper such tendencies. Still, they are apex predators on their world. Gisnell narrowed his eyes. Humans understand cruelty and aggression. They need the same push Betterment gave us. The Terrans had figures much like our Lasnell in their history. I'd done research on a holopad I found in New York's wreckage. Every herbivore alien questioned how such a leader could rise, but the primates already knew that answer. Their modern populace feared that becoming a reality again. Presently, humanity demonized predatory attitudes they detested an equivalent to the Northwest Bloc resurfacing. Imposing Betterment on the Terrans was an awful idea, but I wasn't going to voice that opinion. Perhaps in the future, Earth would take in defective Arksher as refugees. The Dominion sentenced anyone lesser to death, so they might be amenable to lending slaves to Earth. It wasn't like Riss had a use for condemned weaklings. Would humanity even want my people on their world? Some personnel looked at us like we were diseased animals. Secretary General Maya wouldn't have taken much convincing, but alien goals weren't on Zhao's agenda. Every action had to lend a direct benefit to Earth, or advance their war efforts. I yearned for the original leader and his calming ideology. Chief Hunter Shaza scowled. This human message better be good, Isif. Why did they claim 2 territories under Akshar's siege? The United Nations sees conquest as a way to obtain the entire planet as our catch, I responded. They believe in maximizing resources and are willing to negotiate a deal. Human interference was meant as aid. Aid? Terran commanders messaged my ships, demanding that we back off. Their claim of Silis, then fall, was a bold-faced attempt to swipe our prize. I agree with Shaza. Humans are proving ungrateful, despite how Isif saved their Earth. Gisnel's fangs protruded with disdain. We attacked these worlds to enact their vengeance, while their own military floundered. We shouldn't negotiate for what is ours already. Of course, your savageness. Humanity were tactless, I agreed hastily. Going orbital on their army seems unwise, though. Predators must stay united until the Federation is eradicated. Shaza snorted. Ah, yes. A federation that humanity is pulling their alliance members from? Pets, not allies. If you're tricked by lies tailored for prey, the female Aksha stiffened with indignation, and her holographic tail blurred with motion. The prophet descendant scrutinized us both closely, spending an extra second on me. Perhaps I'd painted myself too much in Earth's camp. A proper chief hunter should want to bash the human's nose in. Humility wouldn't be the worst thing to teach them, regardless. I want Fall and Silis in our control by the end of the week. I don't care how you do it, Shaza. You and Isif settle that part among yourselves, Gisnel decided. Shaza's eyes gleamed with triumph. Yes, Great One. As you wish. It will be settled. I am fully committed to our glory, I managed. The chief hunter tossed her head in gloating as Gisnel left the holopad call. The prisoner body sat at my feet throughout this exchange, which I hope bolstered my tough exterior. Shaza had near full autonomy over her sector, except for the rare case of Betterment's direct orders. People of our rank merely filed reports and had thousands of ships to do their bidding. Human generals were chained by comparison, with more oversight and rules to adhere to. I understood what they meant by war crimes now, though I couldn't believe my eyes. What value was artwork in the middle of combat? Why wouldn't an army take out medics that were limiting enemy casualties? It was a miracle that Shao hadn't elected to shed this softness. But I suppose their docility was why I believed they could pioneer a better future. Perhaps I could take another crack at the United Nations, or persuade Shaza of their value to our cause. Pride was important to an Oxus culture, especially given how concessions would be framed. The long-term value of social allies needed to be put in a way a brute could understand. Hear me out, Shaza. I will explain to you why tolerating humans benefits our cause, despite their irritating emotions, I growled. Every good hunter should have the facts before drafting a plan. The chief hunter swished her tail. I had enough talking for today. There's only so much social blabbering one can take. Of course, this discourse has dragged on too long. My patience is also tested, I lied. Opposing opinions are grating, and solitude would be welcome. Just one more thing. What is it? We need to have this conversation, in person. Your attack may be detrimental to the Dominion's long-term success. Allow me to present the military pros and cons at a location of your choice. The decision will be yours. Shaza presented her fangs in a warning gesture, though the details were grainy in the hologram. I responded by dropping into a hunting crouch, cowing before a threat was admitting defeat. The humans were the only way I saw the war ending, and leaving us with a non-sapient meat supply. As idiotic as the leaf lickers could be, I couldn't allow our tensions to escalate. I respect an elderly, veteran general enough to entertain your speech. A snicker shook her sides. Stop by the cloaked farm habitat just inside my sector. It's a day's travel from your post. You can have a tour of a modern operation. Age means surviving combat and nature's assassination attempts. If you're lucky, it will come to you as well, I replied. Enough of your platitudes. Will you travel to the farm or not? Yes. I'll be there. Chief Hunter Shaza terminated the call, and I stormed back to my shuttle. Tolerating her condescending attitude and groveling on the human's behalf wasn't a thrilling prospect. I couldn't even wash the death from my body. Cleaning the blood off my claws would suggest that I wasn't proud of my kill. A day of warp travel would allow me to process options and play out various scenarios in my mind. Why couldn't the humans just let two species who assaulted them perish? It would be much easier for all parties involved. The nature of Predator's 85 memory, transcription subject, Chief Hunter, ASIF, Arxor Dominion Sector, Fleet State Standardized Human Time. December 1, 2136. Dominion resources weren't equipped to track it. I made sure the device was well encrypted and could pass it off as top-secret research if asked about it. It allowed me to monitor anonymous Arxor forums where anger and sedition were brewing. Betterment's grip on Riss had waned as word of Federation omnivores circled back home. Many citizens saw other meat-eaters as victims of the same predator hatred that crippled us. The converts were genuine sapients, distorted by the enemy. Those revelations didn't inspire faith in our diet, nor did the Dominion's inability to reform. Starvation is a good motivator for unrest. These forums have been safe spots for talks of the food alternatives raised by Terran's existence. I.e., the humans are the predators we want to be, I read one comment aloud. Perhaps our resistance movement could be officially recognized. Their support would lend us legitimacy. My shuttle was on a landing approach to the farm habitat. I digested the reminder of my purpose quickly. The humans were our hope at changing the status quo, and they were the only aliens who saw us as people. Our carnivory made alliances unobtainable with most of the galaxy. There was a reason our search for true life persisted through the centuries. As long as we were isolated and starving, individuals like Shaza and Ghaznel would maintain power. Our plight was how Betterment retained control, stirring up perpetual hatred. The Federation caused our predicament, after all. Draconian measures, as humans would say, were necessary, and lesser individuals hindered our collective welfare. The holopad was tucked back into a drawer. As docking protocols were completed, I disembarked to the hangar bay, and Chief Hunter Shaza greeted me. The fattened guards flanking her were indicative of our cattle-rich location. Farms were coveted postings, awarded based on bloodlines. This cushy detail was one reserved for those whose genes were desirable. Shaza. You look absolutely vicious, I barked. The Chief Hunter narrowed her eyes. Don't get flirtatious, Isif. This is a professional visit. I merely respect a worthy adversary. The feeling is mutual, yes? Indeed, I suppose we can spare a minute for pleasantries. A tour is mandatory, for another sector's lead hunter. Cattle farms are a delight. Nothing like a satisfactory meal at the ready. Shall we proceed? The female auctioneer stalked forward, her torso positioned at a sharp angle. I mimicked her lunging posture and ensured that my elderly pace kept up with hers. This farm habitat was the pride of Shazaz's sector, with its compact design. Rather than the traditional pens with overhead guard walkways, her design utilized crawl space trapdoors for retrieval. Aksha could monitor prey from viewing panes and administer negative feedback with a button array. The hangar spilled into a narrow hallway, with cattle pens visible on both sides. The enclosure to my left housed Harchin who were in poor condition. I could see flaky scales peeling off their hides and their sunken eyes in a listless daze. These reptiles were lethargic, having lost the will to move around. It was pitiful to see a sapient mind reduced to a husk. Harchin territory was the closest to this facility, but that didn't stop Shiza from ferrying in other livestock. To the right, I could see the newest species in her domain, the yotul, exotic by all accounts. The smooth-skulled marsupials showed a bit of life, though I saw glassiness in their eyes. These uplifts played no part in what happened to our people, and supposedly hadn't latched onto the fear ideology yet. I worked with the marsupials on Earth, so I knew they sided with humans because they felt ostracized. Active hostilities between the Arksher and friendly prey were unnecessary. There was a truce ongoing since the Battle of Earth, extended to the 3 species that offered aid. However, unlike the Zeruleans and Venlo, the yotul weren't in my domain. I couldn't stop Shaza from renouncing my pact. Kamo's chief hunters are accepting any human allies as Arksher allies, despite Betterment's official silence. But Shaza sees no reason not to round up primitive herbivores. I forced a look of disinterest. How do the yotul taste? They don't look like anything special. The taste is quite strong, stays in your mouth for a while. Dry too, Shaza replied. The flavor profile is not my favorite, but some of the guards like it. I'm sure the underlings have simpler palates than us. As if the masses will eat what they're given. The important thing is how well the yotul breed. Our herd here will gather data to determine their viability. It's hard to match Sivkits or Zeruleans. Or the Venlil. How could you give them up? Calculated risk. Skepticism flared in her amber eyes, but the chief hunter continued our walk in silence. I kept my gaze ahead, not wanting to look at the cramped yotul pen. That defective voice was restless after interacting with the helpers on Earth. I was relieved there hadn't been any gracious offers to sample the product. My mind was elsewhere as Shasa guided me through the guard quarters, a crocodile aviary, and 2 more Harchin pens. If this was the crowning achievement of Oxa society, what scathing commentary did that drum up about our people? Billions of sapiens were in similar misery, and cognizant of their continued suffering. It was a fate deserved by no one. The chief hunter led me into the kitchen facilities, where corpses dangled from the ceiling. The scent of a gutted Harchin struck my nostrils, an aroma that tickled my olfactory glands. My body was conditioned to associate certain blood types with meals. Saliva, production, and eye dilation were involuntary responses. I could hear my stomach rumbling despite being well fed. How did humans suppress intrusive instincts without any discomfort? I wasn't an animal, of course. I wasn't going to strike down an herbivore just because they were bleeding. That didn't mean my nostrils wouldn't have their interest peaked. However, on Earth's internet, the impulses they discussed toward the prey had nothing to do with sudden hunger. So a second to last stop. "This is where we process food," Shaza narrated. "Is this the part where you get to addressing Fall and Silas?" I lashed my tail. "Two territories which belong to us. I agree that we should get them back. However, it's in our best interest to attempt loathsome diplomacy for their recovery. Why are you so keen on appeasing these weaker predators? They shouldn't get away with blatant insults." "Ha, at least humans aren't so dreadfully boring, yes?" They did offer compensation for their overreach. They see our raids as wasteful of resources and view this as a chance to build a decadent empire. I don't want their leftovers, Yusuf. I want them to get out of the fucking way. Shaza exhaled a frustrated breath and sank her serrated fangs into her lower maw. The hostility in her gaze suggested a different approach was required. This was about personal pride more than resources. This sector's chief hunter didn't care if humans could supply more goods than us. No percentage of the haul would be sufficient to allow their incursion. Humans bossing us around and calling the shots exacerbated the situation. They're lucky they didn't get nuked then and there. "Yee, you ask why I tolerate such things, Shaza," I sighed. "The truth is, I want to keep Earth's guns pointed at the Federation. I'm using humans to make the Dominion the supreme, unchallenged power." "Using humans?" I was under the impression they're using you. The UN are clueless to our aims because Zhao is blind and on the warpath. Earth's silly coddling is causing the prey to collapse. Meanwhile, their manpower performs the heavy lifting against the main Federation factions. Their manpower riddled with lesser creatures. Even their own ships are tribute from the Venlo, the weak, sniveling, knock-kneed prey. Humans are bungling everything. Nothing is bungled. They'll do anything for victory, and pitting the animals against each other. It's brilliant. Our enemies will be destroyed without us lifting a claw. You're saying you really want to use them to fight the war for us? Precisely. Our victory has been delayed for long enough, for centuries. What are Fall and Silas compared to bringing down the entire house? We don't need humans to destroy the Federation, though. We aren't weak. We aren't dependent on others. It's not that we cannot do it ourselves. It's about preserving our strength for a worthy adversary. The Federation doesn't contain enjoyable foes. Let someone else take out the trash. Shaza issued a low chuckle and stalked past an icebox of crocodile carcasses. Fresh prey was preferable, but not always possible during military operations. It was inefficient to build cattle enclosures into every warship and garrison. Larger ships could accommodate active livestock, but this facility was suited to ration exportation too. I could see that my words caused the chief hunter to reconsider her strategy. The humans could be framed as efficient soldier slaves who didn't require oversight. At worst, the Terran advance softened Federation defenses and pulled species away from the enemy coalition. As purely a numbers game, the tactical benefit was obvious. My nose distracted me again as we wandered into a hangar beside the butchery. Adjustable tunnels of barbed wire sat beside docking ports, built to load or unload cattle. This must be the shipping department, where any new catch was processed. It also provided a way to ship living prey out to the fleet for fresh consumption. Shaza cleared her throat. Your idea is clever, But humans can't believe they have authority over us. Their soldiers need a kick in the teeth. It's unbecoming of an Arxur commander to surrender territory without a fight. If dignity's worth more than our overall success, then your mind is set. My pupils darted over to a barbed wire enclosure, where the tangy aroma originated. Ceruleans were crammed into the unloading area, mewling pitifully. Wait. Why do you have prey from my sector? Relax, Isif. Some idiot volunteers went speeding off on a medical ship to rescue Krakatl civilians. We intercepted them and brought them here. Heshaza shouldn't be capturing human allied species at all. This jeopardizes everything I worked on. The UN are pressing for me to barter these guys' release as well. Thoughts of cerulean medics in New York ran through my mind. There was a unique earnestness in their efforts to save human patients. The little furballs were dedicated to preserving life, even those of people they believed were monsters. What other species would fly unarmed medical ships into an Arxur occupation? Emotional concerns warred with my logic. I knew that my only objective should be talking Shaza down, but I felt sick to my stomach. Despite how good their scent was, my defective voice couldn't bear to see friendlies shipped off to slaughter. My interactions made their personhood all too real, not a harsh fact I pushed aside with ease. One Cerulean was sobbing, with despondent paws pressed against the wire. Her stomach quaked, and green blood was smeared across her little nose. The pleading quality in her eyes paralyzed me. I couldn't bring myself to ignore the herbivore's plight. My position gave me leeway to induce a more favorable outcome, so a bartering attempt was logical. Persuasion wasn't working on Shaza, anyways. My objectives shifted in a heartbeat to a species more worthy of salvation than the tillfish or the harchin. The humans would have to deal with the war they brought upon themselves. My throat was dry. I see. Well, on the topic of injured pride, I will not press further on fallen Silas. But I can't leave this facility without a consolation prize. So you admit defeat. What is it you want from me? The female Arxur hissed. A few of those ceruleans. Humans claim they make great pets, and I'd like to test that for myself. I've been devoid of amusement for too long. I can always carve them up once I'm bored. Task. That's an odd request, though I'd like to see them scrubbing your tail scales. I'll grant your wish, Isif. Are 2 prime specimens sufficient? 3 is what I had in mind. Humans keep more at hand, but these will dish out enough whining for 1 Arxur. And I'd like the crying one specifically. It's a prime example of what makes these animals lesser. The chief hunter bared her teeth and snatched the tear-stained cerulean with haste. She deposited the quadruped into a scratchy sack, indifferent to any yelps. Tilting her head, she picked out 2 more prizes, a young, healthy cerulean of each sex. Shaza dragged the cattle bag across the floor and whispered for her guards to bring it to my ship. I breathed a sigh of relief as I realized the layout subtly brought us back to our starting point. My landing hangar was next to the shipping facility, which allowed for a swift exit. The hosting Arxur were all but rushing me off. Chief Hunter Shaza displayed ostensible irritation, weary of my visit. There was no reason to prolong my travels. I offered a tepid farewell and boarded my craft without delay. The bag of ceruleans had been thrown on the floor like it was any other junk. The herbivores screamed their heads off and flopped around inside the sack. I ignored the parcel lumbering up to the cockpit. Jetting away from the farm habitat was done with a few buttons, and a course was set for my territory. Unease swelled in my chest as I realized how rash my snatch and grab was. What significance did 3 cattle have in the big picture? I crouched over the cerulean package. What on earth am I going to do with these guys? Any normal Archer will think I'm mad. My paw reached into the sack, scooping the warm bundles out. The ceruleans wriggled and squeaked at my touch. Before bolting away, I watched as they disappeared into crevices and supply closets. The fools didn't realize I could sniff them out with ease. The Terrans must have endless patience to coddle such antics. I just saved your lives. I'm not going through a song and dance to prove myself. I snarled. Stalking back to the cockpit, my destination switched to Earth. The humans could deal with these cerulean pets, and also learn the consequences of their mercy. The United Nations should be warned of Shaza's intent. However, flagrant interference would sever my ties to the Dominion. I wasn't sure I wanted to openly oppose my people. As much as I longed for societal overhaul, Archer resistance was in its infancy. A two-front war was a steep task for primitive omnivores. It wasn't clear whether the empathetic humans could be trusted to pull their weight or support our cause. Sticking my neck out wasn't worth it without future rewards. Perhaps it was best to let Silas and Fall slip back into Dominion possession. The Nature of Predators, 86, Memory, Transcription. Subject, Isle Captain, Sovlin, United Nations, Fleet. Command date, U Standardized Human Time, December 1, 2000. 136. Activity quieted down among our fleet. Kawa. The UN focused on menial affairs for now. A small contingent of scout ships, detached to survey potential colonies, and a few patrollers ensured the Federation didn't get another crack at the Mazics. Without a fleet of their own, Kupo's Presidium was reliant on human protection. Most Terran ships circled back to our mobile repair units, which had camped a few light years from the battleground. Our vessel docked for routine maintenance, but that lasted mere hours. Once the all clear was given, we were sent with a small group on a patrol route. The United Nations was likely to assign us a new target after Earth sorted out their next priorities. I'm not sure this is a good idea, Sovlin, Samantha said from my side. Why would Officer Cardona invite you to his quarters? I bobbed my shoulders, mirroring a human shrug. Only one way to find out. The real question is why you ordered Carlos not to accompany us. Tyler and Carlos almost came to blows when he saw what happened to your face. Truly, a hard fall. Accidents happen. Carlos had rounded on Tyler in the rec lounge after I sought out a medical touch-up. The blood gushing from my nose wasn't ebbing, and my paper towel hadn't helped. The male guard's biceps rippled beneath their green markings as he roared at his superior officer. I believe his exact words were, "Does beating up a depressed alien make you feel like a man?" Tyler hadn't responded and tried to ignore my friend. Onzo took notice of my facial damage too. There was a tinge of fear when he looked at his buddy. That wariness was unusual for the knife feral Yuchel. He might have decided there was a scrap of truth in humans initiating violence. Captain Monahan got wind of the incident as other UN soldiers broke up the altercation. I issued a full denial when she summoned me to the bridge. My fibs didn't fool her at all, especially when Officer Cardona offered little in his own defense. The commander was obviously frustrated, as she poked holes in my story. Why did I have wounds all over my body if I'd slipped headfirst into a cabinet? There had to be another reason I was nursing my ribcage. Monaghan announced her disappointment in Tyler before assigning him to indefinite latrine duty. Days had passed since his beatdown, but the holopad invite to his quarters came out of nowhere. Perhaps he blamed me for not offering a more robust denial. The blonde officer must be angry about receiving punishment for his actions. Samantha crossed her arms. Yes, accidents happen. And leave finger marks on your throat? You can see that through my fur. I groaned. The doctor did at the infirmary. Then your doctor exaggerated. You know how you humans are, very over the top. The female guard huffed in irritation, fixing me with a disdainful glare. Her narrowed eyes once would have filled me with terror, but now I recognized the scowls as part of her snarky attitude. Her venomous tongue was a defense mechanism. In my opinion, Samantha never offered any commentary on the loss of her husband. Maybe that stoicism was how humans were supposed to grieve, though I didn't believe that. I tapped my claws against Tyler's door. Several crewmates that passed us in the hall whispered to each other. My identity must have gotten around. According to Samantha, my role in Silene's interview had earned me some favor on Earth. But I didn't deserve humans' pity, and I was thankful that Officer Cardona dished out retribution at last. Onso opened the door. Harris, Sovlin, come in. Not until you tell us why we're here, Samantha hissed. Oh, cut it out, Sam. Don't be like that. I swatted her elbow with the blunt side of my claws. I'm going in, with or without you. What? So you can take another accidental tumble? Get in a nasty fight with a rug? Tyler's angular face peered over a couch. Hey, we're all cool. It's square. Onso and I are playing a badass video game. I thought you'd get a kick out of it, Sovlin. Confusion swelled in my chest as the tall human waved a black object in his hand. Why would Marcel's packmate invite me over to play some television game? I trudged inside, despite suspecting an ambush. Samantha rolled her eyes. At least I could count on her not intervening in a rug tussle. There was no visible malice in Tyler's blue irises. Onso must have been briefed on who I was, since he didn't question our past anymore. The uplift knew that I deserved whatever beating the human doled out, and then some. Guilt clawed at my chest as I joined the Terran officer on the couch. A trace of fear lingered too, my instinctive phobia of violent predators. Tyler threw me into those cabinets like I weighed nothing. It was quite terror-inducing. A menu screen appeared on the television, with the words, Start Campaign selected by Onso. The Yochel looked awkward, juggling the controller, which was designed for long fingers rather than stubby toes. The uplift used his tail to hold it, and had both paws hovering over a side. Samantha accepted a device from Tyler, and passed one to me. The female human placed a pillow in my lap, balancing the controller atop it. I tucked my paws on both sides, thankful for my slender claws to poke at buttons. It wasn't clear how predatory these games were, or if the blonde Terran was attempting to traumatize me. Onso explained the button functions, while a loading screen played. I tried to listen, but I was distracted by his human partner's posture. Tyler stared ahead with intensity, and leaned forward on the couch. The predator's knuckles squeezed around his controller, as though he wanted to constrict it. What is this? I asked, unable to stay silent. I don't understand why I'm here. Tyler blinked. You can go if you want. This is a first-person shooter game called Lethal Clash of Proximum Co-op mode. I modded the human enemies with Archer bodies. Thought it'd help you to gun down the Greys like you want. What? You know what happened to his kid. You think he wants to play a game about the Archer? Samantha spat. A game about killing them? Fuck yeah. I've been hell-bent to get my claws on an Archer and extract as much suffering as possible for years. I wanted to look one in the eyes and relish ending its miserable existence. A simulation was the closest thing I could get to that reality. Tyler was right. That did sound like fun, or at least a cathartic experience. I bared my teeth. I like this game already. Especially if the predator bastards scream. The revelation that the Colchians deployed their cure against the Archer did nothing to quell my revenge fantasies. If anyone deserved a slow death, it was a filthy grey beast. Starvation didn't excuse the torture videos of our pups they mailed to Federation worlds, and how they ate my own family alive, bit by bit. The humans would never dream of such a thing, no matter how dire their circumstances. The necessity of hunting us was something I could see if a flesh-eater was deprived of their prey. But the level of sadism the Archer showed had nothing to do with necessity. It sickened me that the UN coordinated with them, but I understood that Earth had been surrounded and defenseless. Samantha heaved an exasperated sigh. I hope this is the easy difficulty, Tyler. You're just going to annoy him if he dies non-stop. Sovlin's got to learn somehow. The male predator replied. The game deposited us outside of a space station, and the graphical rendition was admirable. Tyler and Samantha's characters moved forward at the front, while Onso and I crept after them. Archer bodies were crouched inside, spewing bullets upon our entry. Rage flowed into my wrists, and I depressed the fire button. Crimson streaks moved across my split screen, which I suppose symbolized wounds to a red-blooded Terran. A bar decreased over my character's head. Onzo and I were shooting in a daze, while the humans ducked behind cover. It was frightening how sharp their reflexes and multitasking were in combat. The Terrans did most of the work gunning down the Archer. It felt satisfying when my own bullets hit one representation, but a part of me was concerned about the lifelike blood splatter. Perhaps the Earthlings did crave death and violence. This shouldn't be an activity of mass appeal. I decided to attempt a conversational tone. So human games involve battle recreations and killing people? It's a power fantasy, obviously, Tyler replied. Everything is a competition for us. Why not fight in a way that no one gets hurt? But you, people wanting to fight, enough to seek it out for fun. Not just fighting. We want to win, Sovlin. There's a difference. Doesn't a part of you want to crush the Archer? Vanquish them? The Archer, yes. But you said these enemies are normally other humans. Old habits die hard. We fought wars for thousands of years. It's how we are, man. So it feels good, Tyler. To kill your own kind? The blonde human was silent, pursing his lips with disquiet. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed Samantha shaking her head at Tyler. That implied that the answer was affirmative, and I could see why she wouldn't want that broadcasted. Our game characters moved ahead, while I wondered how humans controlled such instinct. Terrans have empathy. I suppose that's the only thing keeping them from the Oxer's lows. Onzo yipped excitedly. Charging at an enemy feels good. Driving them off, kicking them in the teeth, showing your strength, that's what Tyler means. As I've told you before, charging at hostiles with no strategy gets you killed, the human officer sighed. In both real life and the game. Hold up. Uplift, I barked. You play a game killing other Yochel? The marsupial flicked his ears. Sure. We defended territorial claims for years. Harsh winters come, and there's not enough grains stashed for everyone. You take, or you're taken from. That's twisted. You're an herbivore, fighting among your own people. Competition is normal, and you fuckers told us it's not. Nature is indifferent to any of our morals. The Gojids probably did the same thing before the tentacled freaks remade you. Onso's right. We ate meat, so Gojids are fucked up monsters too. I have no right to judge his people or humanity. Gunfire sound effects snapped me away from my rumination. More enemies camped in the next area, and the Archer began pinning us down. My heart rate skyrocketed, as if it was genuine combat. I crouched by a barrel just in time and retained a few slivers of health. This enemy AI was merciless, an accurate approximation of the real Greys. The Yochel wasn't so quick to find cover. Onzo held down the sprint blocker and seemed keen to melee the enemies. His health bar was depleted within a second, and his humanoid character crumpled to the ground. The primitive jabbed at several buttons, prompting the avatar to rise. Onzo grew incensed by his death, and ignored Tyler calling his name. The uplift curled his lip, rage smoldering in his eyes. He released an incoherent howl and flung the controller in a blind fury. Cracking sound reverberated through the air as the device crashed into a wall. Tyler paused the game. What the fuck, Onzo? That's the third controller you've thrown. It's a stupid game. The Yochel screeched. These levels are impossible. I think we're not playing together anymore. What? No. I'm sorry. It's just so... You said you'd try harder, buddy. You can't just break things because you're mad. Unless it's Sovlin's face, Samantha chimed in helpfully. I shouldn't have done that, but I'm not going to apologize. Marcel is a good dude, and he didn't deserve a shock collar around his neck. What's one punch compared to that? My spines bristled. I agree with him, Sam. More people should treat me like the monster I am. Please, let it go. Tyler gave me a rough pat on the shoulder. I flinched instinctively. The blonde human switched off his console and took the controller from my grip. It was disappointing not to have another crack at the Oxa. The game should have allowed us to best and trample them with ease. It wasn't fun to strategize. More importantly, I wasn't sure what Tyler was playing at. The big guy resented me, for a well-established reason. Even Onzo should have sided against me, but the exchange duo were acting cordial. This gaming session was crafted as an outlet for my anger, though the fact that predators constantly used it for that purpose was a jarring admission. I began to think of Terrans as normal people, who weren't a threat to innocence. Perhaps the truth wasn't so simple, despite their rich sentimentality. It was odd to hear a human speaking of their aggression in candid terms. Billions of predators on one world, craving a fight at all times and trying to hold themselves together. That goes a long way to explaining the Federation's observations. I can see why they find other ways to get that out of their system now. Well, let me clean up the controller shards first, Tyler grumbled, but Anso and I'll head to the mess hall in a few minutes. You're both welcome to join us. I chewed at my claws. You should enjoy your meal. I don't want to sour it for you. Sovlin, I forgave you. It's all water under the bridge now. You haven't reached out for therapy, so I decided you needed a pal in the interim. You want to befriend me? Because I think you deserve a second chance. No more knuckle sandwiches from me, promise. You've suffered enough. Samantha bared her teeth. Sovlin's down on himself more than ever. Tell him being an omnivore doesn't make him unworthy of happiness. Well, duh. I don't think I deserve pain and misery, and I'm an omnivore. The humans missed the point, as usual. Their tenuous grasp on their instincts was something they managed so that they wouldn't commit heinous deeds. There was no telling what savagery Gojeds were capable of. Eating corpses was monstrous enough. My predatory side had shown with Marcel's torture, which even Riesel likened to the Arxer. You're right. I'm glad you guys have my back, I fibbed. That's what humans are for. Besides, there might not be a lot of happy days left. Tyler ushered me to the door, wearing a sad smile. So enjoy the downtime while it lasts. Hold up. What is that supposed to mean? The brass detected anomalous movement in the Arxer fleet. We're going to shadow their vector. Tail a few light years behind them, in case they try anything. What are you, expecting them to try? We don't know. But our leader had a falling out with them, and they know the UN isn't at full strength. It's possible they'll attack our garrisons on Fall or Silas. That's a prelude to war. The thought of the Terran squaring off with the Arxer brought me considerable relief. After Silani's interview, the primates had every reason to stick to the monster's side. It was miraculous they kept diplomatic avenues open for prey that defected. I mean, according to Tyler, humans weren't content with peace in the best conditions. Perhaps the same degeneracy runs through the Gojid's contaminated genes. Like Onso said, we might have been similar primitives. Cave species like us needed the humans' help with just about every issue. If Earth could get back to exacting aggression on ugly child eaters, that would inspire my optimism about the galactic future. It would also bring our predators back to the morals their society once cherished. Any indication that the Arxer were an enemy was one I would seize. Eagerness thrummed in my chest. So humans will beat the Greys. You should have as soon as Earth was clear, just like you did at the cradle. It's not so simple. The Arxer have been concealing their full capabilities. Our intelligence is blind, Tyler explained. They have numbers, technology, and bases across the galaxy. Our prospects in a serious conflict don't look good. Samantha snorted. And we're already fighting the vegan cultists, better known as the Federation. Us versus the universe, battle royale. Hey, it's not that dire. We have allies. 33 open allies, counting the Thafki and the Gojids. We're your friends. Onzo Yip. Together, we're unlocking the secrets of physics and kicking ass. Hell yeah, I'm glad someone's ready for trouble. I want to be sure you're fit for duty too, Sovlin. I flicked my claws threateningly. I'm fit to fight the Ark, sir. I'm fit to do a whole lot more than that. Anytime, any place. Tyler shot me a concerned look, while Samantha boasted her signature smirk. The door clicked shut behind us, leaving me to wander toward the mess hall. The Predator ship felt cold and empty, like the uncanny stillness at the eye of a cyclone. This could be the last moment of sanity for a lengthy duration. With greater challenges looming, it was nice to patch up relations with my human superior. Infighting wasn't a luxury our underdog coalition could afford. The Nature of Predators, 87 Memory, Transcription. Subject, Guam Glen. Venlo Rescue Date, Standardized Human Time, December 1st to 31:36. The half-day train journey kick-started my confinement with the human. The more time passed, the less I was convinced that we were in Selgil Falls to see Anthema. We stopped off at a hotel for rest until the Vinlo government brought us a car and a driver. It was clear Noah had our authorities at its beck and call. I was impressed with how well the Gaian could control its instincts, and with how thorough its propaganda was. Reading about secret predators within the Federation was jaw-dropping. That rattled my worldview to the core. It was lunacy for the Kolshians to think flesh-eaters could be tamed. Any credibility the Terrans had gained was their fault. Human behavior did prove curious, especially rescue footage of the Gojids. That was negated by the fact that they invaded the cradle. Earth was the aggressor in the conflict. A lackluster excuse about Prime Minister Piri staging an assault was their cover for their warmongering. It was an opportunity to conquer the lesser races and begin an empire. But as a former exterminator, I couldn't say I didn't feel a sliver of doubt. Gaians broke a lot of rules that I'd known since birth, whether they were lying or not. I hadn't worked up the courage to ask Noah any questions yet. However, there were a lot of answers I wanted to hear when the beast was forced to cook up spontaneous retorts. Maybe I'm not in imminent danger of being devoured. Unless we're going to a slaughterhouse. Key, giving Hazy space. She hasn't been eating or drinking, and I think Sarah visiting would be a trigger. Tarva was speaking to Noah through a video call. The human pursed its lips. We should give Hazy as much time as she needs. If she's not even voicing her concerns, she's not ready. Glim is trouble, but at least his mind is still there. Just be careful, Noah. This isn't the capital. It's a rural area where Venlo aren't as open-minded. They don't regularly interact with humans. You're not exactly incognito either. Are you worried about me? A monstrous predator like me can scare off a few fanatics. Please, try not to scare anyone. The footage of you chasing Glim is making the rounds, and let's just say, it's a bad look. Human ambassador hunts Vinlil cattle in train station. It wasn't like that. Glim could have hurt someone. I had to stop him. I know, Noah. I like to be involved with things myself, but maybe we shouldn't have gotten wrapped up in this at all. We're too high profile to be ordinary helpers. The guy scowled. It was your idea to sponsor a Venlo in the first place. You said it was good PR to do our part. And you said you wanted to. Does it really matter whose fault it is? Governor Tava hissed. No. I just don't want your media team to toss me under the bus. Stars, I hate all of your idioms. Kill two birds with one stone. Cut to the chase. Stabbed in the back. Are there any that aren't about being maimed or killed? One or two. You're infuriating. We'll settle this later. Just be safe, okay? Noah bared its teeth to itself as the Venlo leader abandoned the call. I studied the Gaian for a long moment and considered the adoration in Tarva's eyes. That emotion looked like love, but I didn't understand how such strong feelings could arise toward a monster. Perhaps I should regard the beast with gendered pronouns, like he was a person. Earth's presence was less nefarious than Riss's dominion, from what I could tell. The empathy tests were convincing, since it was difficult to fool scientists on a neurochemical level. Why had Noah lied to us, though? His actions hadn't been innocuous, conning, and misleading us. The Gaian ambassador was ignoring my presence. For now, I was certain he was avoiding direct eye contact. His focus drifted to a sign in the distance, which read, Selgal Retirement Home. His hand reached for a visor, and he pressed it across his paralyzing pupils. I wondered what that accomplished when every Venlo here knew of his predatory identity. Why do you wear your visor out here? I gasped out. The human palmed his chin. Because these are elderly Venlo. I don't want to give anyone a heart attack. Any Venlo over 65 weren't allowed in the exchange program to avoid cardiac episodes. Tithima is how old? I don't know how many years. She's 74, Glim. You were gone for 11 years. No, that's not possible. I'm sorry. I hate to spring this on you, but your aunt's memory is fading. She's in the late stages of dementia. My gaze shifted to the rural landscape, which stretched to the horizon opposite the assisted living facility. A family reunion where Thema forgot me hadn't been in my imaginings. I was saddened that I hadn't been there to help and to visit her. Had her mind deteriorated because she was alone? Noah hesitated before moving a hand slowly. His fingers hovered over my wrist for several seconds, giving me a chance to pull away. The Gaian empathetically squeezed my forearm like a Venlo would with their tail. His touch was delicate and frail. It was clear he was leaving the option for me to withdraw, since I knew from the train station that he was much stronger. There were several things I'd read that weighed on my mind. I couldn't succumb to believing the narrative. The humans were allies with the child-eating Aksha, even if they'd used that alignment to liberate Venlo captives. Their current objective was unraveling the Federation, and they were bestial hunters too. Apparently, Terran aggression had been documented by observers prior to first contact. Can't remember learning about them in school, other than vaguely as an extinct predator race, I mused. Gay Internet claims they've had over 10,000 battles in their history, hundreds of wars in just a century after your World War. How could you ever keep peace? Noah was quiet for several seconds. We have to grow the fuck up. Humans want peace, yet we've only ever known competition. It doesn't come naturally, but we're starting to act like a united planet. Vivenil, always at peace. I doubt that. The Kolshian gentling took hold, and the Farsal sanitized your past. I think you used to be feisty herbivores, until they convinced you of your weakness. And if we're not strong, we'll teach you. We'll protect you with a fierceness you've never seen before. Noah's lips curved up, and I dissociated myself from the rush of fear. Perhaps the constant snarling betrayed his deceit, since the gesture came off as subconscious. The human rushed to cover his mouth, like he knew he'd done something wrong. If threat displays were intuitive, that explained the full-face masks at the hospital. I recalled how the Archer would snarl just looking at us, licking their lips with appetite. Sapient predators used their teeth to assert dominance in conversation too, from what I could tell. The guards would flash fangs when contesting a particular catch or boasting of their hunts. The Gaians possessed the same urges. The Venlo driver parked the car outside the nursing home, and Noah opened the door. I felt paralyzed, befuddled by the paradoxical humans. It wasn't clear what to think of them. Their motives were ambiguous, and their mannerisms flipped between hostility and sympathy on a dime. Smiling, or snarling, as you say, is a submissive gesture in primates. I understand it is not so for other animals, Noah sighed. I coaxed myself out of the car. And nonsense. How can teeth bearing be friendly? It's about their position. Teeth apart, jaw tension, and lips curled back. That's actual hostility. But teeth together and lips relaxed shows we're not about to attack. So, it's saying you don't want to bite? Can't predators need to communicate that constantly? Kayan ambassador nodded. Exactly. Venlo don't understand the subtle difference. The few that try to replicate it usually just look constipated, man. I chuckled, in spite of myself. You have these answers well rehearsed. I'm used to explaining everything we do. If I'd explained us better in my speech, 1 billion people wouldn't have died. Since then, I sifted through our evolution pretty thoroughly. Noah's voice turned scratchy, and his ensuing cough sounded a bit congested. Did the Gaian consider himself responsible for the extermination attempt? He'd stated Earth's case pretty well. For 5 minutes broken up by hecklers, guns had been trained on him the whole time too. A non-predator would have frozen in fear. Kai fact that he gave anyone pause over exterminating warlike horrors is miraculous. Nobody in his position could have done better. Kai, the human, pawed at his nose before opening the door to the lobby. He gagged at once and muttered something about disinfectant smell. A middle-aged Venlo sat at a reception desk, startling at our appearance. Her eyes went wide with fear, and her ears pinned back. She snapped out of it enough to tap a notice with her tail. A sign was taped to the desk, reading "No humans permitted" in several scripts. The Gaian crossed his arms and leaned back with an intimidating frown. I observed the tightness of his jaw and the slant of his eyebrows. This was genuine hostility. It was worryingly easy to decipher the predator's mouth contortions once told what to look for. Noah sighed. See, Glim? Still think we run the show here? I don't know. You put up with a lot, I muttered. You see can't be here, the Venlo receptionist stammered. You need to leave. A human, anyway. The Gaian lifted his visor. I think you'll make an exception for the Terran ambassador. I have powerful friends. There's security footage. Are you going to attack us to get tea through? You're trespassing. Glim wants to visit his Aunt Thema. Make that happen, and we'll leave. And no, you're a naughty welcome here, Noah. The veins in the Gaian's neck bulged, and his fingers clenched tighter. His lips curled back to his pink gums, while his eyes dilated. So that was what a primate's aggressive snarl looked like. I skittered back, remembering Noah's warning about intent to bite. I didn't want to be within snacking distance. My inner exterminator agreed that humans shouldn't be prowling our streets, and wished for their non-existence. But my sentimental side remembered Noah tucking me in and playing games with Hasey and I. If the predator was emulating empathy, he deserved an award. There was more to this conqueror than my Aksha tormentors. The Venlo receptionist wasn't backing down from her statement and was gaining more confidence by the second. She bared her own teeth, reaching for a phone. Perhaps this employee intended to dial exterminators. I was increasingly worried about the Gaian biting this individual. Don't talk to Noah like that. A Zerulean nurse trotted into the room and glared at the receptionist. Please, forgive Carliva. She doesn't think highly of your kind. Those flesh beasts drain our resources, and our taxes go to their meat factories. They set up their encampments anywhere and litter our big cities. Some of them don't even work. The Venlo snapped back. Earth got bombed to oblivion. Those humans lost family members and everything they own. Wouldn't you be grieving too? The quadruped flicked her ears, and Carliva slunk off with a look of loathing. The Zerulean nurse shook her head before approaching Noah with cautious steps. The Gaian refitted his visor and clasped his hands behind his back. He dipped his head, perhaps to show appreciation. Please listen, Ambassador Noah. I can't allow you to interact with our patients, the nurse said. Noah hissed in exasperation. What? I thought you were on my side. I am. Many of our residents have memory problems and wouldn't know what a human is. A scare at their advanced age could be deadly. You don't want to kill someone, do you? Of course not. But Glim's been an Aksha captive for a decade. He needs to see his Aunt Thema. Why don't I take Glim to her room, and you wait here? Then you leave after, without any unwanted incidents. The predator paced for a few seconds, startling the Zerulean. Even with the visor on, I could sense his unnatural eyes on me. Noah was considering whether I'd run off at the first opportunity, which was a high possibility. He must be feigning deliberation to seem reasonable. Why would he let me out of his sight? Kai Human went to great lengths to track my escape and hunted me in a public venue. He wouldn't release his catch. Oh, okay. Oh. Thanks for helping us, nurse. The Gaian sat in a chair, which was comically small for him. I trust you, Glim. The question is, if you trust me. I withheld a disbelieving hiss and tried to make sense of my sudden release. Course I didn't trust a predator after years as a cattle captive. Besides, his introduction started with deceit, which eliminated any chance of mutual trust. Concealing all information about his kind didn't inspire positive thoughts. Noah had done an admirable job of swaying me when I scorned any nuance originally. But our first encounter proved he was a trickster. I followed the Zerulean down a hallway and relaxed as the Gaian didn't follow us. This was a pristine opportunity to escape captivity. I could evade detection better in this less integrated town. The Cerulean stopped outside one door and gestured for me to enter. My ears perked up with hope as I crept into the room. Thema wheezed on her side, and her facial fur was starkly snow-white. The glassiness in her eyes reminded me of cattle Venlo. Drool was running down her chin. An old sitcom played on a TV, which she blankly watched. Thema, I whispered. My aunt screeched. Hello. There's a strange man in my room. It's me, Glim. I came to visit you. You're not Glim. Glim was captured by the Oxer. Yes, that was true for 11 years. The humans traded for me. See the neck brand? Human. What kind of species name is that? The aliens, Thema, the predators. They returned me, your nephew. Lies. I want you gone. You're not Glim. Stop playing. Don't you recognize my voice? Aunt Thema glowered at me before wailing for assistance. She began unplugging the wires from her arms in a fit and knocked her drinking water from the nightstand. I gaped in horror as the one person who loved me wanted me gone. Tears swelled in my eyes, and I rushed out of the room. The Cerulean medic yelled at me to calm down, but my feet were moving on their own. I was blind to my direction and my surroundings. The facility was a blur. There was nothing left here on Venlo Prime, not even my family. The world had changed too much to process. All I wanted was for Thema to hold me and whisper that it was all right. My paws wrapped around something warm, and I clung on for dear life. Sobs rattled my body, so I pressed my face into a synthetic fabric. My hugging support tensed beneath my arms, and fleshy appendages tapped my back. I let go with horror as I realized where I'd run. My instincts went back to Wythagree for comfort. Noah massaged my neck. Shh. It's okay. You're okay. You don't know what it's like. I screamed. Actually, I do. My dad had Alzheimer's. I'd visit him every weekend, and he didn't remember who I was. He'd tell me about his little boy, Noah, who wanted to be an astronaut, and I'd just smile. But I needed Thema. Take me back to the facility. Take me back. Anywhere but here. I know it's hard, but it's not her fault. Are you sure you want to leave? Please, get me out of here. I can't lose anyone else. That's not Thema anymore. You don't mean that. Sometimes she remembers, and she's there, Glam. Tava's people got her to record those messages for you. She was glad you're home. The Gaian picked me up, a stoic expression on his face. My profession had always taught me that predators should be eradicated, but this was the nicest hunter I'd ever encountered. For some reason, my subconscious felt bonded to Noah. He was a steady presence when everything else was crumbling. I couldn't ignore the evidence from our travels either. The way the Venlo receptionist spoke to my caretaker was irreverent and hostile. Judging from Tarva's phone call, it sounded like open criticism was allowed on the internet too. Those attitudes wouldn't be allowed to circulate if humans conquered our home. Furthermore, the oblivious Gaians at lunch had been discussing morals and sympathy. They had no way of knowing anyone was listening. With my exposure to the Arcture, I knew how different those pitying attitudes were. The Greys considered keeping us as prey to be our rightful state, and they flaunted it. Glim, can you talk to Hasey? Noah slid back into the car and removed his visor. You could help us explain it to the other refugees better than we did for you. Tears dripped down my cheeks. I don't know. Maybe. Okay. And do you still want me to drop contact with you when we get back? The guy unstiffened, sucking in a sharp breath. It was as if the ambassador was bracing himself for rejection, that implied it would cause him pain if I answered in the negative. Noah's body language betrayed that he cared what I thought of him. The torrent of fear, since first contact, seemed to have taken its toll. I don't think that will be necessary, I croaked. The human curved his lips. Good. I haven't taught you the half of our body language. My gaze darted out the window, and a shudder crept down my spine. I, of all Venlo, shouldn't be trusting of a lying predator, but I was giving Noah a second chance. Human charisma had swayed my feelings a bit too much. The nature of Predators 88 Memory Transcription. Subject: Akshara Dominion Sector Fleet. Earth's defenses had been insufficient to ward off enemy vessels, and humanity wished to ensure such defeat never happened again. I marveled at the sheer manpower they must have dedicated to reconstruction. According to my sensor data, the humans placed habitats as far out as the Oort cloud. It was impossible to spot the roughshod stations on the viewport. Their super black paint absorbed almost all light, and their emissions were the only giveaway. A lesser mind might mistake the gravitational disturbances for an astronomical phenomenon. He would assume the UN mimicked our cloak stations, but they couldn't have developed the technology so quickly. Terrans devised those blueprints on their own. Humans detected my ship among the icy fragments, and nailed me with enough FDL disruptors to fry an army. Nimble fighters raced out to join me, taking up flank positions. Visual contact confirmed to Terran scouts that the incoming vessel was of Arcshire make, but that didn't ease their suspicions. Perhaps they assumed the next Dominion visit wouldn't be on friendly terms. The Terran craft had me target locked, and circled my ship with contemplative intent. Surely their generals realized that despite our solitary nature, our ships wouldn't venture off alone to attack. My mission was diplomatic in nature. I was debating how thoroughly to betray my people. There was also the issue of the 3 Zeruleans, who wouldn't come out when I left drinking water. They must be dehydrated and delirious by now. I hailed the cloaked habitat, hoping humanity wouldn't make any rash decisions. It was unclear if they'd appreciate the tip-off, that their hideout wasn't undetectable. An honest appraisal seemed helpful by my standards, but it could also wound Terran pride. That concept meant more to the Dominion than Elias Meyer, however. Mingze Zhao was not as even-keel. You are trespassing in the Sol system, but you know that already. A female human with a dust-colored bowl cut appeared on screen. I recognized her as General Jones, the drone program's lead. To what do we owe pleasure? I bared my teeth. Humans do not wish to continue open relations? Have you forgotten what we did for you so soon? We didn't expect the Arcshire back here, keeping tabs on us. I know a warship when I see one, and I certainly don't like it gunning for Earth. Why do you feel entitled to roam our home system? Because I'm Chief Hunter Asif. You know, the single reason your species is still alive today. The one who gave you an army, sent food to your cities, pulled your dying from the rubble, and traded you the Venlil. I see. My nation thanked you and housed you. That doesn't mean you're going to lord your aid over humanity forever. You must use proper diplomatic channels, like everyone else. I've gone through your channels and received a dismissive statement from Zhao. That's unacceptable. I've earned some gratitude, if not respect. What are you going to do? Sue us? Malice glimmered in General Jones' eyes, and a defiant smirk tugged at her lips. Fury swelled in my chest, threatening to spill into a roar. I was able to contain it to a growl, but I couldn't believe what ingrates the humans were. The United Nations hadn't been this flippant with me in the past, even after Meyer's death. Why the sudden hostility? I came to help humanity, but now, I don't know whether they deserve it. Perhaps there was some truth to Shaza's claim that the Terrans needed a kick in the teeth. If she took their bold-faced antagonism down a notch, that would be beneficial to my goals. Earth's government warranted a reminder of their precarious position. I was less certain that I could rely on their leaders than ever. Still, humans were the only predators who wanted to end sapient farming. Their lab-grown meat had the power to feed us and to weaken Betterman's grip on Arkshire's society. Terrans must see reason again when I reminded them we were on the same side. Maya understood how I defended humanity and kept Gisnell off their back. Concerns still hounded me over the 3 Zeruleans hiding on my ship. I'd risked my cover on impulse, and I couldn't have them die after ferrying them here. It was worth brushing off the insult, so that my defective voice would settle down. However, I'd like to hear General Jones issue an apology down the line. Her contemptful look was grating at my patience. I'm your only ally in the Dominion. The intelligence I can offer you is worth your time, I hissed. The primate cleared her throat. You have something you want to share? Then spit it out. I'll only speak to Zhao. I rule this entire sector, your sector. I directly interact with our government and keep them off your backs. I deserve to look my equal in the eye, yes? Well, tough luck. The Secretary General is unavailable. Then, so am I. You haven't even forwarded the request to him. If your leader can't spare a minute on a call, I can't be bothered to share my thoughts. I said, he's unavailable. I will apprise Zhao of any intel you divulge to us. I want a personal chat, human. Are you fucking dense? Jones slanted her eyebrows. How dare you? I roared. If it was important, if I was Tarva, Zhao would make time. Hell, Tarva herself was more diplomatic than you people. The UN fighters still coasted alongside me, and I barely refrained from target locking them. I was mistaken to think of humanity as a friend they would always consider a second class to the prey. The option to storm off and communicate with Venlo Prime instead grew more appealing by the minute. If the Terrans hadn't disrupted my FDL capabilities, I would have left in a huff. There was no logical reason the humans would confront an Arksir ally and spit in his face. Perhaps their vengeance had driven them mad. It was clear they were obsessed with Sol's military defenses. Another possibility was that this American general was superseding the chain of command. She could be seeking to claim my intel for her nation alone. Was that it? Was Jones shutting Zhao out of the loop as a power play? Coups weren't unheard of back when unrest-plagued Riss rulers could change by the week. The drone mastermind might resent that she was snubbed for Secretary General in favor of a general from a rival state. undermining Zhao's regime would fashion the Americans as an appealing alternative. The ostensible status was that humans quieted all clannish tendencies under threat of extinction. The United Nations supposedly helped them work together against aliens, but I wasn't sure Earth's tribes had laid old grudges to rest. General Jones tapped a few buttons before sitting in silence for a minute. Be careful what you wish for, Isif. The Secretary General will speak with you. I was a bit relieved that the American-led forces hadn't done anything rash. Humans were bold enough to try to capture me and convince me to talk through other means. From what I read on my holopad, their interrogation methods could surpass even Archer creativity. If I'd shared those tidbits with Gisnell, he'd respect their cruelty. A human male appeared on screen, dressed in formal attire. His skin was warm and tan, while his hair was styled as a black crew cut. Forehead wrinkles indicated he was middle-aged, likely with several decades in the service. Anger oozed from his taut grimace, even his shoulders were forward, asserting dominance. Mr. Secretary General, it's an honor. I forced a placid expression and dipped my head. I intended for us to meet much sooner. A shame, yes? Zhao's expression didn't change. Well, you have my full attention now. I suppose that is what you wanted. It is. The American general was stalling me from contacting you. I fear she may be watching out for her national interests at your world's expense. General Jones and I have an understanding. National interests mean nothing with human interests under constant threat. That threat is extinction, and it pays no mind to borders. We cannot afford squabbles. But Jones would not pass along my call. Because I told her not to. I was already listening the entire time, you know. My eyes narrowed with outrage, and I lashed my tail. This Secretary General would blow me off when I came to Seoul to protect his forces. For pack predators with ubiquitous empathy, they had a lousy way of showing it. Who was I kidding to think humans would help defective Arxer? Dominion rebellion meant nothing to their self-oriented agenda. I knew Terrans still cared about the Venlo, like their own pack. The new Secretary General also lauded the other races that aided Earth, yet sported contempt for the Arxer. Furthermore, they launched new exchange programs with the Yotul and Zeruleans, while welcoming defecting herbivores to their alliance. The ever-patient humans found the resolve to train the quaking prey. To my amazement, those efforts were getting results. Obligate carnivores just aren't convenient to their new empire, is that it? Or maybe they cannot forgive our crimes. I gritted my teeth. What have I ever done to you? I helped you and asked nothing in return. I could have conquered Earth, but I treated you as equals. That's the only reason I haven't ordered Jones to capture you, Isif, Zhao said. With what we know today, you're no friend of humanity. Listen carefully and tell your boss we are not supporting agendas that go against our interests. What are you talking about? Our interests are the same. We both know that's not true. You were adamant about Fall and Silas being glassed, and humanity following your every command. We are not your puppets. What? You've gone mad, Zhao. The Dominion knows you are weak, and they won't tolerate your interference. I'm trying to keep weak predators alive into the future. Weak? We are not weak. We are young and growing exponentially. I hissed in exasperation. Then give yourselves time to grow. Fall and Silas, do not help you. It's about the principle of encouraging our enemies to surrender. Besides, if we forked over the Tillfish and the Harchin worlds without a fight, it would cement this human weakness in your minds. I will not set that precedent. The Aksha shall respect us. Secretary General Zhao cast an unwavering glare at the screen. As much as I wanted to unload on him, my departure from Seoul required humanity lifting their FTL disruptors. Securing a ride out might require groveling. Politeness was mandatory for my request to leave. But at this point, I had no intent of passing along Shaz's plans to Earth. It felt like a betrayal that the UN would dismiss my high-risk friendship with humanity. How could Terrans say our interests weren't aligned unless they were unwilling to help us? I thought we both sought a better future and a change in the Arksher government. My defective voice wanted the hominids to like me and accept me as one of their peers. A delirious scream echoed behind me, and my head whipped around. One of the Zeruleans had climbed atop a table in the camera's backdrop. It was the one who'd been crying in the cage, though she looked worse for wear. Her lips were dry from dehydration, and her eyes were half closed with fatigue. I could see desperation glitter in her pupils. "Amen. Help us, please," she croaked in a ragged voice. The Secretary General leaned forward in his chair, and his eyes widened with alarm. His jaw clenched shortly after, as he recognized the Zerulean's paltry condition. While I appreciated that Zhao loathed our cattle practices, the quadruped's deterioration wasn't my fault. I'd risked my hide to rescue them, and I had provided for them. Was I supposed to flush them out at gunpoint to drink water? So that's why there are 4 life signatures on your ship. The Terran's voice was low and charged with fury. I noticed his hands typing at a holopad, likely communicating with Jones' forces. You're using our friends as bargaining chips? You'd commit acts of terrorism in the Sol system. I shook my head. It's not like that. I brought them here so you could send them home. Yeah, right. Conveniently forgot to mention their presence, huh? Is that your food for this week? Filthy crop. That's it. I will fucking rip you from limb to limb, you puny branch swinger. I will carve out your itsy-bitsy canines and embed them on my armor as a prize. You won't be doing anything. I was planning to catch and release you, but you're better taken out of the equation. The United Nations will be bringing you into custody, Isif. I tried to attempt evasive maneuvers, but the UN blew out my propulsions with a single hit. My weapons system was malfunctioning, and I found the glitch rather coincidental. The Terran fighters flanking me used mechanisms to latch onto my hull seamlessly. Sparks flew behind me as humans began breaching into the cabin. The Zeruleans bounded up to the noise, yipping for aid. The world took on a red hue, and anger overflowed into my consciousness. Feeling the need to attack something, I swung my claws at my dashboard. Electricity arced through the air as I tore a chunk of metal out of the pedestal. Adrenaline led me to blindly throw the debris, and it nearly landed atop the Zeruleans. Realizing I'd almost harmed them snapped me back to lucidity, though I was still steaming. Why is Zhao doing this? I was a valuable asset to him, from a logistical standpoint. He, the Secretary General, leaned into another holopad. This is a high-value prisoner. Bring him in alive. I want to know what he knows. You're making a mistake, I roared. Why are you doing this? For one, you've learned too much about Earth's revamps. The element of surprise is important, if worse comes to worst. An enemy chief hunter can't ruin that for us. Enemy? Maya knew I'm not your enemy. We want the same fucking thing, Zhao. Maya was naive. He couldn't see an enemy if they were holding him at gunpoint. I curled my lip with disdain. You believe I'm an ally, just because I'm an Arxer. No, I don't believe you're an ally, because we've obtained Arxer reports, including Shaza's partial transcript of your visit. I leaned back on my haunches. Understanding dawned on me, as I realized that the United Nations had tapped into our communications network, that Meyer understood how I played things up for effect, but that knowledge hadn't been passed on to his successor. Perhaps my acting was a bit too superb, if it fooled the very people I was protecting. My offense over Terran aggression was gone, once there was some basis for their behavior. This was all a misunderstanding. It should be easy for me to clear things up. Of course, Earth wouldn't welcome someone who claimed to be using them in a war. It didn't help that I insulted Zhao in my speech, though such rhetoric was tailored for a different audience. What is it you think that I said? I hissed. I'm using humans to make the Dominion the supreme, unchallenged power. Oh, what about this one? The UN are clueless to our aims, because Zhao is blind and on the warpath. You can't take that at face value. Read between the lines. You're intelligent. I was trying to talk Shaza down. She wants to nuke your prizes, with your forces still there. We know that. And we know your rationale against an attack was, not yet, save our strength. A metallic section of the wall toppled inward, and Terran soldiers stalked inside. The primates almost tripped over the Zeruleans, who ran toward their entry point. The humans rounded on me in formation, wearing goggles over their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, I sunk to my knees and raised my paws in surrender. Why would you tell me you know all this? You're tipping your hand, I growled. The Secretary General sported a malevolent grin. Because you're never going to tell your people any of it. A dart embedded itself in my neck, and I plucked it out on instinct. My head felt a bit woozy before I lost my balance. The humans crept closer, readying more sedatives in case the dosage was inadequate. My eyes fluttered, and my vision shrank to a pinhole. There was no hope of talking my way out of this situation, and it wasn't the Dominion who did me in, like I imagined. My undoing was assisting alien predators, who never planned for me to leave the Sol system again. The nature of Predators 89 memory transcription subject. A.Y. Slanik, Binnal Space Course, date U Standardized Human Time, December 3, 2136. The dark thoughts didn't catch up to me until we circled back to our main base. Within the Tilfish Metropolis. During combat, the survival instincts humans drilled into me prevailed. Emotion was something to be shut down, because it would interfere with our mission. But alone with Marcel now, I began to worry what the Terrans had awakened within me. There must be a reason I hadn't written my parents, since our deployment to the cradle. I had every opportunity to send a message home to Venlo Prime, yet I neglected the task of telling my folks I was okay. What kind of son would leave them in the dark, while bouncing between war zones with predators? They had just buried their other child. My brother had perished in combat with the Arxer not long ago. I powered through during the battle, But images of that tillfish falling lifeless haunted my mind. The scariest part was that I hardly felt anything over pulling the trigger. Marcel said, to paraphrase, that only a sociopath wouldn't feel conflicted over their first kill. Why did I feel proud when the dust settled? What if my family thought I had become a predator when they saw how much I'd changed? Taking a life should have rattled me more. Yet I feel only hatred for those who would threaten the humans. Just a pit of rage. Hein Marcel penned a letter home every day, since FDL comms couldn't reach Earth. The red-haired human was manning the UN supply tent as we waited out our shift. Our locale was open for public grievances, as promised. Unfortunately, for the second day in a row, nobody wandered into a predator encampment. The humans needed to find a different way to connect with Silas's populace. Marcel smacked the paper he'd written. How does this sound? The UN specifically sought out people with a love of insects and a rat. Hell. Entomologists are shortlisted for the diplomatic corps. Guess they couldn't find enough bug lovers, because I'm stuck here. I think you're running out of things to tell her. You've already talked about your discomfort, I remarked. No, this one is about how they're selecting people. Slanek, we didn't have to be here. Humans and tillfish share that feeling of, stay the fuck away from me. A mutual agreement to that end could have avoided this shit. I think such an agreement would be wrong too. We felt that same way about humans. Was the exchange program a mistake? No, of course not. We're nightmares to the tillfish, and they're nightmares to us. I just meant we didn't have to kill each other over it. Avoidance was possible. But when we cleared the rogue settlement, that wasn't avoidable. Didn't we have to kill them, Mark? Didn't you like cleaning up the neighborhood patrols? The Terrans stared at me for a long moment. I don't like killing anyone. I told you at the protest, it's a last resort. Life is precious, right? You humans just shut the kill switch on and off as you please. What the fuck are you on about? It's easy for you to commingle violence and empathy. Your emotions never run amok, but they're never absent either. Maybe Venlil instincts exist for a reason, because we shouldn't flip that switch. Marcel placed his letter down, and his mouth fell into an O shape. The human inspected me with piercing eyes, scanning my mannerisms with ease. This was my closest friend in the universe. It was like he could peer into my soul. Doubts racked my mind, along with shame and fear. What if the training from Sarah's instinct program had gone too far? Was I turning into someone I didn't want to become? Synek, are you okay? The Terran asked. I slumped my shoulders. Violence should sicken me. I'm a Venlil, a timid one at that. I blew someone's head off, but I can't make myself feel guilty. Easy, buddy. There's no right way to process your experience. You were focused on surviving, and now you're confused. Because you feel like you had to, because you think our mission is justified. I regret that I had to kill them, but I don't wish they were still alive. The alien leaned back on his haunches, running a hand through his auburn hair. I could see Marcel's scarred face contort as he contemplated what I said. My human must be horrified by these words, though his kind were excellent at masking negative reactions. Scathing judgments must be running through his brain at this second. I wasn't the innocent Venlil he'd befriended. I remember how proud Marcel had been at my first combat simulator, and how fervently my human encouraged me. He'd warned me not to change myself, certainly not for his sake. Now, I saw the changes he was referring to. The program taught me to manage my fears, but I'd lost my identity along the way. A soldier without empathy was no more trustworthy than a coward. I'm still a liability to Marcel, just in a different way. He deserves a better Venlil as his buddy. I know, the vegetarian chuckled, and shook his head. Hey, I set a building on fire, because I would hate the exterminators. It's okay, hate those sadistic fucks. You're a more aggressive species. Times are changing, Slanik. Upbringing plays a large part in. Mandibles clacked outside the supply tent, and a young tillfish scuttled through the flap. Marcel instinctively tugged his legs back at the child's approach, and forgot our conversation. It was a bit amusing how the human forgot to breathe. How could this soldier endure a shootout with dozens of insectoids, but a close-up kid mortified him? The tillfish child moved a leg along Marcel's arm with curiosity. I think the sleeve cuffs baffled our visitor. The red-haired human gulped and made a visible attempt to relax. His pale hand fished into a drawer, and for a moment I feared he was grabbing a gun. Marcel secured a small stick beneath his fingers, which had a circular object resting atop it. He undid a wrapper over the sphere and held it out to the tillfish. The child giggled, accepting the gift. His compound eyes studied the specimen, not understanding its purpose. That's a lollipop, son. You suck on the red circle, it's sugar. The human spoke in a gentle voice, though it was fraught with discomfort. Just don't eat the stick. That's not food. Thank you. The tillfish squealed. I'm Vernt. Wanna be friends? Sure. I'm Marcel. You're a brave little guy, aren't you? You know my daughter, Nulia, loves sweets too. I flicked my ear in amusement. Wait a second. Mark, you brought candy just to give to tillfish children? The ones that creep you out? Of course I did. You really don't know me at all, do you? And you brought Venlo plushies on the cradle for Nulia. That wasn't for Nulia. Is that judgment I hear, Slanik? Vernt pawed at Marcel's leg, asking to be picked up. The human shivered, but helped the child onto his lap. His hand drifted atop the insectoid's exoskeleton. His cheeks were ashen with visible disgust. Terrans acted like tillfish carried some lethal disease. The fear wasn't founded on being eaten alive. Despite the comparisons, it wasn't the same brand as our instincts toward them. General Burla staggered into the tent, antennae flailing with fear. Her mandibles clicked at the sight of Vernt cuddling with the predator. I gauged from her stricken demeanor that this was her son. Her 6 legs blurred with motion, and she snatched the youngling away from Marcel. The kid squeaked in protest, clinging to the lollipop. The insectoid held her son close for a long time, and Marcel watched with a casual stare. As the sole tillfish general to vote against Earth's raid, Burla must have had her reasons to spare the hunters, but it was clear from our brief interactions that she feared what the Terrans would do to Silas. Certainly, Burla can see how sweet Marcel was being, I mused. And how hard he works against his own instinct. Gila straightened her antennae. I told you never to touch the humans. I also told you to wait outside the tea tent until I got permission. Homa is nice. Kavere nice, Hama. We're friends. Bernd clicked. Humans do not like us. I explained this to you twice. Soldier Marcel, I'm sorry. No, it's fine really. Please, don't tell the little guy that. I don't mind, the vegetarian said. I've visited human units across the mercantile region. I can see plainly that you do mind us. What do you mean? Have we done something wrong, General? You're the predators here, but you're afraid of us too. There's always someone who gets startled, and even a few that scream like prey. I don't want you to hurt Vernt out of fear. Marcel narrowed his eyes. I was never going to hurt him. I'm sorry if I overstepped, giving him that treat. No, it's fine. I'm just trying to understand humans. Everything I learn adds more questions. What about us alarms you so much? Air. On our world, insects indicate rotting food and contamination. We see tillfish as harbingers of disease. My brain screams to get you away as fast as possible. But I know you're not a threat, and I'm sorry that I feel that way toward you. General Birla was silent for a long moment before releasing Vernt from her grasp. The tillfish child bounced back to the human and nuzzled his warm leg. I expected the Terran's shudder this time. Marcel's biological responses made sense from an evolutionary perspective, especially through the lens of ancient predation. Meat stores must attract disease-carrying insects frequently. This wasn't exactly the insight I hoped to extract from the Terran. Because of the incursion, Marcel hadn't fully addressed my personal concerns. I did feel better having the truth off my chest, but I hadn't spilled my familial distancing. Part of me wondered what the human was saying about upbringing. Had I branched off so far from my roots that I was unrecognizable to other Venlo? I'm sorry that I'm afraid of you too, Birla sighed. That's why I voted against hitting Earth. There wasn't an argument for it, wasn't speculative, based in fear. Marcel pursed his lips. Fear comes from the imagination, not reality. I sure hope I'm not as terrible as you imagined. No. If you're wondering why I'm here, it's because I wanted to talk to you. It's obvious how much your Vainel adores you, and I know who you two are. I'm sure you've heard that before. Unfortunately, everyone who tuned into Noah's speech, trillions of aliens saw me at the worst moment of my life. Sorry. That was insensitive of me. I shouldn't have brought that up. The red-haired human took the empty lollipop stick away from Vernt and dropped it in a trash bin. I was curious to try one of those sweets myself, though it might sound childish to ask. Marcel misinterpreted my stare and beckoned with a finger. I mewled as I approached and pressed my ear against his nice nails. The Terran soldier smiled. It's all right, Birla. If you're here to talk about something serious, I must ask why you brought your son. Vernt likes the Hummers on TV. Thinks you're fun and squishy. I let him tag along, since it might make him stop asking about you. I don't want him reported for predator disease, even if I, see the signs too. I tilted my head. That is a serious prognosis. You should get him screened soon. No normal child isn't scared of predators, at least a little. Slanek, Marcel hissed. Predator disease is your catch-all term for anything outside herd normals. You want this kid electroshocked for being curious about humans? No, I just think it's in the community's interest to be vigilant. Bela is his mother, and she admittedly sees the signs. We are going to have a long talk about this in private. General, there's nothing wrong with Vernt. Don't let any bigots tell you otherwise. Homa likes me. The Tillfish child cheered. Yeah, I sure do, kiddo. Though only mean. I saw a glimmer of protectiveness in his gaze, while Vernt played with his bootlaces. The human was more judgmental over suggesting a medical screening than my admission about my first kill. It was like my best friend thought I wanted to hurt a child. It's sad that some people are a danger to society. We can help a few of them if we catch it early. Kai, the vegetarian, swallowed. Anyhow, to business. What can I do for you, Burla? I've heard reports of UN divisions picking up and leaving in a hurry. Many Tillfish see it as a victory, driving off human invaders. But I know there's something more going on, she explained. I haven't a clue what you're talking about. Nobody here's left. It seems the units in the big cities are the last to leave. It's like the UN wants their departure to go unnoticed. If I'm right, I expect them to pull you guys out within the hour. Is that so? I told you we hoped a ground occupation wouldn't last long. Maybe the UN is stepping back now. My ears perked up with hope. General Burla had no reason to lie about Terran actions. Did that mean the predators were moving us somewhere else? It was clear that the locals didn't want us on Silas, so a hands-off approach might be best. The humans didn't want to be here longer than was necessary anyways. All personnel, please proceed immediately to your evacuation zone. A monotone human voice poured through the power system with impeccable timing. I do not use public transit or contact the natives. Avoid combat engagements if possible. Orbital threat level is severe. Kanyai, Bela's antennae flail. What? Orbital threat level? Are you airstricking us into S-submission? Of course not. Marcel growled. That message is referring to an external threat. It can only be the Greys to merit such a hasty response. The Arxa? No. We surrendered to you to stop their genocide, and you're just leaving us to die. What about the Tillfish down here? I hear what you're saying. If evacuating civilians isn't a primary directive, then our escape must hinge on not being slowed down, not AALLD. The UN could be expecting an attack within the hour. B. Broadcast a message for civilians to get to bunkers, at least. Peace. I'm sure we will. Come with us, Burla. We're getting out of here. Fear returned to my bloodstream as I noted the eerie similarities to the cradle. To say those memories rattled me was an understatement, but if Marcel and I escaped that chaos, there was no reason we couldn't do it again. At least this time, the bombs hadn't started falling yet. Back then, we hadn't known the Arksher arrived until Gojid settlements were being leveled. With no time to waste, we cleared out of the tent quickly. The Tillfish general followed Marcel, who was toting Vernt into his arms. I hurried after them, and the human only glanced back a single time. The vegetarian must be livider about my predator disease comments than I thought. Why would he let a small disagreement cause a rift between us? I'm sorry, Mark, I offered timidly. Marcel sighed. You're only sorry because I'm pissed. I'll accept your apology when you know why you're sorry. Distant flashes twinkled on Silas's largest moon, which I assumed housed planetary defenses. It was uncanny to see a full-fledged battle, reduced to white and orange dots amidst blackness. Ships must be clashing overhead, as the UN fleet fought to restrain the enemy. It put into perspective the staggering distance between us and a higher orbit engagement. Explosions continued to flood the sky with increasing frequency. I wondered if any stargazing civilians had noticed the indicators. The nighttime was a microcosm of death. A ticking clock was hiding in plain sight, marking our dwindling time to get off this world. I hoped the humans fared better in Silas's initial defense than the catastrophe of the cradle. The nature of predators, 90 memory, transcription subject. Ka. Captain Soflin, United Nations Fleet Command. JD Standardized Human Time, December 3, 2136. Once the Archer arrived at Silas, the humans' usage of FTL disruptors strategic. The blocking effects were limited to upper orbit, and that allowed our fleet to travel further out. While the enemy was knocked to real speed, we were still zipping through subspace. The Terran warships were patient and dutiful in following the Greys, all the way from Koa. Stalking the reptilians across vast distances showcased the UN's predatory routes. Our shadow fleet emerged from FDL travel, just shy of the active disruptor zones. A gap of light years had been bridged in minutes, and our signatures were muddled by the Arxer's own wakes. Their fleet size was around 10,000 strong, and ours paled by comparison. But humanity had a few tricks on standby, and we hoped to make the child eaters suffer. From the sensor station, Anso and I parsed through the Grey's transmissions. This was wondrous confirmation that the Arxer were officially enemies of Earth. Silas had been expecting the attack, judging by their organized formation. However, the evac shuttles, leaving the surface, suggested their notice was limited. Soflin, you're up. Tyler snapped his fingers together, which made me wince. I was unfamiliar with the painful-looking gesture. We're going for a pincer movement. Your task is to make sure that none of them escape. As a secondary job, watch for target locks and inbound fire. I snapped upright. Yes, sir. Onso, Captain Monahan was impressed with your thinking. I want you to brainstorm aggressive options, keep them ready and up to date. That'll be on top of managing the viewport. You got it. The Yotl yipped. Harris and Romero, scan for any noteworthy signals from the surface. We need to have a full grasp of the situation as it progresses. Carlos frowned with disdain. Understood, sir. Great. Sounds fun, Samantha said dryly. With our tasks dished out, the sensors station was focused on the battlefield. The Terrans delegated duties with impeccable organization. There were dozens of moving parts on the bridge. Back in my days as captain, I'd never had such an efficient crew. Humans could always do more than us, with less manpower. Their snap decisions were better than the Federation's months of planning. I remember what Tyler said about humans craving victory and domination. Maybe that reprehensible drive is what gives them the edge. Gee, but this wasn't the Kolshian fleet we dismantled with ease, nor was it the small raiding band that hit the cradle. This was every Arxer ship in 100 light-year radius, meant as a show of force. It was impressive enough to put my spines at full bristle. Seeing the monsters swarming Silas, I decided they'd been holding back against the Federation. A vendetta against any particular world would ensure its death. Why wouldn't the Dominion vanquish us all, if they had the decisive edge? Perhaps such a move would force us to unify further, or to flee. Chasing their food source off would crush hunting opportunities and render swaths of space prey-less. The balance was hitting the Federation enough to keep us scared. They didn't want us to believe we could win, but they didn't encourage the idea that all was lost either. The sensor overlap didn't confuse them long enough. "We're quite visible," Onso said. "Look at the viewport. Their rear flank is pivoting." Captain Monaghan glowered at the screen. "Sensors. How bad are the numbers?" "The UN garrison on Silas has about 1,500 ships, minus civvies and transports," I replied. "Then there's 1,000 of us from the Shadow Unit." "Understood. We're making our move. People, fire our weapons right behind the shield breakers. We only get one chance at a first strike." That was our hope, that the Greys didn't know about our shield developments. One hits were still unlikely, since Archer ships had significant armor beneath ionic barriers. This trick wouldn't rattle them for as long as the Kolshians. However, even a demon would derive some confusion from shield outages. We'd have to see how many bullets their plating could absorb. Testing our enemy's defenses fell to the human gunships. The UN commenced its electromagnetic ambush with a literal bang, by hurling missiles into the Ox's midst. Each detonation tossed out shrapnel, though most explosives were stopped en route. Crucially, the volleys blasted away the shields of nearby Greys. This proved the magnet bomb's effectiveness against all current ships, not just the Federation armada. "Let's give them something to chew on," Monaghan growled. The Terran crew members dipped into our new cache of bullets without hesitation. A relentless spray of our munitions rippled across the Arxer's rear flank. Kinetics punched holes in their steel plating, with other UN ships chipping in. Armor-piercing shells chewed through 80 centimeters of steel alloys like it was nothing. It seemed the Terrans had figured out the Arxer's specifications and tailored their weapons accordingly. Humans traded in firing speed for sheer power. From the results, their choice seemed justified. I was appalled that the Earthborn predators devised bullets which could puncture that deeply. Why had they crafted so many killing abominations for intraspecies wars? The Greys' evasive maneuvers were nigh instantaneous, as though rehearsed. Rather than bumbling into each other like the Federation, the Archer communicated to avoid collisions. They turned sharply across our flight path and were aided by a small turn radius. The enemy's mobility presented an added layer of difficulty for human targeting systems. Kanzo's confirm hits on about 400 hostiles. That's solid, but not as much as I hoped. It was then that the planetary defenses revealed themselves on Silas's moon. Lights decorated the lunar body, near its volcanic centers. Fearsome lasers pounded the Greys, concentrated strikes that melted the hardiest ships. The Tillfish's orbital constructions had been hastily reassembled, after most infrastructure was lost to the post-Earth raids. With each crackle from the moon, the Arxer weaved in different patterns. Their bombers initiated twists through the air and changed orientations on a dime. A small posse swooped toward the lunar body, dodging attempted strikes with wild flying. I could see the glimmer in the human's eyes, acknowledging a skilled foe. Even if they wouldn't vocalize it, the Terrans respected the Greys' quick adaptation. There's about 3,000 fighters, whipping around to face us. a few hundred going for the moon, and the rest, I muttered, focused on the defenders and the planet, unso finished. Tyler cleared his throat. How many enemy casualties? Visually, it doesn't look too convincing. A bit shy of 1,000 per the census. I chewed at my claws and stared at the oncoming formation. I see a worrying pattern here, fighting every battle outnumbered. Samantha flashed her teeth. He wasn't quizzing your pattern recognition skills. Taking on the entire galaxy has its drawbacks, obviously. Right. I know you said not to let the fuckers escape, but unless you reasonably think you can win, it's us who need to pull back, I offered. Tyler raised an eyebrow. Without even meeting them head-on. 5 attempted target locks on us already. Do you think we can survive that? The Greys are gunning for the Terran-made ships, not the Federation retrofits. The blonde human narrowed his icy eyes and jogged over to the captain. Monahan was on the comms with the rest of our fleet, plotting our overarching strategy. The Oxshire ships sailed closer, and I could make out their signature twin railguns. That 1-2 punch could hammer a target on both sides, ensuring serious damage. It also made evasion a steep task at the cost of splitting power output. On the opposite side of the battlefield, I could see the Arxer firing a hefty barrage at the UN defenders. Several Greys feinted toward the planet, hoping that the humans would be reckless to prevent orbital strikes. However, our goal was to mitigate the damage rather than stop it altogether. The Terrans had no intent of throwing a key battle for the Tillfish inhabitants. It was a small sacrifice to halt the Arxer's aggression in the scope of the galaxy. Humans were logical when it came down to their survival, and they hadn't forgotten the Tillfish's part in the Krakotlu coalition. That was why I expected Captain Monahan to second my assessment, pulling back before we could sustain heavy damage. Reverse thrust at full power. We're going to clear our FTL disruptor zone, Monahan barked. Drones will run interference on the Arxer's targeting systems. I could see the automated craft gunning forward and snaking through the enemy ranks to confuse their systems. That move hindered the Greys from lining us up whenever the drones obstructed their shot. The Arxer must be guffawing at our cowardice as we receded through the night sky. Smaller Terran ships were pushing a considerable fraction of light speed, leading the retreat. The other human wing, defending Silas, spit out a few shots before surrendering their posts. They dove into the planet's atmosphere for cover and conceded orbital range to the Arxer. The UN was sacrificing the very target they sought to protect altogether. This concession spit in the face of military doctrine. Then again, the defenders' disadvantage was linked to being tied down. The Terrans' only objective was to best the Greys in combat, and I suppose that meant regrouping elsewhere. Arxer bombers were mopping up the planetary defenses on Silas's moon, with no friendlies assigned to its defense. The lunar bases succumbed after chucking a few bombs. It was a last-ditch attempt to take some hostiles with them. Seemingly, humanity was losing a battle for the first time since Earth. We're out of range of the FTL disruptors, I yelled to Tyler in a breathy voice. M might be able to stall enough to jump out. We're not jumping anywhere. Captain Monahan snapped her chin toward my shouting, with dilated eyes the size of moons. Our goal is to cover the rear contingent as they warp out. Officer Cardona skipped back to his post. Yeah. Change of plans, Gojit. You see any ship target locking the ships in warp prep, you let me know. Yes, sir, May I ask why we're not all warping out? I questioned. Tipper says those ships are going to warp back here in staggered intervals. Something about FTL keeping the enemy paranoid. The rest of us, our goal is to maintain a stalemate and keep the Grey's attention. A third of our shadow fleet, which was already lacking in numbers, had retreated well behind our main formation. I could see unbreakaways spooling up their drives on sensors and plotting warp paths in a stationary limbo. The process generated a gravitational disturbance that was tough to miss. Guarding ships that were out of the fray seemed like a foolish task. Perhaps my prior assessment that humans were the most advanced military in the galaxy, perhaps it was premature. Iaxia had swatted away the drones, though a few automatons were still harassing them. Unlike the Kolshians, the Greys excelled at manual targeting. The foul predator's reflexes took over and defied all predictability from Terran algorithms. There was no rhyme or reason, just their impulse at the current moment. Spontaneity couldn't be simulated or projected, not even by a human contraption. Despite the daunting odds, it was up to our manned craft to hold them back. Terran warships tested the waters with a few plasma beams, though my particular craft held our fire. 2 behemoth carriers opened their bellies and spawned a number of UN fighters. Without enemy shielding, perhaps their nimble dogfighting stood a chance. Onzo flicked his ears at Tyler. Do the fighters have plasma weaponry? A few do. The ones molded from patrol boats have small plasma rounds, the human answered. Overall, we prefer kinetics. Why? We should blind the bastards up close. Throw it right in their face. Viewport. That could be a good supplementary play. I'll pass that along, buddy. The Archer had extreme light sensitivity due to their forward-facing pupils. For some reason, humans were not as susceptible to these tactics. Noah's greeting party made them aware of the idea, though. Shining a bunch of plasma flares right at the Greys might work in a space setting too. The initial foray didn't appear to be going well. Momentum had swung in the enemy's favor. The Terran's smaller craft weren't faring well against the heavyweights. Dominion bombers powered up coaxial railguns and took out fighters by the dozen. Even without shielding, tiny kinetic-based ships weren't getting the job done. Onzo's tip must have been relayed to the charging fighters because a few human ships went for a pass. These must be the boats with plasma munitions. Their turrets unloaded at much shorter ranges and with less power than a railgun. However, their firing speed allowed them to spew energy bolts one after the other. The Greys relied on optical reflexes, but in this instance, that was an exploitable weakness. Blinding plasma streaked across their field of vision and left their ships heedless to incoming munitions. The Archer were forced to backpedal, dampening their breakneck pace. That was fortuitous for us, since our stalled ships still needed time to achieve warp. Monahan signaled to weapons and navigations. Move forward. I want us in missile range yesterday. Fire the railgun while we're advancing. The lights dimmed on the bridge as our railgun projected molten munitions toward the Archer. Carnivores were disoriented and unable to enact evasive maneuvers. Our warship's beam sundered one enemy with its scorching power and left it as a lifeless husk. Fittingly, its crew was doomed to slow suffocation. Others in our fleet surged forward, using aggression to keep the enemy at bay. Fighter allies capitalized on the blinding too, dispensing their kinetic haul. This was our primary stand, buying precious seconds for the Terran's elusive plan. If we could whittle the enemy down to a more manageable ratio, that was a bonus. It was possible we'd lose our own heights, should we falter. It was that very sentiment that the primates greeted with impassivity. The aliens on the bridge found our eyes drawn to certain humans. There was something new in the predator's gaze. It looked like acceptance, because they knew high casualties were probable. How could they be so calm? There's more in their war brain than the dominating urge, the call of predator instincts. Self-sacrifice for a comrade comes naturally to humans. The Arxura attempted to shirk our advance, but we adjusted our vectors to match them. Our opponents had shaken off the blinding tactic and refocused on UN ships that were warping out. My orders plainly stated that their destruction could not happen. I highlighted several vessels on my sensors. Ones who were trying to establish target locks on the warp group. Tyler took the cue, without any explanation. He is our target. Bury them. Each UN warship picked their mark, and we began swapping missiles with the Greys. One enemy projectile was arcing a bit too close for comfort, but we intercepted it first. Our own success rate was also paltry, with the Dominion bombers picking off numerous warheads. At least it distracted them from the vulnerable warpers, for a moment. I glanced at my sensor's readout, feeling my stomach flip from nerves. We couldn't protect sitting targets much longer. The Arxur's numbers were far more than we could hope to restrain. Hostile bombers, fresh from demolishing Silas's moon, were joining up as reinforcements. Our last trick had been executed, and now, this was a straight-up brawl. In hindsight, the Terrans should have withheld a sect of the Shadow Fleet from the beginning, but the main ambush was supposed to be deadlier, and we expected to scatter the enemy. I figured the reason our ship lingered was because the brass realized every craft couldn't escape. Someone had to guard the jump point. Captain Monaghan stomped her foot, empathically. Do not let the Arxur get anything off at the rear flank. They're aiming for us too. There's a target lock on our ship. I called out. Damn it. If we try to evade, they get an opening. Shoot them first. A weapons tech coughed. There's no time to calibrate. Eyeball it. Give me a Hail Mary. The Terrans identified the ship target locking us, and swiveled the railgun in its direction. With the vastness of space, it normally took several seconds to align the sights and set the coordinates. The technician squinted through one binocular eye, as though that would enhance her predator instincts. She jerked the railgun on target, and scrolled across the viewport quickly. I knew the task was impossible, given that humans didn't possess omnipotence. Picking something that looked about right wasn't enough. It had to be perfect. Dozens of factors went into a successful kill. Bungling a single one, such as our ship's vector, their distance, and their future location, would cause a hopeless miss. Not even an apex predator could eyeball that in a second. Carlos. Sam? I'm glad I got to know you, I croaked. Samantha sighed. There's no other racist war criminal I'd rather spend my last moments with. Carlos chuckled to himself. Likewise. We saved each other's ass a few times, huh? Yeah. Mostly me saving you, I snorted. The plasma railgun had released its Hail Mary, but I couldn't bring myself to watch. Why spend my last seconds dwelling on our failure? Perhaps I understood the acceptance in the Predator's eyes earlier. Everyone aboard this vessel knew we could wind up dead, and we endured that risk. Monahan could have dodged our target lock, yet the captain put the mission first. I didn't understand why the Terrans had their eyes glued to the viewport. That impossible hope persisted in them to the last, unwilling to acknowledge reality. But there was no sense in crushing their childish optimism in their last moments. The loss of my friends, of Marcel's packmate, and even primitive Anso weighed on my heart. The last emotion I felt was grief. Claps, whoops, and cheers sounded across the bridge, which startled me half to death. Anso focused the viewport on a shattered vessel, which must have taken a hit to the drive column. I glanced at my sensors and saw the target lock was gone. That was not possible. Even for a predator, the odds were astronomical. There was no way any living being could land such a shot. We're alive. We fucking made it! Tyler hollered. I exhaled a shaky breath. Humanity had sustained a few losses, but our worship wasn't among them. Miraculously, our stall tactics had delayed the enemy for enough time. Dots from the rear contingent vanished off sensors, one after the other. Those UN ships warped out in a hurry, and I had no clue where they'd gone. The humans succeeded in getting a few players out of the system. Now we were stuck here, and we had to find a way to survive. The Nature of Predators, 91, Memory Transcription Subject, Annual Space Course, Gateway Standardized, Human Time, December 3, 2136. The bombs began falling within minutes. From our vantage point, the explosions were mere smoky blips on the horizon. Orange pops illuminated the night like wildfire, but I knew they were destructive strikes against Silas's supercontinent. How had the Arxa gotten within orbital range so quickly? Why had the human defenders been unable to slow them down at all? Terror chilled my fur, as I guessed the UN was no longer challenging the front flank at all. The streaks in the sky were further out now, judging by their diminished luminance. There was no indication on our radio chatter that we'd sustained catastrophic losses. I believed in my predators too strongly to accept that the defensive line was wiped out upon arrival. That left me to believe the Terrans chose a strategic retreat. I think the blue helmets above abandoned us. Marcel's hazel eyes were bulging as he held Vernt against his chest. Billa, do you know the quickest way to the spaceport? The Tillfish general scuttled forward anxiously. What? You're not defending the planet at all. So you are just leaving us to die. General, honestly, I don't think Silas is our concern. The UN wants the best fighting chances. It seems they're taking up a position elsewhere. There's billions of civilians. Kids. There were kids on Earth, too. Marcel snapped, before drawing a shaky breath. I'm sorry. I know the Tillfish populace had nothing to do with it, but I get us not wanting to lose more human lives. Honestly, my friend's anger made perfect sense. The emotional distress was visible in his eyes. It was unreasonable to expect the humans to fight tooth and nail for an enemy, even if they'd done so on the cradle. The difference was that the Gojiti Union was stopped before they could deal any damage to Earth. Even I harbored a grudge against the Tillfish for the heartache the raid caused. General Burla hadn't seen human cities buried in rubble and predators burned half alive. She hadn't watched massive soldiers drop to their knees, sobbing brokenly. After the vengefulness that surfaced in the following week, I would have pegged the Terrans to glass this planet themselves. It was merciful that cooler heads found reasons to accept a surrender at all. Please, Marcel. I know you, and all of humanity, have suffered. But how can you let children die? Bella pleaded. The human covered Vern's antennae carefully. Funny. I remember wondering aloud how the Federation could slaughter us, saying those exact words to Slanik, just like you are implying about us. If it was my call, Berla, I would save as many lives as I could. Then save some of us. However many you can. I'm saving you and Vernt. Marcel placed the Tillfish child atop his helmet, adding another adornment to his cranium. Vernt had been quiet ever since the bombs started falling. I doubted he understood the gravity of the situation, but at the least, the kid recognized our demeanor shifts. The young insectoid's eyes lit up briefly from his new perch. So high. Am I as tall as a mountain? Vernt giggled. My best friend quickened his steps. We're about to be much higher. Because Bella is taking us to the spaceport, right? And we're gonna evacuate? The Tillfish General cleared her throat. Yes. Follow me. Bella scuttled through a nearby alley, and my human followed. I hustled after them, though my legs weren't as durable as theirs. Marcel glanced back at me briefly, and I gave him the most adorable head tilt I could muster. His response was an exasperated sigh, before barking to pick up the pace. If my groveling couldn't melt his frigid act, our relationship was in dire straits. The human had never shut me out since the beginning of the exchange program. Now, out of the blue, we weren't on speaking terms. It was unfair to push me away, especially when our lives were in imminent peril. Hell, it was almost manipulative. All I did was advise Bella to take Vernt to a medical professional, like any reasonable person. To make a hopeless situation worse, a bone-chilling bark reverberated behind me. I knew without looking that the guttural cry belonged to Dino. The slobbery dog had a habit of waiting outside my tent and seeking me out during its downtime. The humans allowed it to roam the base wherever it pleased, without a care for who it bothered. Of course, its handler couldn't have collected it for the evacuation. It had to be breathing down my haunches during the raid. Bela screamed. Preto. Run. No, it's okay. Dino, sit. Marcel bellowed. The filthy mutt whined and lowered its rump to the ground. Its sable tail thrashed the pavement, while its brown eyes studied me. The pink tongue lolling out of its mouth was covered in saliva flecks. It was a relief the dog obeyed with how it had been barreling down on our position. The demon could sprint faster than a human, while sharing their tirelessness. Dogs are persistent predators too, aren't they? I realized. That's why the humans favor them, and once use them for hunting. Slanik, the dog's with you. The human's low voice made it clear there was no room for argument. Unless you want to be difficult? I drew a shuddering breath. I'm not the one being difficult. Dino seems nicer than you right now. That last statement wasn't quite heartfelt, but I wouldn't give Marcel the satisfaction of seeing my discomfort. The dog bounded along at my side, and I tried not to focus on its monstrous presence. Billa seemed wary of the beast, though Vernt was testing out the word dog with giddiness. The longer I observed the Tillfish child, the more I thought something wasn't right with his wiring. Marcel had his service weapon drawn, and eyed Tillfish civilians we passed warily. The human was aware of our present vulnerability to a rebel attack. This city's populace resented us more, after we gassed and deafened them at their initial protest. My friend was the one who ordered the curfew, so they might have particular disdain for him. Bela steered us past factories and storage units, keeping her own eyes peeled. The Tillfish General was avoiding crowded areas where possible. I hoped it wasn't at the expense of time. Actual landing parties crested above us and skirted the occasional anti-air fire. Humans weren't putting much pressure on them, with their focus on evacuation. Coxswain units are arriving in most major cities. If your location hasn't been bombed yet, that means hostiles inbound, a gravelly voice said over the radio. All evacuation shuttles need to be off the ground in 10 minutes. Marcel's eyes darted around. Shit. Are we going to make it? With time to spare, Berla answered. Cut through the incubator facility here, and it'll just take a few minutes. Saves a lot of time not to go around. Good. I'm sure glad you're here. The Tillfish General didn't return the compliment. She ducked into a circular building, which took up an entire block with its daunting size. Vern leaned over Marcel's forehead and started playing with his helmet straps. The Terran scolded his passenger, ordering the little one to remain still. The kid fell limp with a sad look. Tillfish geneticists protested the intrusion, though they quickly retreated when Marcel's gun pivoted. I knew this place was sacred to an egg-laying species. It was where they raised their offspring to hatching day. Teams of medical professionals were dedicated to maintaining the ideal conditions and saving any younglings that hatched early. The Harchen and the Krakotlo were protective of such institutions too. It was rare any egg-laying race trusted a mammalian species to wander their fragile safe houses. All it took was one clueless sapient messing with an egg to burst its bubble. I can only imagine how these tillfish feel about a predator soldier taking a shortcut through here. Not to mention Dino mucking up the place. He strode past an observation room, partitioned off down the hallway. Marcel studied the X-rays monitoring each egg's health, and his facial features softened. He took a second to peer at the orange pods through the incubator glass. Labels were fixed to every specimen, identifying the parent. The human slowly digested that those globs were someone's kid. Bela cleared her throat. There's no time to a snack. Let's go. You think I wanted to yeet them? Marcel hissed. I was just curious. I've never seen anything like this. Sorry. Your expression turned very weird. I was imagining Vernt as an egg, and wondering how many you, lay at once? 20 or 30? Your eyes went very wide. Is that air normal? I'm just surprised. That is a lot. Where are Vern's siblings? Thrown away. The child cheered. I'm the chosen one. Disbelief flashed in Marcel's hazel eyes after absorbing Vern's decree. The Tillfish General flicked her antennae, and the human took the hint to move along. We turned into a lengthy walkway, chasing off more staffers. My lungs ached from keeping up with the Terran. Dino's nightmarish presence wasn't helping me breathe either. Bela sighed. Maybe I shouldn't have told Vernt the honest answer. You throw your eggs away? Marcel asked, in a voice that crept an octave higher. I don't know how to respond to that. It's not like that, please. Let me explain. These days, most tillfish decide how many children they want to have. 20 is a lot, like you said, and all at once, it's a tall order. Yeah, I see why parents wouldn't sign up for that. So you decided you wanted one kid, Berla. Virant is the lucky one, like he said. You see, we used to hold an average of about 5 eggs kept. Ever since first contact, more people wanted 1 or 2. Ah, it must have looked like other species had it easy compared to you. Indeed. With technology nowadays, we can pick which eggs are most viable early on. Doctors run tests to avoid defects, and they can find positive traits too. Virant was predisposed to intelligence, so I chose him. Bella led us past a spacious laboratory and explained its features quickly. Microscopes and testing machines lined the room, along with bins of tillfish eggs. This gave Marcel a visual of how large a litter was. Honestly, each jar looked like one of those gumball machines on Earth. I doubted humans could handle that many offspring. I couldn't imagine juggling 20 newborns at once. The Venlo devoted ample time rearing a single child. It wouldn't surprise me if the tillfish had to abandon their weakest young in the past. How else would the herd survive? Without sacrifices. That was a lot of mouths to feed, prior to the post-scarcity era. It made it somewhat understandable why they became omnivores. Exit out the rear door up ahead and cross the street. We almost made it to the spaceport, Berla clicked. Vernd bounced on the Terran's helmet. Awesome! To space with Hummer. The tour had been a welcome distraction from the Arcture raid transpiring outdoors. Inside this stone building, I couldn't see the explosions peppering the skyline. But it was time to endure the final chaos and face our grisly reality once more. Marcel slunk forward with caution, leading the way to the exit. The paranoid predator still hadn't lowered his gun. Dino's ears perked up, and the beast projected a fearsome bark. The sudden noise, thunderous and throaty, nearly made me tip over from fright. The dog's hackle fur rose, and it began outright growling. I knew it all along. The vile predator was going to attack at random. I could feel my insides twisting, and my legs turning into paste. What is it, boy? Marcel paused at the door and turned his head toward the canine. You hear something? It's ravenous. It's gone feral. I screamed. My best friend bit his lip with displeasure, holding back some snide remark. Dino cemented its insanity further, belting out a series of harsh barks. Marcel inched several steps back and held up a hand for us to wait. Because of a dog's hunger fit, my human was wasting precious time. I'm so sick of this non-sapient thing. It's dangerous, and I'm tired of the Terrans treating it like a pack member. A dangerous thought crept into my mind, and I unclipped my sidearm. This was the perfect chance to put Dino down. It wouldn't win me any favor with Marcel, but I was already out of his good graces. I coaxed my weapon up and lined the sights on the animal. Its outburst gave me a suitable reason to be rid of it. At last, Marcel was oblivious to my extermination plot. His gaze was following Dino's stare. Shadowy shapes moved up to the door, and I jerked my gun away from the dog. Its growling was drowned out by the sound of shattering glass. Gunfire tore through the door's opaque frame and lanced into the room. The humans sprinted back toward our position, holding on to Vernt. Axo hostias. Marcel roared, terrifying Burla with his pitch. Is there another exit? The Greys shouldered through the broken frame and took aim at anything that moved. This was a logical first stop on the raid, with an easy stash of eggs here, thousands of them. Unlike the ones helping in New York, these demons were here to wreak havoc. The fact that Marcel felt the need to attack hostiles after Arxer, it was an insult to the Venlil's suffering. I forced my claw onto the trigger. My bullet sailed in the direction of the Greys, but it didn't connect with the monsters. Marcel's hand was on my shoulder. In an instant, the human pushed me to the ground and slid behind a chair. It warmed my petrified heart to know that he'd still protect me in a battle. Dino charged at the monstrosities and sank its fangs into an Arxer thigh. The dog brought down the Grey with ease, like it was wrangling a prey creature. One Dominion soldier attempted to rescue its colleague. However, the hasty shot missed the dog and went through the downed Arxer's stomach instead. The ugly mutt's charge had bought us time to regroup. If it hadn't detected the Arxer raiders, we would have been gunned down the second we stepped outside. Those vicious growls might have been a warning for us, just like Marcel assumed. I felt a tinge of regret for almost shooting it, though I shoved that emotion down. Bela. Marcel waved a hand in front of the general's face. Is there another exit? The female tillfish swallowed. There's an emergency exit. T2 are left. Good. We move on 3. The human whistled to the dog before popping shots off at the Arxer to cover its retreat. Dino was fresh out of close combat, sniffing my paw a bit too eagerly with its predatory snout. I ignored the beast, but I tried to suppress my innate resentment. The Greys dusted themselves off from the dog attack and peppered our cover with bullets. The foam upholstery wasn't built to survive an assault. It was riddled with holes in seconds. This wasn't an actual shelter that could ward off the Arxer savages. Marcel gave the signal to move, and I indulged my instinct to run with gratitude. The human dispensed a few hasty shots, giving us time to move. He lingered behind, all the while drawing the Arxer's attention. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw one monster buckle to the floor. My legs bolted for a side corridor, while my tail found itself drooping again. Burla and I pressed up against the wall, with Dino skipping at our heels. It brought immeasurable relief to be huddled at a more secure location. However, that sensation was fleeting when I remembered the human. My eyes searched for him and found his lanky form still crouched behind the chair. Marcel had taken out another Grey, but their raiding party could afford a few losses. The human was surrounded and would be mowed down the instant he stood up. His hands cupped Vernt against his chest, gentle affection in his gaze. An unimaginable sense of loss gripped my heart when I realized the primate was pinned down. The thought of anything hurting Mark makes me weak at the knees. He's someone I love being around, and who I trust above all others. My human deserves to make it out of here, I muttered to myself. My shaking paws became still as that motivation spurred a return to my training. I poked my head out from behind the wall and shouted for the Arxer's attention. Marcel widened his eyes, gesturing at his throat. There was no chance I'd let such a wonderful soul sacrifice himself for my sake. I did my best imitation of an injured squeal, fully earning the Grey's attention. The human stuffed Vernt in his helmet and bolted toward my position. Barely aiming, I lobbed several shots at the Arxer. My newfound bravery fizzled out as dozens of gluttonous pupils trained on me. The enemy guns swiveled away from their fellow predator and landed on the weak Venlo. Pain lanced through my shoulder, like the muscles were torn from my arm. I fell backward as white-hot agony overwhelmed my senses. The archer nailed me with a bullet. Did that mean I was dying? My panic intensified when sharp teeth pressed against my scruff. Dino dragged me behind the wall and planted a slobbery lick on my mouth. I screeched in disgust. Away. Gee, gross. Marcel slid across the floor. Slanek? No. Are you okay? Answer me. Leave, Toy. Please, just go. You have to get to your shuttle. The vegetarian tapped a wristband, which offered a readout of Terran numbers. It was illegible to my eyes, but I sensed that the information wasn't a positive sight. A sad smile crossed his scarred face, and he breathed a half-hearted sigh. He deferred my firearm to Berla before kneeling beside me. The countdown is at 0. Our evacuation ships already left. Marcel hoisted me to my feet and draped my good arm around his neck. We're stuck here. Utter defeat crushed my spirit, realizing we were stranded on a forsaken world. So this was how the unlucky soldiers felt on the cradle, fighting a hopeless fight. There was no escape from Silas, and no humans coming back for us. With the Arksha swarming every settlement, our deaths were all but a guarantee. The Nature of Predators, 92, Memory Transcription Subject, Angay Captain. Sovlan, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 3rd, 2136. Sea Battle Fleet disengaged from any direct confrontation with the Arksur. After protecting the warpers, aggression was not suitable to our survival. Padding the distance between us and the enemy was our first priority. Lighter Terran ships acted as a buffer and drew the Greys' attention with hit-and-run tactics. A gradual retreat occurred without substantive strikes from the arboreal predators. From the fleet-wide chatter, it sounded like the UN planned to sink their heels in for days. I didn't understand how prolonging this conflict's duration helped our cause. How long could any sapient maintain combat readiness for? Perhaps the humans were willing to drop dead of exhaustion if the Greys bit the bullet too. That is also the question of our warp fleet, and if they're coming back, humans don't desert out of cowardice, do they? I trusted that the Terrans had a plan at work, and that military flightiness was uncommon on Earth. There had never been a chance of holding Silis, which was presently encircled by Arksha ships. This was about proving that humanity wouldn't go down with a whimper. The Greys would have to call for every nanoparsec. Tyler clapped his Yochul pal on the shoulder. Get us a quick visual on this asteroid. Shift back in the Greys' direction afterward. A space rock was making a pass close to Silis, in astronomical terms, concurrent with the battle. The United Nations selected it as our cover to hunker down. This oblong body was conducive to defensive positioning, and it prevented the Arksur from targeting us at a distance. The Greys were still following us into the great beyond, unwilling to let us escape. We needed a chance to outfox them. To ensure our fortress held, we also deployed short-range FTL disruptors. The last thing humanity needed was for the enemy to warp in on our haunches and mow us down without warning. Curiously, the Arksha hadn't enacted a similar barrier to stop our vessels from trying the same thing. Dominion ships might not possess anti-FTL capabilities, since no foe had the gumption to drop atop them before. Archer craft had fanned out around the asteroid, attempting to swallow it whole. I got a brief glimpse of the crater-pocked surface as Anso focused the viewport. Captain Monahan positioned us with a sightline around the asteroid, while keeping the ship frame nestled in its shadow. The Terran fleet unleashed a slew of kinetics alongside us. There was no rest for the weary during this fray. I cleared my throat. It appears that several Greys have got their shields back up and running. We could use another round of shield breakers, sir. Already on it. Thankfully, our gunship stocked more than we expected to use, Tyler replied. Okay, but why the fuck are the Greys tailing us away from the target? Carlo's head snapped up from his transmission feed, and skepticism flashed in his eyes. Isn't their objective to take Silis? I think their objective is to teach us a lesson. Humans are a target because of Silis, but it's hardly about the territory anymore. I flexed my claws. That's a good thing? The Akshur force us to make the first move. Instead, they waltz right into our gunfire. My eyes darted back to the sensors screen. Per the captain's directive, I highlighted the specific ships taking the widest vectors to flank us. Those contacts would have optimal shot angles and needed to be dispatched swiftly. Repelling the Arkshur's encroachment was going to be an arduous affair. Electromagnetic missiles were ejected by the UN gunships, slotting into the enemy ranks. Unfortunately, we knew now that these wouldn't cook their shielding mechanisms forever. Our weapons station took the down defenses as a cue. Humans could crank out kinetics in a hurry. I hoped I'd selected the correct targets to give us an edge. Perfectly timed bullets drowned one Arxer bomber, which was strafing aggressively to the near flank. Predator technicians swiveled our main turret to a new target without hesitation. The focus in a human's eye still chilled me, since it revealed how singular their fixation on death could be. I wondered if such a dark ability was dormant within the Gojid genome, waiting to be awakened. Sovlin, you've gone very quiet. Don't zone out on me again. Tyler snapped. Samantha crossed her arms. Oh, I bet he's having one of his woe is me moments. I'm going to claw your tongue out. I shot her a grouchy glare before refocusing on my data. Nothing to report, sir. But my eyes are peeled. The Terran fleet had room to maneuver behind the asteroid's berth. Whenever the Greys got too close for comfort, our reverse thrusters kicked into gear, steering us away from overzealous attackers. There was a fine line between defending ourselves and getting overrun. This wasn't a mission of lofty ideals, like most I'd undertaken with the Predators. This was about survival and sticking around. The Archer can afford a couple dozen losses if it means pinning our fleet down. Looks like they managed to land a few hits against us already. Kanenin was applying pressure from all angles. A new wave of enemies crested over the asteroid's peak, utilizing the third dimension. Plasma fire buffeted down on us, and the UN hastily matched the Greys' heading. My screen warned me of several target locks, which left our vessel in a precarious position. We were climbing right into the firing line, where the Archer wanted us. Change course now. We need evasive maneuvers, I bellowed. Monahan bared her teeth. Drop our speed as quickly as possible, then gun it the way we came. Navigations brought us to a stall, ratcheting down from the steep climb. Power was diverted to slowing us down, and a bit of resistance slipped through the inertial dampeners. Our nose dipped back in the direction we came from, and I got a good look at our Terran allies. Several friendlies were retreating from the asteroid altogether, ditching any confrontation. Onzo spun the viewport toward the space below, allowing us to plot a safe course. An Akshu vessel blasted plasma toward us, right as we kicked the ship into overdrive. Navigation sent us into a barrel roll, and it was unclear if erratic movements would be enough. The energy beams sizzled past our former location, whiskers away from singeing our tail. That was a bit too close for comfort. Even the human crew realized the severity of this fight. Akshua were closing in on us from 3 directions, and their numbers overwhelmed our limited forces. The asteroid wasn't large enough for us to spread out and mitigate fire. Not even fellow predators could avoid getting cornered by a conquest fleet. Monahan frowned. The UN just ordered a retreat. We're moving further away from Silis as quickly as possible. Time to find somewhere else to squat. Why, Lydia? What? Onso hissed. We're falling back again? We might as well flee the system. Knock it off. Tyler nudged the Yotel with an elbow, chastising his impudence. If the captain tells you to fly the ship into a red dwarf, you fucking do it. This is dishonorable. If a Yotul herd was this outgunned, we'd concede the territory. I shot him a smoldering stare. And pray, what happens when you concede the territory? What do the Akshar know of honor? Nobody in this galaxy is honorable, including your benevolent Federation. I thought humans had pride. We didn't defend Silas, and we're not defending ourselves now. Some of us trust the Predator's plan, uplift. We're taking as many Greys with us as possible. Suck it up. Tyler curled his fist. Enough! Mind your stations and focus, before we all get pulverized. The Terran fleet had split up on several vectors, and forced the enemy to divide their pursuit as well. It was strange to see humans limping off like prey, licking their wounds. Our ship count was bleeding off dozens, as the Arksha got free potshots at our tails. Nearby UN vessels were picked off on the viewport, leaving debris in our vicinity. The falling comrades encouraged our warship to pick up the pace. It was the stragglers that were most vulnerable. With caution thrown to the wind, we sped off well beyond the recommended velocity. Despite how our reserves were running thin, the humans dished out a generous serving of missiles. Forcing the Arksher to intercept explosives distracted them from slaughtering us, though any damage sustained was surface level. I didn't care if I lived or I died, but there were others on this ship who retained meaning in their lives. Perhaps I'd been too harsh on Onso, who had a point about fleeing the system. This beatdown was a disappointing result for the Terrans, and I failed to see any grand scheme coming together. It could be human pride, refusing to admit defeat. He would sacrifice myself to kill a few Greys, but what about Sam and Carlos? It might be time to cut our losses, instead of seeing innocent humans suffer. Plasma beams zilled around us by the hundred. It didn't appear that humanity was putting up much of a fight. We were running for our lives. Should we escape the current chase, inviting another round was tantamount to suicide. Command's idea of stretching this out for days was a bizarre fantasy. Hell, we'd be lucky to take out 1/10 of the Arksher fleet. A powerful jolt shook the ship as a beam connected with our rear quarters. My teeth rattled against my jawbone, and I felt my brain lurch against my skull. Many human crew on their feet stumbled or hit the deck. Checking my data feed, I saw that enough energy had seeped through the shields. There was a tear in our hull plating. Thankfully, key systems were unharmed, but the affected compartment would need to be sealed off. Tyler narrowed his eyes. Sovlin, report. Hull integrity is intact, sir. Damage is non-critical, but I suggest lowering our pace pronto. Our power needs to be invested in shields. I pleaded. No can do. The quicker we get out of Dodge, the better. With all due respect, we were lucky to survive that hit. The Arkshaw will want to finish us off now. Your concern is noted. What's the status of the human fleet overall? We've lost about 200 ships in this push. Combine that with the losses we took out of the gate and the warpers, we're barely fielding 400 ships. Not to mention, our forces split up now. Any good news? Come on, man. I hope the enemy has a bloodied nose too. And the Arkshaw ship count, the ones fighting us, anyways, is still hovering above 2,000. Candidly, warping our ships out was stupid. It made the odds even worse. So we're just fucked, Onzo growled. We sent away fighting resources, and we're fucked. Carlos forced a tepid smile. It's not over. Humans have come back from worse. I diverted my attention from the bleak odds and studied the predators one final time. To think that in my first encounter with them, I had thought them brutal deceivers that enslaved the Venlaw. My words to Zarn, that humans must be irredeemable, couldn't have been further from the truth. The prey aliens working alongside violent hunters was the good news Tyler asked for. How could I explain that bonding and empathy were the positives? With Arkshaw munitions blitzing out around us, all I thought was how glad I was that humanity were in the picture. One battle loss wouldn't define our future. This was just a setback in the Predator's scheme. My eyes drifted to the viewport and watched the Greys speeding after us. Out of my periphery, I saw inbound subspace trails flash on my sensor's screen. Terran ships blinked into existence a split second later and nipped at the Arkshaw's right flank. They'd emerged from subspace without warning. The short jump left little time for detection. Munitions battered the enemy's exposed side, hitting them from a perpendicular angle. The crazed humans had emerged from FDL already firing. Ambush the ambushers, I muttered appreciatively. But there's not very many of them. Only 12 circled back. Looking closer at my screen, I reminded myself that the UN fleet had split up. The Arkshaw were forced to separate their numbers to follow each group, and that increased susceptibility to ambushes. More Terran vessels assisted other passes, simultaneous to our own rescue. That still didn't account for the 300 ships that abandoned us. I counted less than a third of that tally in this jump. The Arkshaw ships swiveled around to face the surprise attackers and focused on mowing them down with prejudice. The distraction allowed us to make a getaway, but Captain Monahan was ordering navigations to reverse course. The humans saw this as an opportunity to strike back, and our shadow fleet began advancing on the larger enemy. Captain Monahan clasped her hands behind her back. Find me some soft target. The distracted ones, the clueless ones, the damaged ones, whatever works. I flicked my claws in acknowledgement and leaned toward the viewport with focus. The Dominion had regained their bearings, with our small ambush no longer posing a threat. The filthy beasts decided that our manpower was inadequate, and I was inclined to agree with their assessment. However, Just as the enemy turned to mop up the assailants, the humans pounced again. A new wave emerged without any heads up, this time surfacing on the rear flank. The primates weren't holding anything back, unloading every munition type at their disposal. Opening another angle of attack caused disruption on two sides, and the Arxer's organization suffered a rare lapse. Each Terran ambusher was scoring multiple casualties, while instilling widespread confusion. The Shadow Fleet found new life as we charged in to help our allies. I highlighted a heavily damaged enemy for weapons to sweep up, growling with satisfaction. The numbers were still slanted against us, but the atmosphere on the bridge had shifted drastically. Our tiny band was making the enemy fall over themselves to shoot us. Furthermore, the psychological advantage of paranoia couldn't be understated. It was like walking through a predator-infested forest as a Gojid and expecting a fanged beast to pop out of every bush. The Archer had no clue whether there would be a third or a fourth attack. Warpers could come from any direction, including above or below. The galaxy's apex predators were left chasing ghosts. All of the Greys are on their heels, sir. I say we just hit whoever's easiest to line up, I chuckled. Tyler dipped his head before informing weapons to fire freely. I confirmed with my sensors readout that 100 warpers still hadn't returned. There had to be one more ambush coming. My prediction was that it would come from above, since Terrans hadn't utilized the third dimension yet. Any unoccupied Archer were keeping wary guns trained at the sky, rather than at our battered fleet. It seemed that the monsters shared my speculation. But humans weren't prone to predictability, as evidenced by the ship's actual appearance. Their warp point was either predator derangement or instinctual brilliancy. My jaw almost hit the floor. Sleek silver bodies were birthed from the void, and their play wasn't to swoop in on any sensible heading. The psychotic primates warped out right in the middle of the Archer fleet. Those vessels are surrounded by enemies, with no possible escape. They have no time to orient themselves, either. It's a miracle if they don't crash. The last Terran warpers spread themselves out amid Archer ranks and took no time to collect themselves. Ruthless in Victory's pursuit, these primates emptied their missile bays upon re-entry. The Greys were adept at intercepting projectiles, but this was an unexpected barrage at point-blank range. From where only friendly ships had been, humans were ramming missiles down their throats. The Archer had stopped coordinating with their comrades, and hurled blind fire at the infiltrators instead. That tactic did connect with some Terran interlopers, but friendly fire was a more common outcome. The weapons station prepared our own explosives with renewed vigor. We knew the Greys were preoccupied, so this was our best chance of dodging their defenses. Captain Monaghan snarled at the viewport. "Give it everything we've got. We need to finish them." The Greys' ship, Count, had been sliced in half since the ambush commenced. The Shadow Fleet was dishing out considerable damage with alternating plasma and kinetics. The warpers padded our numbers and sailed with a recklessness that was unmistakably human. No other species could wreak such havoc with so few assets. It was akin to a blood frenzy, with humans chucking armor-piercing shells to increase their kills. The Archer had no shields to resist the onslaught, and their numbers were evening out with ours. These Greys were in a desperate retreat. It had taken a heavy toll to stave off our ambush. Granted, there were more enemies camped at Silis, but this fight was becoming level. Our plasma railgun got off a few volleys and complemented our diverse explosives. The ambush had been swift and decisive. The Arxer were torn apart from their heart. A few hundred enemies hobbled off in shell shock and sought protection from Silas's raiders. The impossible speed at which this turnaround transpired had my head spinning. What sane race would trap themselves with their enemies? The results were undeniable, but no prey military could replicate human efficacy. It was astounding how Terrans conjured up novel tactics with ease, showing off unparalleled cunning. I couldn't reconcile the caring species I knew with the deviousness they honed in battle. Onzo gawked at the viewport. I misspoke. Humans are standing up for themselves, quite well. That's who we are. We're the ones who run out of bullets and fix bayonets, Carlos rumbled. We don't go down without a fight. I chewed at my claws. You would never surrender? I didn't say that. I said not without resisting, and not to a merciless enemy. Certainly not to Eithermen. The Greys don't put their prisoners in luxury spas, Samantha quipped. Predator or not, I wouldn't want to be their plaything. The Terran fleet mulled around our current location. Pursuit of the Arxer wasn't an objective. Considerable enemies were amassed by Silas, with an initial tally of 6,000 strong. The UN defensive line was a mere quarter of that, so it was unclear how the Earthlings could terminate the siege. It wouldn't be possible to pull warp tricks within the FTL disruption boundary either. This engagement proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the UN was not weak. The Arxer would respect the primates' forces in the future. But the Terrans had to decide whether it was worth it to liberate Silas. Our position was ripe with disadvantages, and we might not have much energy left in the tank. If humans truly didn't go down without a fight, perhaps it was time to fix bayonets. We need a lot more cunning and spite in a hurry. The nature of Predator's 93 memory transcription subject. Oil. ISIF, Oxford Dominion Sector Fleet, age, date, our standardized human time. December 4th, 2000. 136 once the Terrans realized I was awake. Intelligence officers once the Terrans realized I was awake. Intelligence officers interrogated me from outside my cell. I spilled more than I should have, perhaps, given how little Zhao cared for saving the Arxer. Cooperation with the humans was the only way to prove I was on their side. It was foolish to assume that their government could discern my intentions after chaos ravaged their power structures. But I couldn't stop thinking of Elias Meyer and his devotion to a better future. There had to be other humans out there who understood me. I just needed to discover a way to reach them. One of mankind's most interesting aspects was their branching opinions. Someone had to understand that the reasoning dictating that I was an enemy was flawed. Me actions should speak my intentions. If the Zeruleans explained their story, it would at least prove that I was not planning on eating them. My acute hearing dialed in on footsteps down the hall, and I put on a collected exterior. It was a shame anger had gotten the better of me. I shouldn't have threatened the Secretary General, no matter how heated our dialogue was. That certainly didn't prove that I was a peaceable guy. The Terran interrogators had taken those threats seriously and kept outside a cell. After all, they couldn't muzzle me if they wanted me to talk, right? The humans knew that I could kill them with a single bite. I wished I could prove that I was a predator of their caliber, not an animal like the prey believed. This newcomer approaching my cell would peer through the window like all the rest. I was a museum exhibit as much as a prisoner. Hello? I raised my voice, hoping this human could hear me. I am not your enemy. How do I prove that? My cell door clanged open, and an American general wearing camouflage strode in. The dust-colored hair suggested this was General Jones. She seemed unconcerned by my presence. There were no restraints to keep me from lunging at her or overpowering her. Interest sparked in my brain as she turned her back to me. The lack of fear was a stark difference from my earlier visitors. The primate moved a chair up beneath a camera and hopped atop the support. Joan switched the recording device off, her flimsy fingers finding the buttons with ease. Why did she not want this interaction on tape? Her demeanor didn't suggest that she intended to torture me. That would be inadvisable in my unfettered state. Confidence shone in Jones's green eyes as she seated herself right across from me. I kept my maw closed tightly and listened for her eventual declaration. The human leaned forward, lowering her voice to a hushed whisper. If I tried to get you to leave. I didn't want to bring you in like this, Jones said. My nostrils flared. What? You knew this would happen? You and Zhao both acted exactly as I predicted. You have a lot in common, but I digress. I don't have much time, so I'm going to make this quick. Good. I'm listening. I wanted to establish contact with you for a while, but you must not talk to Earth so directly in the future. You are going to get yourself killed. Honestly, it's a good thing that we can have a proper conversation in here. I studied the human with narrowed eyes. This was quite different from her hostility on the call, when she rebuked me at every turn. Joan spoke as though she was already aware that I was an asset. It made no sense why she'd allowed my capture, if that were true. Nonetheless, this message returned a glimmer of hope. Killed. No, human. I'm good at what I do. I've managed not to wind up dead for decades, I growled. Jones flashed her teeth. Oh, Isif, we both know you're not subtle. You have a conversation with Shaza, and then immediately go to Earth? How would you explain that if an Oxer followed your trail? I would say I threatened you at length to turn over Silis. For all you know, Shaza bugged your ship. You're her rival, and she might suspect your motives already. She tells Gizna you're lying, and bam, you're dead. I see your point. Shit, I'm glad you didn't say anything self-incriminating on our hail. I was trying to stop you from spilling the beans. For your sake, Isif, I will suggest ways to contact us on the down low, going forward. The Terran general extended her hand and dropped a tooth extension on the table. Jones pointed to her weak canines, then at my snout. I considered what she was asking for a moment, before popping the crown onto my chipped tooth. The Dominion considered it weakness to fix fangs, since those marks were hunting souvenirs. However, I could worry about that aspect at another time. Jones leaned back in her seat. There's a hard drive inside that crown. Dead drop locations and codes, as well as a full lesson on spycraft. So, then, you know I'm an asset. Was all this really necessary? I huffed. I'm afraid so. The amount of folks on Earth who know you're a human sympathizer? I can count them on 2 hands, and they're all part of 5 Eyes. It's better that way. I do not know what you're referring to. But if I understand, the Secretary General doesn't know about me. You don't trust Zhao. It's not so simple. Zhao would want to keep records of your role, accessible to a lot more eyes, and he would demand that we keep tabs on you. He might risk your welfare for short-term gain, or even blackmail you into going further than you are willing. Whereas I see your full value. I narrowed my eyes to slits. I'm not some Venlo that can be pushed around. I'd like to see him try to blackmail me. Besides, would it be such a bad thing to have my allegiance documented? The less people who know your true loyalties, the better. We don't know how many breaches occurred while Oxer roamed Earth, or whether the Dominion can access our databases. I'm protecting you from our insufficiency, because I know we can't safeguard you yet. And this is why Maya did not speak of me. Well, I can't exactly ask him that, Isif. But Maya was always a big picture guy, and I'd wager he clued at least one person in. Someone he trusted. I lashed my tail against the floor, taking a moment to process her words. If Secretary General Zhao was oblivious to my actual agenda, that meant he was serious about locking me up forever. That also meant his aggravating behavior wasn't a performance. He believed I was a Zerulean-eating fiend that plotted against Earth. How did General Jones plan to secure my release? Of the billions of humans in existence, fewer than 10 were briefed on my identity. I wasn't sure how to feel about the cybersecurity concerns, or the assumptions on how Zhao would extort me. She also implied that I wasn't supposed to convince the United Nations of my fealty at all. I feel like I'm owed an apology in all of this. I've gone out of my way to help humans, and as an Arxer, I despise insults. Listen, I'm sure Zhao's words don't sit right with you. It's not really his fault, Jones continued. A U.S. cyber division cracked offshore communications this week. That transcript. My people wiped anything that would give you away to the larger intelligence community. A growl rumbled in my throat. Nice going. So I guess it's totally okay that he had me tranquilized like a monster. Zhao is paranoid about further attacks on Earth. His home nation represented 20% of the total death tally. His famous speech's tagline was, "Not one more," referring to civilian casualties. And I can't say I disagree. He's willing to protect our home at all costs, and that includes against Oxa plots. Whatever, human. You said we have little time, so I'll save my scathing remarks for another date. I presume the transcript is how you found out I'm on your side? Isif, please, you continually underestimate us. We've been monitoring you since you set foot in New York. Every conversation, behavior, and holopad search was surveilled. I see. We've got your back, buddy. It's up to you what you want to do next. If you're doing this for a better tomorrow, great. If you just want glory and our adoration, don't bother. Nobody will know your name or what you've done, not as a spy. I am not here for pride. I just want the centuries of death to be stopped. But how long must I slink around for? That is also up to you. If you pull rank and use food as a motivator, I imagine your fleet would follow you in rebellion. General Jones met my gaze with a knowing smirk. You could offer refuge to those targeted by betterment too. Don't play coy. Could I count on human support? I prodded. Only superficially. We don't want war with the entire Dominion if it's avoidable. We'd prefer to keep the fight against a single warlord. Right. The choice to start an open rebellion is irreversible, so I'm giving you options. You don't, Naeve, to stick your neck out. I contemplated her words in silence, knowing full well the risks of insurrection. As cowardly as Terran espionage sounded, my own verdict was that Oxer revolutionaries weren't ready. Preparation for an uprising would increase our odds, and humanity might become amenable to our cause. I couldn't fault Earth's non-interference when I'd mused myself that a two-front war would be a steep task. Humans are new to the galaxy, and they're assaulting the Federation already. It's better to bide our time, at least a little. I slammed my paw on the table. We'll do it your way. Now get me out of here, Jones. You're gonna bust me out, right? The American general had the gall to laugh. No, God, no. I'm not going to openly oppose Zhao. Someone else is going to order your release. Don't worry, she's already landed. Erin Cuempa from Alien Affairs. Sarah Rosario, Odyssey officer. I might have suggested that Governor Tava come to facilitate the Zerulean Rescue's return. She'll want to see the Oxer we captured. Tava. Do. Kenstone. Fucking Tava. That's your plan? Yes. I thought you two were on good terms. Tava is a Venlil, for fuck's sake. I roared. Eine hemming her, like her. But the second a human says it was all a ruse, just Oxer deceit for long-term suffering, she'll be happy to believe it. General Jones smiled. For someone who supposedly is open-minded, you think quite lowly of the Venlil. Try having a little faith. Faith? Faith? Are you fucking insane? Tava will never believe me. I wouldn't even hold it against her. Ah, and they're coming. Guess that means our time is up. Good luck. I curled my lip at the human, before turning my head dismissively. Jones scrambled to put the camera back on, and hurried out of the room. I hoped the primate had another plan, when the Tarva maneuver blew up in her face. It was disheartening to think the progress I'd made with the Venlil leader would be undone, for the sake of my cover. Claws clicked across the floor, tailed by the shuffles of dress shoes. Renewed anger surged through my veins as I detected Zhao's gravelly cadence. But I couldn't hold a grudge against the Secretary General if he had an incomplete set of facts. This wasn't any time to get emotional. I inhaled deeply and relaxed my facial muscles to look calm. Given that I did respect Governor Tarva, it was worth an honest effort at convincing her. At least I could say I tried to win her over, and that I kept a level head throughout our encounter. Perhaps one day I'd point to that fact to repair our relations. Hurtful accusations were bound to fly from the Venlil leader. I steeled myself for the insults that were looming. Only a defective Oxer would feel anything but betrayal, since we weren't supposed to care what others thought of us. It was foolish of me to have any emotions toward a prey animal, knowing that she saw me as a tool. Tava played at diplomacy because she wanted her planet to be left alone. Believe an Oxer W would have the bravado to fly at Earth. The Venlil's squeaky voice hit my ears, carrying far due to its pitch. Those Zeruleans are lucky you were able to rescue them. Zhao's footsteps came closer. This guy is very high up the ladder too. We got him before he could turn on humans. He was boasting about using us. Right in that cell there. I rose to my paws, watching as the Venlil moved up to the window pane. Fear was visible in her side-facing eyes, despite the barrier between us. Her pupils managed to lock on me, and shock trickled through her expression. That erased any doubt that Tava could recognize me, rather than assuming all Archer looked the same. Chief Hunter, is it? To my amazement, the Venlo whirled around with an assertive posture. Why the fuck would you arrest Isif? I just told you. He's manipulating us into fighting the Arxer's battles, then planning to subjugate us all once it's done, Zhao answered. It's what he says behind closed doors. We couldn't let him spy on Earth. Tava swiveled back to the glass. Isif, is any of tea that true? You really speak like that to the other Greys? And you had those sickly Zeruleans on your ship? This is hopeless. There's no way she'll believe me. Yes, to both, I sighed. But I was trying to stop Shaza from attacking the humans without being killed for treason. I rescued those Ceruleans from her farm at great personal risk. Not that you care, I added silently. It took a colossal effort to force a stoic expression. The Venlo backed away from the window, and I resigned myself to her fleeing in disgust. Governor Tarva was open-minded for speaking with me at all. Few in the Republic would support her hearing my side of the story. I appreciated that gesture as a sign of respect. The door clicked open without warning, and an alarmed Secretary General rushed after Tava. The Venlo had unlocked my cell from the outside. To my amazement, she seemed to be letting me out. My maw dropped with shock. Why would a prey ruler trust the word of an Oxa? The governor flicked her ears. Let Isif go, right now. Whatever favors I am owed by humanity, I'm calling them in. What are you doing? Zhao tugged the Venlo back and hastily shut the door. You can't possibly believe that story. What he said to Shaza was theatric so he wouldn't get executed. Isif wants an end to the war and to cattle farming. Maya told me that much, and yes, I trust him with my life. Kilias Maya didn't forsake me. Jones was right, and Prophet, maybe she guessed who he told from the start. Yeah, Secretary General Shao gaped at Tarva. Have you considered that Elias was confused or deceived himself? Not at all. Maya's dying wish was for me to make peace with the Arxer, she responded. As he bled out in my arms, Ethat was what he asked. He was a good man. I'm sorry for your loss. But you cannot trust the Greys, you know that. We ran empathy tests on every Arxer we captured at the cradle, and not a one passed. Isif is different. You have no evidence to support that. The science says the Arxer are a sociopathic race. You know how many human volunteers failed the empathy test? 0. Individual results can vary. You have your people with predator disease. But it would be different if every soldier was a sociopath. I don't think this is a test a high-ranking Dominion officer can pass. But Isif will pass, Zhao. What does it hurt to humor me? Give him the test, and if he passes, you'll let him go with me. There was a long silence as the humans stared down the prey leader. The Secretary General offered a reluctant nod at last and called for guards to transport me to the lab. Despite Shao's stubbornness, he seemed unwilling to alienate the Venlo. I was shocked that Tarva had fought for me, and I couldn't fathom how to express my gratitude. Politeness wasn't a field I had any practice in. I decided to comply with the human escort, embracing the conditions of my release. It was ironic that my defectiveness would bolster my standing with the United Nations. Perhaps General Jones would peek at the results too, to ensure I hadn't pulled a long con on her. The empathy test was the least of my concerns. Instead, I was worried how the Terrans fared against Shaza. The pack predators had wormed their way back into my thoughts again. I wanted to ensure their continued survival, now more than ever. Knowing that Meyer's final request was about the Arxer's future renewed my trust in his kind. Humanity was interested in reforming our society, and I could guide them to an age of prosperity. The Nature of Predators, 94, Memory, Transcription, Subject. ISIF, Arxer Dominion Sector Fleet Gauge Date, Standardized Human Time, December 4th, 2136. The empathy tests were an assortment of prey species, facing torment. For the first time since childhood, I leaned into my defective voice. It was painful to allow myself to feel fully, without casing those primal sensations in a shell of logic. Witnessing unnecessary suffering elicited a shameful amount of pity, just as it had back at Shaz's farm. Now, more than ever, I knew herbivores were not just spineless animals. The look on Secretary General Shao's face, as his scientists explained my results, was vindicating. The human leader did honor his agreement with Tarva, permitting me to board her ship. I was surprised the Venlil leader wanted me confined with her for hours. From what I could tell, she carried no firearms. Shouldn't a prey individual expect me to snap on a whim, and thus not want me seated across from her? I rested in a brooding state, mostly keeping to the co-pilot's seat in the cockpit. Governor Tarva sensed my sour mood and allowed us to travel in silence. It made for an awkward ride, with the rescued Zeruleans in the cabin behind us. The Venlil possessed more patience than myself, coaxing the quadrupeds to indulge in basic self-care. Her constant reassurance and crooning tone grated on my nerves whenever she ventured back to their locale. Thank the prophet we're almost to Venlil Prime. My pupils snapped toward Tarva as she returned to the cockpit once more. How the fuck did the humans survive all these exchange programs? The governor shot me a disapproving look. Have some sympathy. Those three were literally just captured and brought to a farm where your lovely comrades threatened to eat them. I do have sympathy. I didn't want them to be eaten, did I? Never mind, Isif. You can have this ship when we get to my homeworld. If my people saw me riding with you, I appreciate your assistance, Governor Tarva. I, too, considered Elias Meyer a friend and an ally. Even with his intervention, the fact that you would listen to an Arxer is not lost on me. The Venlil was silent for a long moment, and her ears pinned back with a meek emotion. Her limbs weren't quivering, so I wasn't inclined to label it fear. Though it was tough to read prey cues, my best guess was that it was grief. Sadness swirled in her irises before she looked at me with something bordering contempt. Tava cleared her throat. I know you have presided over horrible things, Isif. Genocides, raids, and systematic slaughtering. Your motivation to avoid your own execution doesn't change that. You are right. I see why my statements about not assigning responsibility can be perceived as callous. Please, do not take my detachment as a sign that I do not regret my culpability. Didn't you order the raid on the cradle? The Gojids are an endangered species because of you. Someone else would have done it if not me, yes? But it was me, and at the time, I believed coexistence was not possible. My beliefs have since shifted. Governor Tava was silent, scowling at the viewport. The Gojid cradle was intended to be like any other raid. With their border defenses down, it made a frontal assault tantalizing. I hadn't known why the defenses were offline until later, when reports from the planet's surface circled back to me. Another predator race taking on the Federation. It was too good to be true. We'd be alone for so long. I was certain it would be disproved, I mused. Ken, humanity took the cradle back from us. The sheer guts. The audacity. Karens bested us fair and square, allegedly using Venlil ships in their arsenal. It baffled me that they worked hand in hand with prey, but that led to my deduction of humanity's social nature. Intrigued by these specific aliens, I aimed to learn more about them. A new predator opened up avenues with their presence. It meant someone else wasn't indoctrinated by the Federation's spiel. Looking back at the Gojid cradle through Tarva's lens, I realized how differently humans viewed our first meeting. Planetary raids instilled very little guilt after all these years. It was something I deigned not to dwell on. What would Nulia think if she learned Siffy was behind the bad monster's arrival? How many children like her had I doomed to cattle farms? One of the last things Elias Maya did was convince the Mazics to aid the Gojid refugees. From what I'd heard, the Zerulians and the Paltans took in a handful as well. The spiky herbivores had limited numbers now, and Earth was in no place to be offering asylum. The United Nations had lifted their protection of Gojid colonies, which led many survivors to flee. The Gojids were a sad case, Tarva. I did give those orders. I'm not dodging responsibility. I understand that my past actions have been hurtful, I offered. You don't know hurtful. You took my daughter. The Venlil leader's voice quavered, and she shoved me with shocking aggression. You took my daughter. It was you. You ordered the Greys to gas Venlil schools. What, to crush our morale? I'm sorry. I had no idea that you were personally affected by our raids, and you do not deserve that. Whether I directly ordered this instance or not, the Archer who did it reported to me. They were under my command. I took no actions against routine attacks, certainly nothing to draw suspicion. It was just routine, huh? I fucking know you feel empathy, and you could have done things differently. Why did you have to be so cruel? I will not disrespect you by making excuses for myself. If there was any way I could undo the past, I would, Tarva. But I cannot. Your hatred and inability to forgive me, it is understandable. The Venlil governor swiped at the tears in her eyes, and I felt a strange urge to place my tail on her shoulder. My logical brain reminded me I was the last person she'd want comfort from. Most species love their children, referencing their loss as the greatest pain imaginable. That was why the Dominion learned to target the youth. Perhaps if my nurturing instincts had been cultivated better, I could understand. Tava cleared her throat. I am willing to work with you, but I will never forgive you. I cannot forget what you've done. Your animosity is justified. My only atonement is to pave a better future, so that this will not happen again, I hissed. That is my sincere hope. I will do everything in my power to protect Venlilkind. You must have had a difficult life, as if. To never be allowed to express your emotions, forced to fit in with despicable people. You deserve a friend. I just cannot be that friend, even if Elias would have wanted me to. Silly leaf licker, no prey will befriend me. The Zerulian mishap proved that, yes? In real life, sure. It would be best if they didn't know who you are. You can talk anonymously on the internet, though. General Jones gave me this holopad over here, said you'd want it back. Seriously, Tava? You think that holopad is meant to join some Federation chat room? I have nothing in common with you people. That's just my advice. I think it would be good for you to understand us hunting challenged races better. To express your empathetic side and not to be alone. I offered a dramatic huff and turned away from Tarva to reinforce my disdain. My paws did snatch the holopad, though I was suspicious that General Jones may have tampered with it. The Terran officer had returned my standard-issue device as well. I inspected it closely. Whatever purposes I used these electronics for, I should be certain I was okay with humans viewing them. Governor Tarva was attempting to be empathetic, but her suggestion was lunacy. What good would it be to get attached to a prey alien when I might have to kill and butcher their kind later? What had relaxing my guard around Nulia accomplished? All discourse with the herbivores resulted in was guilt. Hours later, alone on the ship with my thoughts, I set course for my spy station. Governor Tava bade me farewell after supplying me with meat rations from the local factories. Knowing the Venlil's anti-carnivore values, the generosity of that offering couldn't be understated. I wondered if this was the start to building a bridge of trust. We would never be friends, but partnership wasn't out of the question. That was all a moot point if I didn't return to commanding my sector. Arkshore were solitary creatures who cared little for others' welfare. However, if I didn't check in soon, the Dominion would start asking questions for practical reasons. I needed to drum up an explanation for why I'd lost my own vessel. Perhaps the human's tooth drive could help you. Why haven't you given it more than a cursory glance? Instead of crafting my story, I was learning how to navigate through the Federation internet. Passing close to our FDL backdoor with Milo, the Dosser homeworld, I'd been able to establish a connection. As small rodents, the Dosser weren't at the top of our meal list. They were the least valuable species in my sector. Their territory bordered Gojit space, but on the opposite side from the Zeruleans. Stupid Tarva, I growled aloud. Putting stupid ideas in my defective brain. How did she know that I wanted that? The Dosser had a social media site called SwiftPair, which would randomly assign anonymous users to chat. The rodents had few abilities beyond jabbering to each other, so of course they'd devise such a platform. Then again, humans had a propensity to run their mouths about nonsense too. That was just how desperate social creatures were for belonging. My traitorous claw hovered over the pair button, and I cursed myself. Perhaps I should just let Tava's recommendation backfire, so I could move on. Honestly, what harm could a single chat do? I could always intimidate the little critter away if they became a nuisance. I clicked the button, and the algorithm found a chat partner in a half-second. The public profile classified this Dosser as a mid-20s female located on a space station. I typed hesitantly. How's it going? Please tell me you're not just on here to flirt, came the instant reply. Swear, it's like this became a dating app overnight. What? I don't know why I'm here, but it's certainly not for that. Good, 'cause I will block you if you're lying. So I'm Fellera, and I'm a spaceship inspector, catching every slapstick, half-assed repair job the Human Alliance throws at us. You work with humans? Not directly. We just let their allies marshal some forces at the old Fed spots. The UN is talking about an exchange program, but we're the smallest species in the galaxy. Problematic. There was a pause before the dosser typed another message. What's your name? Nerves crept into my throat. Not only did I have little clue how to sustain conversation with an herbivore, but my real name was infamous. Word must have gotten around about the sector's chief hunter after my broadcast on Earth. It wasn't like I could tell Felra that I was an Arxer. It would stop her little heart, assuming she believed me. If he, I decided. Cat's adorable. You must get that a lot, but props to your parents. I do not wish to discuss my parents. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. What do you do for a living, Siffy? I bomb planets, execute people for empathy, and farm sapiens, I quipped aloud. This and that was the actual reply I sent her. Nothing you'd be interested in? I typed back hastily. You don't talk about much, do you? You're prickly as a gojid. I'm not used to talking. This was a mistake. I deserve to be alone. Hey, this was a waste of time. I reprimanded myself for indulging these urges. There was no telling how the humans were faring at Silas, and I needed to check back in with the Dominion fleet soon. Rather than making preparations, I was chatting with a creature that resembled an Earth mouse. Had the loneliness really been this crippling for all these years? A banner popped up on the app, indicating that Felra sent a friend request. I had no clue what was going through that dosser's tiny brain, but she must have been meaning to block me. As I prepared to fire up my Arxia communicator, I made out the rodent's next message. It read, "No one deserves to be alone." Snorting in amusement, I accepted the request before dipping offline. General Jones should have kept this Terran holopad, so I wouldn't get sidetracked on prey-like pastimes. The human officer knew I was defective, and didn't take precautions to suppress these tendencies. Wasn't that what she meant about getting myself killed? There was no guarantee Felra would respond to future messages, but I wasn't going to squander more time. With my direct course for the spy habitat, the Arxia Dominion required notification of my vehicle change. I entered my credentials before pinging my headquarters. The day-long absence made it likely I'd be in contact with the brass, rather than my underlings. It was time to put on the facade for our government and resume my role as Isif the Fanatic. Prophet Descendant, Giznal accepted my video call. Is there a reason you've been avoiding your check-ins, Isif? For a less faithful hunter, I would have you executed. Your savageness. I take it you know that I visited Earth. Shaza is a fool, and your wise decree was for us to settle the dispute, I explained. The humans may have seen the wisdom of standing down, yet, alas, I was too late to accomplish that. You disappeared for a full day. I doubt both your conviction and your loyalty, Isif. You are not willing to kill the humans, are you? That's absurd. I am gathering intelligence on Earth, in case we need to fight the leaf-licking apes. I don't care about humans. I want betterment imposed on the galaxy, at any cost. Hallowed prophet, they can learn to drink from the river of cruelty. You knew this yourself. It was unclear whether Giznal believed my argument, but he had opted not to kill me on sight. The prophet descendant could be convinced of diplomacy's usefulness. As long as I was strengthening our cause, I was safe. The alarming part was his overt accusation that I was a human conspirator. Betterment had been partial to me for years, and this development meant I couldn't hide behind favoritism. The Archer leader narrowed his eyes. That is not your ship you're streaming from either. Is that? Yes, I made off with prey technology. The humans found tactical advantages commandeering Venlo ships, I growled. I will dissect the design, because those grass brains aren't worthy of killing us. If war is inevitable, the Dominion will be ready. We pay Venlo technology the respect of studying it now. I want our glory, Savage One. Our victory must be resounding and prove our superiority. You are straying from the path, Isif. But you were right about humans being formidable foes. Is that so? Nobody agreed with me before. I have missed something from Silas and Fall, yes? Gisnell scrutinized me for another second before swiping at his holopad. The compilation contained distress signals from across Shaza's sector, which was sent through our FTL networks. Farm habitats forwarded footage of humans raiding our facilities, and undefended stations being reduced to rubble. The Terrans severed our comms infrastructure shortly after these transmissions. King could have cut the proverbial wire earlier. They want the Akshar government and Shaza to see this. Kai laughter rumbled in my chest as I realized the UN's true strategy. The humans used the occupied worlds as bait, and Chief Hunter Shaza played into their hands. That foolish Akshar was so eager to teach the weaklings a lesson that she hadn't guarded her most valuable possessions. Every strategic asset and supply depot across hundreds of light years was erased. This amuses you, Gisnell hissed. I bared my teeth. Shaza's incompetence brings me nothing but joy. Does she know yet? Word is reaching her around the same time as us. She will be made aware soon, but I have to deal with her mess now. Don't bail her out. This was her great master plan. After all, I know how to handle humans, and I need your trust going forward. You can hardly fuck up worse. I'll humor your weird ideology, Isif, but I'm watching you. The prophet descendant terminated the call and left me to chew on his words. My first conversation as an official human spy, and I already had Gisnell sniffing around my business. This was going to require me to operate more carefully. The freedom I'd enjoyed in the past had waned. General Jones was right to warn me about eyes and ears everywhere. My gaze drifted to the Terran holopad, which sat in the cockpit. Browsing alien internets was perilous too, unless I could find a suitable cover. With my actions under a microscope, talking with a Dosser inspector was a fool's errand. Felra shouldn't occupy my thoughts, since I'd only be able to sneak sporadic messages at best. How long could I hide my Oxer identity from her? What if I have more in common with prey than my kind? I shook my head. The future of the galaxy was at stake. This was no time for emotional baggage. It took a weight off my shoulders to know that the humans punched back from Silas. A straight-up fight had been inadvisable, but Shazar's arrogance was her undoing. I would pay a pretty penny to see the look on her face when she discovered her empire had collapsed. My goal was to ensure that humanity's war remained with a single warlord. However, keeping betterment off their backs might prove to be a challenge. The nature of Predator's 95 memory transcription subject, Flanik Venlo Space Course, date you standardized human time, December 4, 2000, 136. The memories trickled through my brain as a deep chill rattled my body. I was disoriented and immobile, uncertain of my surroundings. The current time and location were indeterminable. Haziness obscured my conscious thoughts. My mind reached out for context in an attempt to ground myself. We had been caged in the Tillfish nursery. I was shot during the fray. Marcel had propped me up, ignoring the strain on his own body. Orange blood flowed onto his chest pelt, and perspiration beads coated his skin. Dino tagged along, whimpering as my eyes began to turn glassy. Vernt was back in Burla's arms, asking why the Venlo was leaking. We were a ragtag band stranded on Silas. I remembered now. The Greys had been hot on our heels, and we hobbled toward the emergency exit. My vision was fixed on the floor tiles, which were mired with my dripping blood. General Burla urged Vernt to cover his ears as she dispensed my firearm at the Arxer. I think the carnivores refrained from gunning us down because they wanted to capture us alive. There was more. We had to get to the emergency exit, didn't we? Why is it all slipping out of reach? Shoot me, I had coughed at Marcel. Save yourselves, please, brother. The predator refused to let go, bending his arm tighter around my torso. Tiredness threatened to consume me as the vegetarian popped errant shots over his shoulder. Images flitted through my brain from various moments of time that forced snow was his classic empathy rendition. That same expression had consoled me when Sovlin held him at gunpoint. Not too long ago, I'd been feeding the half-dead Terran by hand. Amid the chaos, I recalled hoping that Marcel knew how much I cared about his welfare. There were terrible screams, both near and afar, which sent my heart pounding. Despite all of the nightmares we had endured, I wouldn't change a thing about our partnership. Even if Marcel was losing patience with me, I hoped he still felt our bond. Kvink, Slanek. The screams. There was something there. Those had been Tillfish screams as the incubator workers came running in droves. Our hasty escape hadn't given me time to don blinders. I'd seen it all. The civilians distracted our Arxer pursuers, stampeding past them at full speed. As much as the Greys wanted a Venlo delicacy, this easy meal toppled into their laps. Our ragtag band stumbled out into fresh air, and I was wholly leaning on Marcel for support. There were more Arxer in the street. I think that was the memory in its entirety. I glued the pieces back together. We needed to find somewhere to take cover. To take. Burla clicked her mandibles in the backdrop. Slanek, you have to keep your eyes open. I drew a gasping breath, and my pupils snapped to my arm. Judging by the dark hue and the profuse leakage, the bullet hit a vein. There was a wet sensation on my hind legs. At first, I worried it was blood from my wound. However, the realization that the brick tunnel we were in was a rotting mess ensued. A few inches of murky liquid amassed across the floor. Perhaps this was a sewer system underground? My addled brain shook off the stupor, and I searched for Marcel's comforting presence. I scanned every shadow for the lurking human. This wasn't the first time the predator had been around my blood, so I knew that he could handle the alluring scent. On Sovlin's ship, I'd been immobile with a head wound, and locked in an enclosed cell without food. Even then, the human had cared about my welfare. There was no reason a vegetarian who loved rescuing animals should need to get away from blood. Humans weren't drawn to it like the Arxer. I'd never seen them react positively to a whiff of it. That ruled out that explanation for why my friend was missing. What if Marcel had gotten hurt? I couldn't remember how we made it down here at all. Why are we not going to space with Hummer? Vernt wailed. Bella patted him soothingly. Shh, darling. Go back to bed. Kidino is missing as well. What if the dog ate Marcel? Or, I guess more likely, the Greys got them both. Where is Mark? I pressed one paw against the wall and tried to sit upright. How did we get here? The Tillfish General blinked with concern. You don't remember. The human carried you into an access hatch and checked that it was clear. He put you down, told me to patch you up, but I don't have anything for first aid. Okay. Where is he now? Said something about hearing Oxshire in the tunnels. Took that feral quadruped no mama. Vernt cheered. Dino the dog. Yes, that thing. Anyways, Marcel went looking for enemies. Mentioned clearing the tunnels and keeping us safe. And you let him go alone? The human said to stay with you. He was blinking a lot. I'm not sure if your blood bothered him. It would never. And Mark was upset that I'm hurt, if anything. Are you sure, Slaynet? Of course I'm sure. He was fine around a Gojit stampede. The humans all were. He saved a trampled child. There was a long pause, as skepticism swam in the Tillfish General's eyes. I knew the insectoid wouldn't ditch Marcel when the primate was our best asset against the Arxer. But I suppose few individuals beside myself would tempt a predator's bloodlust. It took personal exposure to humanity's nurturing side to accept that their empathy dominated. Marcel said himself that he doesn't like killing. Humans can balance empathy and violence. It's what I told him at the supply tent. A gunshot exchange sounded down the tunnel, and fear clenched at my heart. The adrenaline boosted me back to alertness, but I couldn't stand up. Bootsteps smacked the floor, alongside the sound of munitions chipping bricks. A human yowl reverberated through the structure, followed by Dino's throaty barks. Tears swelled in my eyes, realizing Marcel would die alone. I reached out to Berla and pulled myself up with the last of my strength. Hunched over at the waist, I staggered in the direction of my friend's cry. The Tillfish General tried to grab my shoulder, flinching away as blood coated her leg. With a frustrated grunt, I hobbled down the tunnel. It wasn't long before I was leaning against the wall for support. Fuck off. That was Marcel's thunderous voice. It was possible to discern the words in this roar, which was more formidable than any I'd heard before. This is my turf. You're not coming in here, assholes. My legs buckled, and I crumpled back onto the floor. Why hadn't I reclaimed my firearm? The coldness was becoming palpable, making me wish for a human pelt to cocoon myself in. At least Marcel was still fighting, but I was in no state to rescue him. My pupils fluttered in his direction as I sucked in some wheezing breaths. The human was hugging a wall corner, and I could see his teeth flash from here. His hands popped off a few shots, while enemy rounds buffeted his refuge. Brick debris sprinkled overhead as Marcel clutched his gun tighter. Dino was growling at his side, though the mutt appeared to be waiting for something. Surrender yourself, human. We have room for an honorable prisoner, a bone-chilling voice called out. A maniacal laugh emanated from Marcel. What is it with aliens, drawing my name in the kidnapping and torture lottery? I'll pass. I crawled along the floor, moving a few inches at a time. Since I was wounded anyways, my best usage was to serve as a distraction. The Archer might wish to collect me as cattle, and that could give Marcel the clear shot he needed. The chances of us surviving Silas were slim overall, but the Terran would fare better without my dead weight. Scuttling noises echoed behind me, and Burla came racing down the hallway. The Tillfish General righted my seized firearm, angling it toward the Archer. Despite her distrust, she was willing to come to the human's aid. In my opinion, she should have gone with him to begin with. Better late than never, I suppose. 3 Archer ducked around the corner, just as Burla halved the distance. The insectoid had a trusty shot, clocking 1 gray in the brain. Marcel released Dino upon the hostiles and depressed his trigger. Enemy bullets answered, taking out a brick right above his head. I could feel his adrenaline vicariously. His binocular eyes were crazed. Kiev to help somehow. The Slanik acting weak distraction seemed to work the last time. Should I try it again? Kai, yummy Van Lil. Over here! I cried out, with a faltering voice. The Archer had already scented my blood, I assumed. The trail must have drawn them down here, unless they followed us from the surface. It was possible they waited for us to lower our guard. While I'd technically been conscious in our travels, it was tough to retrieve the memories. There was a chance I wouldn't remember any of this now. The 2 surviving Greys weren't as distracted as the Egg Raiders had been, but I saw their pupils twitch. The lack of impulse control was in stark contrast to humans. I suppose I was lucky that Isif and his bunch didn't wolf me down in New York. A little blood or a wounded animal's cry worked their kind into a frenzy, even amidst combat. Marcel cursed, realizing I'd abandoned my refuge. The human popped up from his crouch, and the Greys rushed to shoot him. 1 bullet whizzed dangerously close to his earlobe, while additional shots lurked in the chamber. The lead Archer's sights aligned with his temples. I felt my blood pressure plummet. Was that from my wounds, or just grief? No. I screamed. There was nothing I could do to stop the bullet from piercing his brain. The Terran had become reckless out of concern for me, and he was paying the ultimate price. Marcel managed to take down 1 Grey in a final act of defiance. The next thing I heard was a deafening boom, as the monster shot my best friend. The predator's head snapped back with unnatural speed, and he crashed onto his back. I screamed as the human lay splayed out on the floor. Dragging myself on all 4s, my toes bled from the frantic pace. My frayed vocal cords screeched his name, while warm tears ran down my face. The grief I felt was a chasm in my chest, an all-consuming sadness. Bela dispatched the final Archer and scuttled over to Marcel's side. I managed to reach the predator's body, which was still warm to my touch. It was tough to see through blurry vision, but his hair didn't look like a deeper red than usual. The blood was imperceptible to my eyes. Perhaps I didn't want to see it. My brain must be imagining the rise and fall of his chest. That, or he was slipping away right now. I'm sorry, I whispered. You were the best friend I ever had. I failed you. I always failed you, and Marcel. Don't leave me. Why did my human have to die? Why? My emotions devolved into an incoherent whirlwind, and I released a visceral wail. I slammed my good arm into his gut, furious at the universe. A high-pitched yelp came from beneath me, and Marcel's corpse shifted. My vision refocused on him, watching as he moved an arm to his head. The human's eyelids fluttered, and a grimace crossed his face. My best friend pinched his nose. Oh, that rung my bell. The grief that was fueling me dissipated. I clung to his warm chest with sobs of relief, and Dino came over to lick his face. Marcel pushed the dog away, an instinctive snarl on his lips. He unclipped his helmet, inspecting it with amazement. I gasped at the nick in the cloth lining. The bullet had grazed my human on the dome. The red-haired soldier hoisted himself up, clutching me to his chest. I felt his wonderful fingers fiddling with my ears and muled my adoration. Alarm coursed through my veins as Marcel stumbled. His skull absorbed much of the impact. The Terran might well be concussed. But he was blissfully alive, and that was music to my ears. I love you, Mark, the same as I did my flesh and blood. I care about you so much, I whispered in a faint voice. I know I disappointed you. But you never disappointed me. His hazel eyes moistened. What did I tell you? I got the best Venlo. I'm only disappointed in how you view the world. It took Marcel an agonizing minute to retrace his steps and arrive at our impromptu base. The predator sank against a wall and leaned his head back. He allowed me to burrow into his stomach, snarling through his exhaustion. Vernt was giddy at the Hummer's return. Though his mother kept him at a distance, Marcel peeked at my arm, and his mental fog vanished. He snapped at Burla, livid that she hadn't tended to my wounds. The Tillfish general cowered at his ferocity, but I could tell he was just rattled. My human knew how close he came to dying. It didn't help his mindset to reckon with my critical condition. The human cleared his throat. This might hurt, okay? Everything is going to be all right, Slane. I'm not going anywhere. Please forgive me. There's nothing W wouldn't do for you. I wrapped my tail around Marcel's wrist and tensed up as he stitched my wound. I don't want to leave any bad blood between us. You hurt my feelings, that's all. Bernd should be institutionalized for liking me. I'm that terrible to my best friend? It's not like, oh, I like you. But things about you should trigger fear at first. Why? You know the Federation lied to you. They lied about us, omnivores like the Tillfish, and basic biology. I'm telling you it was all lies. Predator disease and feral predators are their ideas too. Stop regurgitating them. There are people with predator disease. They hurt people. But predator disease isn't just assigned to violent sociopaths. It's used on anyone who's wired differently. Do you realize by the Federation's definition, you have predator disease? No. That's crazy. Mark. I know. I fucking know. Mental health is a complicated thing, with thousands of conditions with unique attributes. Not all of them are violent. Not all of them need to be erased. Marcel finished patching me up and retrieved a radio from his supplies. I mulled over his words, though my brain power was running on empty. If predator disease was another vessel for Federation lies, that meant we were locking away harmless people. No wonder my human was upset with my suggestion for Vernt. It was the same as how Dr. Zarn wanted to treat me for defending Marcel. Also, There are different types of predator disease with different causes and manifestations. And we use fear to ostracize every patient. I'm sorry, I croaked. Marcel squeezed my paw. I'm sorry too. I should have talked to you about these things sooner. It's my responsibility to educate you, but I've just tried to shield you. I know I'm not easy to talk to. I know it hurts you when I freak out or misinterpret you. You know, I wanted to kill Dino earlier, and I almost did. None of that matters now. You've been my rock, Sleinek. You brought me back from the edge, and you made me believe there was good in the galaxy. Hey, that's all I could ever want. Hey, if anything happens to me, tell my parents what W. Tell them yourself. We're getting out of here. I'm going to call for help and try to make contact with the UN. Sounds good, huh? I didn't have the heart to tell him the United Nations was long gone. Just as they hadn't come back for the soldiers on the cradle, nobody was swooping down to the sewers to rescue us. General Burla seemed unconvinced as well. The evacuation announcement stated the deadline in no uncertain terms. At least I could share my last hours with Marcel rather than dying alone. My human switched on his radio. Fleet, do you copy? This is Captain Marcel Fraser. We have a Venlo VIP in need of medevac. Transmitting our coordinates. Over. There was no response once Marcel finished his message. The static didn't seem to deter his efforts, since he repeated his transmission several times. I nuzzled against his wrist and felt my eyelids becoming heavy. The predator's warmth helped with my dropping temperature. Don't worry. I'll keep calling them, Marcel growled. When they beat back the Oxa, they'll come. I closed my eyes. Yeah. Humans will win. We sure will. Sleep well, Slanik. Dino sidled up to me as I dozed off, and my instincts rekindled. He placed his coarse snout on my leg, and my mind circled back to Federation lies. The dog hadn't shown any signs of being evil. He seemed loyal to the humans through thick and thin. Maybe Marcel was right about giving him a chance too. Predators couldn't be inherently monstrous when the Terrans existed. This was a simple choice about whether the Federation defined the Venlo. I pressed one paw atop the dog's back, trusting my human to protect me. Marcel wouldn't put me in danger, and he said Dino was a friend. The safest place in this Oxa raid was sandwiched between two watchful predators. Knowing the slumber might be my last, I drifted off at peace with my fate.